Guys, this video will have two different voices, but I hope you like it. Thanks for the support, and without further ado, let's get into the video.
Ian Sishikin, Serdian Sokolov, Cromwell Stingwood, Dmitry Kassin, Marta Parharik, mages who made history in the field of magic. Apprentices studied the theories they established, and even those who didn't follow the path of magic learned about their stories and achievements. For centuries, these figures elevated the prestige of the empire merely by their existence. The people called them heroes of the empire. In the library of the Artemis Academy, under the command of the imperial family, they were revered. Heroes? Nonsense. Heroes? They were sages who left their mark on magical history. But in reality, those guys were all talentless incompetents. The effort it took to place those idiots in the position of great mages was immense, and the suffering he endured teaching those morons? Indescribable. But what's the use of complaining now? Anyone would do. Somebody please help me. The only thing he clearly remembers is that he was hit by a truck, and when he opened his eyes again, he had become a magic book in another world. Not just any book, but one containing vast knowledge of magic. At first, it was confusing. The protagonist was furious to have reincarnated as a book, wondering what kind of nonsense this was. But even so, he eventually found something enjoyable in this life: creating mages. Forming a great mage wasn't difficult. All they had to do was open him and read to gain magical knowledge. One of his apprentices, facing a three-headed mutant serpent, easily destroyed it with his fireball spell. The apprentice then asked his master if he'd done well. The magic book slapped his face, calling him an idiot, and scolded him for improperly channeling magical energy. His disciple, astonished, apologized profusely. It didn't always turn out as expected. Nevertheless, the theories and knowledge written within him were invaluable, and he reprimanded his students until they understood. He could instinctively comprehend them and, over thousands of years, trained countless apprentices, even using the process to relieve his stress. Now, he wonders why he's rotting away in a place like this. Every time the previous owner dies, it makes sense for him to move on to a new cycle. But it's been 300 years since he last trained a mage. Dusty and forgotten on a library shelf, the protagonist longs to train a mage again, desperately calling for someone to read him. Frustrated, he yells, "Read me, you useless fools!" Suddenly, he notices someone nearby. A bespectacled young man carrying several books says, according to the librarian, it should be somewhere around here. The magic book tries to get the young man's attention, shouting for him to look his way. Disheartened, the protagonist mutters that the boy can't possibly hear him, as his voice can only be heard by those who fulfill a contract or make contact with him. There's no way his cries will reach the bespectacled boy. Yet Milhouse picks up the magic book, saying he heard some kind of sound nearby, and begins examining it. Shocked, the protagonist thinks now is not the time to be surprised. He needs to stay calm and adjust his tone. He calls out to the young man, leaving him incredulous. Startled, the boy asks who's speaking and from where. The magic book tells him to look down and introduces himself as Grimoire, a legendary magic book. The bespectacled young man, skeptical, says it's a talking book. The protagonist commands him to flip open the cover now, promising that doing so will take him from apprentice to lower-level mage, then to mid-level, high-level, and eventually to grand mage. Milhouse asks what all this means. The magic book explains that what he saw is a vision of what will happen if he links his future to the books, claiming that his astronomical magical talent will flourish, and he'll become a great mage remembered in history. Of course, the protagonist knows this is a blatant lie. He doesn't sense a shred of magical talent in the boy. It's just a ploy to convince him to read. Still, it's not a lie that the book can turn him into a great mage. However, the young man responds that actually he doesn't want to be a mage. The legendary magic book, stunned, urges him to reconsider, insisting it can make him the greatest grand mage. Milhouse, thoughtful, reiterates that he doesn't want to be a mage and declares he wants to become a knight. The protagonist falls silent and asks for his name. He replies, China Yunsbelia. The magic book remarks that magic suits him better than a sword. China asks how he knows that, and the book responds that it's because he's been watching him. The bespectacled boy retorts that they've just met. The protagonist clarifies that he meant he's been observing him for quite some time and suggests, how about becoming an arcane knight? A knight who wields a sword in one hand and casts magic with the other. The boy, imagining an arcane knight, becomes excited and says it sounds incredible. The magic book agrees, saying that's great, and urges him to open its cover. It promises to transform him, not just into a mage, but into a legendary arcane knight. Excited, the boy complies, opening the book, which radiates a massive magical light, forming a stigma. On the book's page, where the stigma appears, the text reads, granting permission to instruct the bearer, granting bond to interact until the bearer's death. The stigma then manifests on Chaina's hand. The protagonist declares that the lonely wait of 300 years is over and that the training of mages begins anew. After sealing the contract with the bespectacled boy, the book exclaims that it's finally succeeded. China notices a slight change in its tone, and the magic book shouts about finally escaping that cursed shelf. Milhouse, startled by the book's attitude, reconsiders and says he truly doesn't think magic is for him. He explains that he comes from a family of knights and doesn't want to be expelled. He apologizes sincerely. The protagonist, annoyed, retorts that's nonsense, asking what's so bad about being expelled. He yells, asking if the boy is afraid of his father, wondering if his father would beat him for learning magic. The boy admits that's partly true. The legendary magic book, angry, says that if he learns magic from it, he'll become 10 times stronger than his father, and if his father dares to beat him, he can just cast a spell back. The boy, shocked, asks why he would attack his own father. The protagonist laments that 300 years of waiting might have been for nothing. Milhouse suggests introducing another academy student to the book so it could form a new contract, but the book adamantly refuses. Confused, the boy asks why not. The magic book, irritated, calls him an idiot and explains that once a contract is made, it can't make another until the bearer dies. The bespectacled boy, surprised, questions why it hadn't mentioned that earlier. The book complains, saying it would have been better not to have made the contract at all. Terrified, the boy apologizes again, but the protagonist questions how an idiot like him plans to become a knight. China apologizes, admitting he hadn't thought it through. Frustrated with the book's attitude, China tells it to shut up and calls it a cursed book. Outraged, the book demands to know how he dares to insult it and argues that it was forced into this contract from the start. It mocks the boy for being just a piece of paper aspiring to be a knight. Furious, China places the book back on the shelf and reprimands it, saying if it endured 300 years there, it can wait until he dies to make another contract. The protagonist protests, claiming that's unacceptable, but China Yunsbelia walks away, bidding farewell and telling the book it will just have to wait for its next bearer after his death. The magic book tries to calm itself, thinking it should use its authority power to force him to comply. It commands the boy to stop, but China asks what it's talking about. Realizing its power doesn't work, the book panics, concluding it must indeed wait for the boy to die. Enraged, it begins yelling at the bespectacled boy to die already, over and over, burying its face in the ground and calling him a coward. Milhouse then slips on a piece of paper on the floor, falls, and hits his head severely, leaving blood everywhere. The protagonist, stunned, asks what just happened. It takes half a day for someone to find the boy's body. His corpse is quickly removed, and by evening the library falls silent. At nightfall, the legendary magic book laments, saying it had finally thought it would escape that boring place. It acknowledges the sadness of the boy dying so young, but laments the loss of 300 years of waiting. With a sigh, it resigns itself, saying it doesn't matter. Soon, with the bearer's death, it will be sent to a new chapter. It begins to wonder where it will be teleported this time. A luxurious palace library, a smelly slum in the sewers, or maybe an old shelf in some street market. In the end, it just hopes for a slightly better place this time. Suddenly, it hears a noise and wonders who could be there at this hour. Realizing it's not a key turning but someone forcing a lock, it speculates it might be a thief. The book notes that whoever's using the lockpick doesn't seem like just any petty thief. When the door opens, he sees a hooded youth and wonders if it's an academy student, questioning if the academy is a factory for lunatics. Still, it doesn't make sense for someone to break in at this hour just for fun. The protagonist notices the person searching among the books and starts to think that perhaps they're looking for him, remembering that in just a minute he'll be transported somewhere else. He shouts loudly for them to come his way, calling out repeatedly, but it seems the youth can't hear him. Desperately, the grimoire begs to be read, and, at that moment, the young girl hears him and runs toward him. The magic book urges her to hurry and open his cover, and she manages to do so just in time. The protagonist comments that it's been 300 years since he ended up in the Imperial Family's Academy, exactly 109,561 days, and that, for the first time in a single chapter, he's found a second bearer. The blonde girl, upon opening the book, takes a deep breath as the legendary magic book reflects that she managed to avoid the guards outside, slip past the magical surveillance devices, and make it to him. Suddenly, the grimoire begins to shine intensely, revealing his true form, a young man with brown hair and yellow eyes. He asks for her name. The blonde girl responds that her name is Riley. The magic book immediately asks for her surname, to which she replies that she doesn't have one. He is confused, and Riley explains that she doesn't belong to any specific family. He brushes it off, saying it's fine, better to leave it at that, and quickly asks how she knew he was in the library. It was as if she knew he would disappear after today. He points out that she even managed to hear his voice at the end. He explains that his voice is telepathy, only audible to the contract bearer, someone in contact with him, or extremely sensitive magical creatures like dragons or spirits. Yet she's merely an academy apprentice, and he doesn't understand how she sensed such a complex magical wave. Riley replies that she doesn't know either but somehow heard a voice. The grimoire is perplexed, as the girl explains she was just nearby when she heard about an incident in the library, and then caught his voice complaining about finally thinking he'd escaped that boring place. The protagonist thinks it doesn't make sense, but maybe, if by chance the girl has mana affinity comparable to that of dragons or spirits. He considers that while it's rare, it's not impossible. Among humans, there are those with an incredibly rare chance of possessing extraordinary talent. If this girl has that kind of talent, he muses, among the apprentices he has trained, the greatest mage in history could be born. Decided, the protagonist tells Riley that before they begin, he must introduce himself. He says his name is Gru War of Dimato, and promises to turn her into a great mage. Later, when the girl lights a candle, the protagonist asks if that's where she sleeps, noting there are 5 beds in the room, but only she is there. Riley explains that since it's vacation time, the other students have gone home. He asks why she didn't go home as well, and Riley reminds him that, as she mentioned, she doesn't have a surname. Gru becomes thoughtful, commenting that even commoners in this world have surnames, and not having one might indicate something more complicated. He asks her to explain further, since to teach her, he needs to know more about her. Riley reveals that ever since she was old enough to understand things, she's been part of a thieves' guild. She didn't even have a name there and was simply called Tool Number 2. The first to join was Number 1, and she, Number 2, a boy in a similar situation. To the other guild members, they were nothing more than tools, living day by day following orders. She explains to the protagonist that a thieves' guild is never a pleasant place. Over time, the guild began to look at her differently. To prevent rebellion, the guild would make examples by killing people. But no matter how much they tried to control it, those guys never learned. With few options, she decided to escape the guild. D'Amato comments that the next step seems obvious. During her escape, she must have met a high-level mage who recognized her talent and brought her to the academy. Riley confirms that's exactly what happened. He reflects that coming from a thieves' guild, explains how she managed to infiltrate the library, and asks if she's a special student, and if she experienced any bullying at the academy. Riley admits that there was a little at first, but nothing too serious, as a friend named Michael from the Veil Rock family helped her. Gru becomes pensive, trying to recall if he knows a family with that name, and comments that he understands. He then assures Riley that from now on, they will get along, and he will train her to become a legendary mage who will go down in history. She responds that she's counting on him when suddenly, a voice from outside calls for Riley, knocking on the door and asking if she's going to open it. The protagonist is confused as the voice complains loudly, saying they had no idea where they ended up sleeping last night because of her. He asks Riley if she hadn't said that all her roommates had gone home for vacation. She remains silent, and the irritated voice continues, demanding to know why she locked the door and calling her a commoner. Gru asks if she's being bullied, and Riley admits she is. He then asks about the supposed Michael, and she sheepishly admits that was a lie. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and 3 visibly angry girls enter the room. By morning, Riley is sprawled on the floor with several bumps on her head. Gru asks if she's okay, and she replies that she is, questioning if a flower raised in a greenhouse could truly get hurt from a slap. He says no, but dismisses the point, and then asks why she keeps getting hit with her kind of personality. She explains that all those girls are nobles, and if she causes trouble, she'll get expelled. The protagonist observes that at this rate, attending the academy won't give her enough time to learn from him, especially if even those girls are holding her back. When is she supposed to learn magic? She stays silent for a moment before finally asking what she should do. He replies there are 2 options. Either she endures this life and learns magic with him, or she quits the academy. Riley asks which is the better choice, but Gru quickly states there's no right answer. It's simply a matter of decision, a life of oppression but a secure future in the academy, or a free life with an uncertain future outside of it. She ponders, and he comments that the withdrawal process takes less than 3 minutes. She confirms it's just a matter of filling out some paperwork. She also admits it's true that only she can see him. He explains that this form is only for communication with the contractor, as his true form is that of a book. Still, he admits it's a little disappointing. She asks what he means by that, and he explains there are many privileges she could enjoy at Luterus Academy, such as the special artifact from the annual tournament, or the potions awarded to top students. Outraged, she asks why he only mentioned this now and says he should have told her earlier. The protagonist, with a mischievous smile, asks if she regrets leaving the academy. Riley quickly denies it and comments that the Luterus vault is on the opposite side of the main gate, so they need to go back. Gru, confused, asks what she's talking about, and she explains that he himself said they should steal the artifacts and reagents. He can hardly believe it, but Riley argues that he had said if her talent aligned with Master Madoseo's teachings, her growth would be incredible. The grimoire admits this is true, and she concludes that if she'd stayed at Luterus, those would be the items she'd end up acquiring anyway. He's silent for a moment, but she, excited, declares that it's not stealing. It's taking what's rightfully theirs. Gru reflects that this way of thinking is a bit wrong, but pragmatic. Later, as they move forward, he asks how she knows where these emergency exits are, and she replies that there's a trick to everything. Walking a bit further, she warns that they've reached a crossroads. He asks if she knows which way to go, and she replies that she doesn't. Taking advantage of the situation, Gru decides to teach her a technique. She asks what kind of technique, and he explains it's the locating technique, a spell to find one's way. Riley says she already learned that at Luterus, and he asks her to demonstrate. The young girl focuses her magic in her hands and uses the technique. The magic splits, traveling down both paths and revealing hidden traps. She reports that there are 3 traps on the left path, while the right one is a dead end, so she suggests they take the left. The protagonist observes and agrees her method is good and stable, but too predictable. He encourages her not to limit herself to rules imposed by others, as she's far superior to that. He instructs her to cast magic in multiple directions simultaneously, spreading it without hesitation, and asks her to focus, saying this is only the beginning. She must channel her full attention into every particle of magic cast, tracking and visualizing everything. Surprisingly, following his guidance, Riley comments that she's starting to see everything clearly. Later, aboard a ship, Riley's bag is filled with artifacts and reagents they managed to take. The protagonist praises her performance, and she, with a shy smile, asks if he really thinks she did well. He confirms, saying that for a first attempt, it was excellent. Now it's time to bid farewell to the Artemis Library, where he had been trapped for nothing less than 300 years. Finally, he is free from that boring place. Gru, looking at Riley, comments that they need to clarify something. She risked everything to find him, and even left the academy where she was doing well just to learn magic from him. So he asks directly what her true objective is. On a clear night, the sky seemed filled with countless shining stars, but it was actually a meteor shower. A village in flames, with several hooded figures killing villagers who begged for mercy. The hooded figures cast fireball spells to murder the people. The village was in complete chaos as 2 children ran. A boy held Riley's hand as they fled. She watched the tragedy unfolding in the village with her own eyes, while a voice urged them to run faster. The protagonist asks Riley why she wants to learn magic from him. She stays silent for a moment, before saying that she has a goal she must achieve by becoming stronger. Those who seek power through magic usually have specific reasons. He asks if it's for revenge. She confirms. The grimoire considers asking for more details but decides against it. Talking about someone's past tragedies is unpleasant, especially if they had a dark childhood like Riley's. Besides, they've only just met, and from now on they'll get to know each other gradually. Riley asks if he won't share his reason. He's confused and asks, reason for what? She clarifies, his reason for training mages like her, for teaching all his knowledge without holding back. He then asks if it matters. With a sinister look, he says he's doing it purely for fun, and tells her to think carefully. What fun is there in living as a magic book? He's just enjoying himself while training mages. She responds that she understands. Riley then mentions that they left the academy so suddenly, and asks what he plans to do now. Gru asks if she has the professor's recommendation letter. She confirms and begins to read it aloud. Recommendation letter for the Arantes Magic Tower. The protagonist wonders where that is, thinking he expected a recommendation for one of the Empire's 5 great magic towers, or at least a well-established one. If he doesn't know it, it must have been founded during the 300 years he was stuck in the library. A magic tower is where mages build connections. The position of a grand mage isn't something achieved through skill alone. There's no better place than a magic tower to establish political influence, but what is this name he's never heard of? Riley calls his attention and explains that the Arantes Magic Tower is, in fact, one of the Empire's 5 great magic towers. He's confused. She says that to understand the Arantes Magic Tower, he first needs to learn about Ian Arantes, its founder and master. She shows him a portrait. Gru asks why the book includes a portrait of Ian on his deathbed, and comments they should have used one of him at his peak. Riley responds that this is Ian at his peak. Gru is incredulous. She explains that the portrait was painted when Ian Arantes was 40 years old. The grimoire asks if Ian passed away young. She replies that Ian is still alive. He questions her, pointing out that the portrait says it was painted over 300 years ago. The blonde girl confirms it and says Ian is still alive today. Gru asks if Ian is some kind of half-elf. Riley dismisses the idea, saying of course not. Gru mutters that a half-elf wouldn't look like that anyway. She retorts that's rude. Regardless, she explains that although Ian only reached the rank of High Mage, his accomplishments are considered to surpass those of an Archmage. In fact, the Academic Society is currently debating whether to grant him the title of Archmage. She asserts that without a doubt, Ian single-handedly elevated the status of the Arantes Magic Tower. The magic book comments that even so, it doesn't make sense. 300 years is a long time, but not enough to change the landscape of the Empire's magic towers. Something he doesn't know must have happened. He begins examining the book and spots a phrase, the immortality mortals dream of, to continue living without becoming one. This aspiration of the Empire's archmages and his professor, Marta Faharich, suddenly makes sense. Gru realizes that Ian Arantes has achieved the realm of immortality. He became an archmage who elevated the status of the Empire and for hundreds of years has fulfilled the wish of his teacher, Marta Faharich. The grimoire falls silent while Riley looks confused. Excited, the girl exclaims that they're in the Imperial capital. He asks if it's her first time there. She replies that it's her first time visiting calmly, in broad daylight, since the incident with the Thieves' Guild. The protagonist suggests that, since they're there, she might want to explore a bit. She agrees enthusiastically. They buy the island specialty, unicorn skewers. The girl remarks that the capital is truly different, as they're selling meat from a divine beast. He responds that people only call it unicorn meat, but it's no different from lamb skewers. Shocked, she says she thought it was real unicorn meat since they called it unicorn skewers. Gru asks what she's talking about. Irritated, she claims she feels deceived and wants a refund. As they walk, he notices something and stops. Curious, she looks over and spots statues of famous mages. The girl says they represent the 5 great mages and comments that she's heard they were incredibly talented geniuses with a passion for magic. Gru, glancing with a faint smile, sighs and says, "Geniuses, my foot. They were all a bunch of idiots." However, he adds, they weren't the type to give up. Gru asks if she remembers when she questioned his purpose in creating mages. She confirms. He explains that it's to turn his contractors into great mages and to take revenge on those who turned him into a piece of paper. He adds that his disciples endured a lot for that purpose. Even Marta tried to create a resurrection ritual for him, but ultimately failed. Still, as far as he remembers, Marta didn't have any disciples. Riley asks if Ian Arantes lied then. Annoyed, he confirms and declares that they're heading to the Arantes Magic Tower. With a serious expression, he states he can't forgive someone pretending to be a disciple of his disciple's disciple. She smiles and proposes they make a promise to each other. She will seek revenge on Ian Arantes for him, and in return, he will help her with her own revenge. He smiles and agrees. That day, Riley and Gru swore to help each other achieve their vengeance. That's how their story began. His book on the shelf is Gru, about 5 years after reincarnating as a grimoire. He was stolen from a simple shop by a boy named Feindal, who survived day to day wandering the slums. The boy asks if the name Gruwar sounds good and explains it comes from the old term for grimoire. Gru asks the boy to just call him Grimoire. Feindal insists that even if Gru doesn't like the name, he'll still call him Gruwar. Feindal was Gru's first contractor. To the grimoire, who was confused right after becoming what he is, Feindal was like a light, and Gru wanted to repay him. The little boy asks if he's doing it right and comments that he doesn't feel anything. The protagonist tells him to wait a bit longer. Shortly after, the boy says he thinks he feels a slight tingling. The magic book responds that's great and instructs him to guide the energy slowly to the mana heart. Feindal says it's working, but that it hurts a little. Gru reassures him that's normal and tells him to endure and continue. The boy remarks that it's getting hot, too hot. The grimoire tells him to stop complaining, saying he can endure it if he wants Gru to transmit magical knowledge, and urges him to go on. The boy cries out that it's far too hot and begins screaming. Gru asks what he's doing rushing so much, but suddenly the boy can't withstand the magical power and ends up dying, spewing blood everywhere. The protagonist is left in shock. Later, in a carriage, Gru calls for Riley. She responds, and he reminds her to be cautious since the coachman is present. Ever since the Bond Authority was established, Riley and Gru have had a certain level of mutual understanding. By adding a bit of vocalization through mana, it essentially becomes their personal telepathy. He remarks that no one in the world would ever think of making unicorn skewers. She challenges him to a bet. He tells her to go ahead, but a moment later, alarmed, he begs her not to actually do it. She replies that she was joking. It's a convenient technique in many ways. She calls him out, asking why he didn't teach her such a simple technique earlier. He starts to think, remembering he found it kind of cute when Riley whispered near others. Knowing she'd get mad if he said that, he decides to stay silent. She observes him quietly but then comments that, thanks to the Bond Authority, she already knows all his true feelings. The grimoire remarks that if the Arantes Magic Tower is one of the 5 great towers, there must be a selection test. He warns her not to take it lightly. Riley asks why. He explains that the 5 great towers don't want promising candidates like her, but rather mages who are already complete and verified. She grows thoughtful. The selection test is a place of strict merit. For Riley to be chosen by the Arante's magic tower, she must stand out and demonstrate her abilities against other mages. Of course, ordinary mages prepare their entire lives for this test. That's why it's called the Graveyard of Prodigies. But this year, they're going to participate. Riley, surprised, asks if he wants her to reach the level of an intermediate or superior mage in just 6 months, and asserts that it's impossible. He responds that it's entirely possible, which is why he's confident. With his help, she can pass the test in 6 months. Smiling, he says he has something prepared. A bit later, the coachman stops the carriage and asks if this is the correct place, since it's completely covered in spells. The grimoire confirms and says it is the right location, instructing the coachman to leave them there. Shortly after, the protagonist explains that this is where she will train for the next 6 months, and that one of his disciples also resides here. The girl remarks that, if he's an ex-disciple, he must be at least 300 years old and doubts he's still alive. The protagonist replies that he's neither alive nor dead, leaving her confused. Near a cemetery, the magic book mentions that one of his former disciples became a lich. The lich senses someone nearby. The protagonist explains that only a great mage can become a lich, and that when he was alive, he was a remarkable mage. Riley, looking around, asks where he is, as she only sees trees. He replies that he doesn't know and that she'll have to find out herself, calling it a kind of test. She questions what he means by that. He sighs and says that those who cannot find him are not worthy of learning magic. The girl falls silent, and he asks if she knows how to find something. Gathering magic in her hand, she replies that she does. Finding the lich's hideout, hidden somewhere in the forest, is the first stage of her training. Thus, she uses the spell pathfinding. Her magic begins to collide with several magic circles. Riley comments that there are too many concealment spells and that it's overwhelming. Gru, observing, thinks they are barrier spells, illusions, and magical distortions. The lich, seeing her trying to find his hideout, calls her golden-eyed girl and says she seems quite proud. However, even an advanced mage took half a year to locate his hideout. He asks if she really thinks a mere apprentice like her will find it so easily. Riley just smiles. The protagonist, observing this, thinks it's no wonder she's so confident, as Riley's affinity with mana is at the level of a true prodigy. As her spell continues colliding with traps, she eventually finds the lich. When they meet face to face, she says she found him. Surprised, the lich asks how she managed it so quickly. He admits he just wanted to appear imposing after so long, but now feels his act has been ruined. The girl is surprised. He then admits to being impressed and asks the grimoire how she found him so quickly, as it usually takes at least 2 years. The grimoire mentions that the previous record holder took 4 months, but Riley broke the barrier in under 10 minutes by tracking the interference magic backward, something only possible for someone with an insanely high affinity for mana. The lich, incredulous, asks if she really traced his interference magic. She confirms, and he calls her a monster. Along the way, they encounter several strange monsters. The grimoire, observing, thinks the lich's peculiar habits haven't changed. It then comments that it's unsure if this place can even be called a hideout. The skull, excited, says his room is over there. Sometime later, while having tea, Gru notices that his disciple is unwell and asks the lich to tone down his aura, as it's affecting the girl. He apologizes and says that, since he hasn't seen anyone in so long, he's not adjusted. Betraying the laws of the celestial realm, and cursed by the gods as a necromantic being, he inevitably exudes the aura of dark magic typical of someone defying death, a lich. He reduces his aura slightly, and asks if it's better now. Gru responds that it's somewhat better. The lich then asks Riley if she understands why he created a new disciple instead of keeping a lich. Riley replies that she somewhat understands. The foundation of a lich is dark magic, strictly forbidden in the Empire. She mentions followers of evil gods, necromancers, dark mages, and even thieves' guilds that illegally obtain materials for such practitioners. There's even an organization called the Inquisition, specialized in punishing them. Everything related to evil is subject to punishment. Thus, the protagonist comments that this isn't the most important matter now and asks the lich how he's been and if anything serious has happened. The lich questions what could have occurred and says that, since becoming a lich, he's been there for 2,000 years. The magic book, surprised, exclaims, 2,000 years, and notes that he fought for only 300 years. The skull laughs and says he was worried since the master hadn't visited him in almost 300 years. He thought something serious might have happened, and mentions that he has occasionally been researching necromancy, dark magic, and curses. He encounters the disciples the master brings alone, and time passes quickly. About 5 years ago, he had to deal with adventurers who somehow found his hideout. The legendary magic book asks if adventurers invaded, and he confirms, saying he doesn't know how they found it, questioning if it was luck. Regardless, they mistook the place for a dungeon due to the dark magic aura and attacked as soon as they saw him, so he had no choice but to fight back. Gru comments that the tea is spilling and asks what happened to the adventurers. The Lich replies that, since he had few helpers, he made them his slaves, and says they're still there. Riley and the grimoire look back as the Lich commands them to greet Jeremy, his right hand. The magic book, irritated, yells that he's a Death Knight, calls the Lich crazy, and complains that he said Jeremy was just a regular adventurer, asking how a common adventurer could become a Death Knight. Riley comments to the master about the person, but he interrupts, asking if she knows him. She responds that the sword at Jeremy's waist, with the golden lion on the hilt, belongs to the leader of the Inquisition, and she heard he disappeared during a mission 5 years ago, and is still being sought. War calls the Lich cursed. He replies that he didn't know, explaining that he only fought the adventurers who invaded his hideout. Typically, leeches have their minds slightly affected by dark magic, and he used to visit him frequently to check his mental state and make adjustments. It seems that, during the 300 years of absence, the reins were loosened. He sighs deeply. The Lich comments that, even though the disciple is still an apprentice, she came there, asking if there's a specific reason. The grimoire says that, if it's this child, she can surely handle training with him now. He agrees. The protagonist asks if he remembers the last disciple he brought, Marta Farhelik. The Lich asks if it was the silver-haired girl and comments that it's connected to those scoundrels. Sometime later, the Lich understands the situation and concludes that there's an imposter pretending to be Marta Farhelik's disciple and that the master plans to enter the Tower of Magic to take revenge on the imposter. He confirms. The skeleton questions the reason for that and asks why go through the trouble of avenging himself by entering the Arante's Tower of Magic, suggesting it would be better to go to another tower and keep things under control, considering places like the 5 Great Towers, overshadowed by Arantes. Gru comments that it's certainly a simpler and more constructive approach, but destroying everything slowly from within and doing it personally would be, according to him, where the fun lies. The skeleton, surprised, remarks that the reason is very strange and asks if that's really what he should be saying. The Lich tells them to wait a moment and asks Riley what she thinks since, if they follow the master's opinion, she'll be in danger. The girl responds that she thinks the method is exciting and fun. The Lich says he understands, comments that she's strange too, and decides to focus solely on the training. A little later, the girl is surprised by the place they've arrived. The skeleton asks if the flow of magic seems strange and explains that he spent a lot of time creating that space with the master. 6 months until the selection exam is a very short period for an apprentice to reach the level of an advanced mage, even for a genius like Riley. But what if they had 4 times that time? What if they had 2 years? The girl, excited, comments that the space is incredible. The two reply that it was quite a challenge to create it. Now, she has 2 distinct advantages over other mages. First, exceptional physical abilities due to her past in the Thieves Guild. Second, her naturally superior affinity with mana. From now on, they'll focus solely on these 2 things, and on just one type of magic. He asks if she knows what Dispel is. She replies that it's a spell that undoes other magics, dismantling the opponent's spell without needing to defend. He confirms, explaining that Dispel is a type of counterspell magic that undoes spells, making a fireball vanish into thin air like magic. He asks if she understands why he's asking her to train in it. The girl responds that she does, and comments that he wants her to use Dispel to prevent the opponent from casting magic during the selection exam, and then take advantage of her physical combat skills. War confirms that she's right, and he says that no matter how high the opponent's magic level is compared to hers, she just needs to make sure they can't use magic. The skeleton comments that this is a bit unfair, but he responds that it's the only way to deal with mages during the selection exam, and leaves it to him. Riley asks them to wait a moment, and the Lich begins using his aura. The girl questions if he's already starting and points out that he hasn't explained anything about Dispel. He asks if she didn't learn this in Renelmus, and she replies that it's advanced-level magic, usually taught in the 3rd year. The skeleton says that's even better and begins using his magic, commenting that Riley usually gets better at things like this quickly, after a few tries, while the protagonist and the Lich watch thoughtfully. He mentions that people's skills often improve after being hit a few times, and wonders why she doesn't want to get hit again. The skeleton agrees. War asks why she isn't progressing. The Lich reflects that when he cast the spell toward her, she simply ran away, and now it's been an hour since she started fleeing. The magic book questions if there's something wrong with the teaching method. It's been 3 days since he met Riley, and although it's not a long time, he already understands her personality. Riley has an extremely strong pride and is reluctant to show weakness. She has a deep aversion to failure. For members of the Thieves Guild, failing a mission is not an option. He wonders if the psychological pressure accumulated since her childhood still affects her, and perhaps because of the fear of failure. She feels she has no other choice but to run uncontrollably. Riley responds that it's not that, and admits she was just afraid it would hurt if she got hit by the magic. The Lich is confused and decides to let it go. The protagonist asks if the problem isn't the principle but the method. She responds that's exactly it. The method of detecting the opponent's casting, the method of diving into the spell's source, the method of diving into the magical formula. The grimoire asks if she doesn't know each detailed step to dispel, but comments that he's already taught her everything she needs to know and tells her to think calmly. He says that a moment ago she was distressed about being attacked, but now she can reflect more clearly. The Lich casts the magic and demonstrates it to the girl. She stands up, touches the magic, and questions if he really taught her everything she needs. He confirms. She comments that the only things he taught her were tracking and telepathy. The protagonist agrees. She questions if he's saying she should apply both. He says yes. She smiles, says she understands, and declares she'll ask more questions instead. She recalls what he said earlier about not adhering to rules defined by mediocre people because she's an entity far superior to them. Determined, she tries a different method. As the grimoire suggested, she resolves to forge her own path, forming a mana circuit like a labyrinth. Using tracking, she recalls having navigated labyrinths before, such as Artemis's underground passage and the path to the Lich's hideout. While concentrating, the magic book comments that now she will unravel those magical formulas one by one, discreetly, so others don't notice, like using telepathy in a secret conversation. Focusing on this, she manages to dispel the Lich's magic. Gru congratulates her, saying she succeeded. Trembling and sweating, she asks how long it took. He replies that it was 4 hours. She sighs, saying it felt like just 1 hour. He explains no, that it was 4 hours in the outside world because she had been battling that low mana sphere for 16 hours. Surprised, she comments that time flies. Gru warns that from now on, it will be more or less like this. The girl says that's fine because she thinks she's gotten the hang of it. He responds that's good. Time passed relentlessly. The seasons changed one by one. September arrived, bringing the fresh autumn air when the sun starts to set earlier. Marking the time of year when the magical world pays the most attention, the selection exam season of the 5 great magic towers. While Riley and the Lich were training, his spell was dispelled, leaving the skeleton confused. The protagonist comments that it was a perfect dispel without any errors. The 6 months of training, which felt like 2 years to them, had finally come to an end. The magic book states that, at this pace, she could even face a mid-level mage without any problems. She asks if he's serious, and he confirms, saying they'll wrap up for today. The Lich comments that she did very well, and says he'll ask Jeremy to prepare a delicious dinner. The protagonist tells the skeleton that he also did very well. The skeleton smiles faintly and says it was nothing. Suddenly, a letter falls from the Lich's cloak, while the grimoire comments that with a bit more refinement in attack magic, it'll be perfect. The letter lands in Riley's hand, and they wonder what it is. The letter reads, The Supreme Plan for World Domination by the Lich, Volume 12. Step 1. Create a Death Knight. Step 2. Synthesize a chimera capable of using magic. The two, seeing this, are shocked and look at the skeleton. He becomes embarrassed and silent. The protagonist, irritated, asks what the hell this is and if he was trying to conquer the world while he was away. The Lich, sheepish, replies that it's not like that and thinks to himself that he was sure he had burned that. The grimoire asks what he means by not like that and accuses him of being completely insane, questioning if he was trying to ruin the entire continent. The Lich shouts for them to stop and insists he wasn't trying to conquer the world. He says he just wanted to take over a small city in the Far East and make it his kingdom, asking if that's enough. The magic book, annoyed, sighs lightly. The skeleton comments that a Lich of his level should have such ambition, but admits he's worried he might cause problems soon, and wonders if he hasn't already caused some. He remains silent while the grimoire says it was just commenting, and asks why he's reacting that way. The skeleton, flustered, insists he hasn't caused any real trouble. Around the same time as the Lich's world domination plan was uncovered, in the northern part of the Empire, others were plotting another conspiracy. On the snowy road leading to the mage city of Wilhelm, a group of people hidden in the bushes remarks that the girl's outfit looks expensive at first glance. They say her step is pathetic. She shows no signs of caution, and she's completely defenseless. They grab a bow, aim at the girl, and comment that she shouldn't be walking alone in a place like that, ordering her death as they fire the arrow at her. The arrow hits her squarely, knocking her to the ground, and the bandits cheer, saying it was a great strike for their boss, and excitedly examine the many jewels, commenting that there are outrageously expensive items there, things you wouldn't even find in the best dungeons. One of the bandits, shocked, calls for the boss, who, busy grabbing the treasure, asks what he wants. Pointing his finger, the bandit tells him to look. It's the girl they had just killed standing unharmed with a cynical smile. The leader of the bandits, stunned, asks what's going on, and the lackeys notice that the treasure has also disappeared. He realizes she's a mage and orders everyone to draw their swords, saying they have a chance since they outnumber her. She just smiles as the leader calls her a spoiled and elegant girl. Suddenly, something appears, cutting down the bandits. The leader, biting his lips in pain, realizes his arms have fallen to the ground. He screams in agony as the girl approaches, grabs his chin with a sinister look, and says that anyone who messes with a mage must pay the price. Sometime later, in the Northern Empire, a gray-hooded mage examines the scene, saying it's the work of a mage, that there was a fight against bandits, and that it happened about 5 hours ago. He comments that it would be more fitting to call it a one-sided slaughter. One of the men asks what they should do, and the mage tells them to ignore it and move on, saying they can inform the guards when they reach the city, and that as long as he's around, there won't be any trouble. The knight agrees, and says he trusts him. When the mage gets back into the carriage, he notices Riley and calls her, asking why she's heading to Wilhelm. She replies that she's going to take the entrance exam for the 5 great magic towers. He says that's suicidal and asks if she hasn't seen the massacre that occurred there, explaining that the selection exams attract all kinds of mages, including lunatics who see the exam as a legitimate opportunity to kill. He asserts that she should at least have the ability to protect herself if she values her life, commenting that reaching the lower ranks at such a young age is commendable, but that the tower selection exam is more than she can imagine. He suggests she train more at a school in Wilhelm. She thanks him for his sincere advice, but states she's already made her decision. He remains silent, thinking that yet another promising candidate will meet a premature end this year, and sighs. Gru asks why the old man is meddling. When they reach the city, Riley, using telepathy, says she's fascinated because it's the first time she's seen such an advanced city. Wilhelm, a cold city where it snows year-round, is the heart of magical engineering. As Riley walked through the city in the sky, several airships floated nearby. Suddenly, an explosion erupted near a house. People on the street asked what was happening, and some replied that it was Roy, the neighbor, failing another experiment. The magic book commented that while the appearance had changed, the atmosphere remained the same, and asked if Riley had figured out the way. Looking at the map, she admitted she had no idea. The book responded in frustration, saying the city had changed so much it didn't recognize the way either, and questioned why the Selection Exam Administration office wasn't on the map. Meanwhile, someone lurking in the shadows observed Riley. She used the spell Pathfinding and detected 10 possible locations for the administration office. She noted that all of them were relatively clean buildings with restricted public access, but worried they might be branches of academies or mid-level research labs. The protagonist remarked that he would have followed that meddlesome old man if he'd known this. Riley commented that she should have stayed close to the mage, even if it meant enduring his complaints. He admitted he hadn't imagined Wilhelm would change so much in 300 years. She asked if he really thought nothing would change in that time. Suddenly, a man appeared, greeting Riley and saying she seemed new there. She turned around silently while Gru noted that he wore a bulky cloak, common in Wilhelm, and that a vague display of magical energy surrounded him. The friendly man commented that newcomers to Wilhelm often had trouble finding the administration office. The grimoire speculated he was a novice mage. Edric Frostclaw remarked that pathfinding was a useless spell there because residual magical energy from experiments and research interfered with such spells. Riley asked if there was another way to find the office, and Edric suggested that asking a friendly person for help might be an option. Using telepathy, she asked Gru what they should do. He said it was up to her. The girl told the man she'd be in his care. The man asked where the young lady was heading. The golden-eyed girl replied that it was the administration office for the selection exam. He confirmed and asked if she was there to take the exam. She replied affirmatively. Edric remarked it was impressive for someone so young to participate, but noted that the office was still far away. He explained that since it was her first time in Wilhelm, he would share some information. He mentioned that Wilhelm was a vast city divided into several districts, and that the Wilhelm Alliance organization managed the mid-level magic towers. As they walked, Riley called out to him and asked how much longer it would take. He asked if she meant the administration office and estimated about 15 minutes. The girl clarified that she wasn't referring to that, but instead to the spell he'd been casting on her since earlier. Edric Frostclaw's demeanor changed, and he asked when she noticed. She replied it was from the very beginning since they met, as he placed strange emphasis on certain words and used peculiar intonation to infuse magic into his speech. She asked if this wasn't true, referring to incantation, the first step of casting a spell. The man fell silent. He had been using this technique to disguise the incantation and cast a spell on Riley. He began laughing loudly and asked if she had followed him even knowing this. She replied affirmatively. He asked why. The spell he had been trying to cast was paralysis. If successful, Riley would have been completely immobilized and sold as an experiment subject to a dark mage or an illegal slave market. Grieu commented that this was a common occurrence in Wilhelm, and that victims were often young like Riley. Even so, Riley explained that the reason they followed the man was because, even if she fought him, he didn't seem like someone capable of harming her. The man, irritated, accused her of becoming arrogant for reaching the basic level of inferior mages at such a young age, and declared he would teach her a painful lesson today. He remarked that even among lower-level mages, the difference in ability could be as vast as the sky and the earth. The protagonist shouted in agreement, adding that Riley was the sky and he was the earth. The girl asked if she was his first kidnapping target. Edric Frostclaw responded that she was the 13th. She remarked that it was quite a number of kidnappings. Feeling smug, he said everyone fell for his smile and claimed to be very attractive. Grieu and Riley couldn't believe it. Edric boasted that people always said he had a face that easily made women cry. The girl says that, indeed, they must be lamenting every night, because in that regard, he must be very good at making women cry. Irritated, he insults her and uses his fire magic, grabbing his spear and activating the fire attribute. The grimoire comments that this guy, even as a novice lower-level mage, has excellent control, making him perfect for practical experience. The man, enveloping his spear in flames, orders her to die and hurls the weapon at her. Riley stands still, unmoving. As the spear gets close, she uses accelerated thinking. After training with the Lich, Riley's dynamic vision has surpassed that of a human. When someone like Riley channels magic into their brain, they can analyze the fire magic surrounding the spear. She uses Dispel, easily canceling Edric Frostclaw's magic. Shocked, he asks what kind of trick that was. The girl replies, "Who knows?" and asks if this isn't the difference between the sky and the earth that he mentioned earlier. The protagonist, watching, thinks that Riley's attack is different from his. No rotation, no application, no tricks, just a simple mass of magical energy. However, it's unimaginably fast. She then casts the spell toward Edric, hitting him squarely. This is the true magic missile. The magic missile was so powerful that it made Edric Frostclaw spit blood. The young girl says that, thanks to him, she learned a valuable lesson. As a token of her gratitude, she gives him a tip. Being skilled with magic doesn't solve everything, especially in combat, where results can vary greatly depending on traits and talents. Then, noticing he isn't moving, she asks if he's dead. Grieu, excited, asks if she just killed him. Riley responds that, if he puts it that way, he interrupts her, saying he's not making a big deal out of it. She's confused. The magic book begins repeating whether they killed him and yells, "Damn it," ordering him to resurrect immediately. It complains that they came all this way for practical experience, and ending like this isn't right. Despite its desperate pleas, the man didn't resurrect. By nightfall, Riley comments that, of all the places, the last one, the 10th building, was the administration office. The protagonist says their luck is truly awful. At first, she checked the 10 presumed locations for the administration office using pathfinding. However, strangely, no one knew where the office was. Only after checking all the buildings once did she find the correct location. Grieu thinks it's so obvious with that sign, yet Riley didn't detect it. Something is strange. It's not on the map, nor detectable with the pathfinding spell. It seems they're intentionally hiding the location. Noticing something, the grimoire asks the girl if she remembers the locations of all the buildings they visited so far. She replies that she does, having marked them all on the map. The grimoire tells her to mark the administration building too. When she does, she notices it forms an inverted pentagram, a magic circle. It explains that the bastards at the administration office used the entire city of Wilhelm as a magic circle. They placed special buildings at each location and activated the magic circle, concealment, magic barriers, invisibility, illusions, and spells to confuse those who come there and make them struggle as much as possible. The girl asks why they would do that. The grimoire replies that, well, there's only one way to find out. Thus, Riley enters the building and sees a red-haired mage congratulating her for passing the first phase of the selection exam. The mage explains that presenting the symbol will allow her to use Wilhelm's facilities for free, and that the next selection exam will be in a week, so she can rest well until then. Surprised to see the symbol, Riley agrees and, using telepathy to speak with Grieu, comments that they passed the first test, but for a first phase, it seemed too easy. The protagonist says that visiting 10 different buildings is tedious but not difficult. However, this is something only Riley, skilled in pathfinding, could say. They weren't on the map and were hard to find even with the spell. There were 10 presumed locations for the administration offices, and all of this was part of a test. The administrator mentioned that one must overcome several obstacles, track all 9 locations, and then find the final office. This search for the administration office must be hell for other mages. The administrator calls her and asks her to avoid any conflict with other candidates as much as possible before the next exam. She remains silent. After they leave, the girl asks what that was all about. The magic book says it's nothing, and that sometimes there are idiots who blindly pick fights to gauge the level of other candidates before the exam, adding that this might be to prevent those types from causing trouble in Wilhelm. Riley comments that it has nothing to do with her. The book responds that no, it's different, but there may still be some who ignore the warning and try to provoke her into a fight. Suddenly, Riley notices something and calls the grimoire. It replies that it's aware, just like now. A strong killing intent is directed at Riley. The girl says it's a familiar mana, the same mana she felt from the corpses they saw on the road in the carriage. The protagonist states that the person emitting this killing intent is the culprit behind those corpses and asks Riley to track the intent, another application of pathfinding. Abandoning sight and seeing the world solely through mana, she locates the person and says, "There she is," asking what to do. The magic book asks for her impression after seeing the person and whether she thinks she can win. She responds that she can. Gru tells her to wait and stay in a defensive stance as much as possible. Suddenly, Riley perceives a spell coming toward her and wonders if she should dispel it or perhaps crouch to dodge. Thinking it's too fast to avoid, she realizes that if she doesn't act, the spell will pierce her brain before she can counter or dodge. In this case, she decides she'll have to sacrifice some flesh to save the bone. She uses a double spell, raising a barrier on the side from which the attack is coming. The barrier quickly breaks, but creates an opening for her to evade. At the same time, she prepares a magic missile. However, she finds no opportunity to attack and can't stop the spell, which breaks her barrier and hits her, causing blood to spill. Panicking, Riley asks what happened. Not understanding, she looks around frightened. In front of her, a red-clad woman appears, saying that what just occurred was a battle inside her mind, a mental battle, a simulation manifesting in a state of extreme concentration where she detects the opponent, feels the killing intent, and thinks about how to react. A simple illusion. The woman removes her hood and asks if Riley just saw her own death. Riley is stunned. Gru notices the symbol on the mage's hand and identifies it as an inverted pentagram, indicating that she too is a candidate for the selection exam and apparently completely ignored the warning to avoid conflicts. That macabre scene could only be described as the work of an unhinged killer. The protagonist warns Riley to be careful with that person, saying she seems like a genuinely cruel psychopath. Among those who use magic, there isn't a sane person who would use it as a murder weapon. Later, at a restaurant, the mage asks Riley if the food is to her liking and comments that it's delicious. While eating, Riley responds that yes, it's very good. The mage says this is the best restaurant in Wilhelm, where even the masters of the 5 great magic towers dine after the selection exam, adding that Riley doesn't need to respond, just eat everything, as Big Sis will pay. The golden-eyed girl asks if she's serious about paying for everything, and the mage confirms, saying she was rude earlier and at least owes her this. Excited, Riley tells the grimoire that she likes her. Gru, incredulous, says he told Riley not to get too close. Riley comments that people who offer good food can't be bad. He sighs deeply and asks if it's really that delicious. The girl responds that it is, and recalls that she only ate bad food in the Lich's dusty cave. The protagonist remarks that the Lich would be hurt if he heard that since he worked hard, cooking for her with all his effort, carefully balancing nutrients and using rare ingredients like magical herbs without holding back. The girl questions what's the point if the food doesn't taste good. The magic book responds that she's quite harsh, but now the most important thing is that the mage introduces herself, saying her name is Rebecca Duncan, and that Riley can call her Becky if she wants. Smiling, Rebecca says it's a pleasure to meet her. This crazy killer is the real problem. After the meal, Riley thanks her. Becky says there's no need to thank her and that she's happy Riley enjoyed the food. Rebecca Duncan, 27 years old, is a mid-level mage on the verge of reaching the advanced level, who came to Wilhelm for the selection exam. As she leaves, she tells Riley not to be so grateful since everything there is free anyway. The girl is confused, and Becky asks if she didn't hear this from the administrator, explaining that some facilities, including the restaurant, are free if she shows the emblem. The magic book remarks that Riley is more naive than he thought. Laughing, Riley tells Becky to look at her expression and says she didn't mean to deceive her. Gru thinks she still doesn't understand the situation, that when Riley shows a blank expression, it means she's quite irritated. The waiter starts crying over the damage, while Rebecca asks what Riley will do now and whether she has a place to stay. Riley replies she only planned to head to the closest place on her list. The mage says that's not good, and points out that even though the facilities were inspected by the 5 great magic towers, there's a significant difference in quality. She asks to see the map and list. Becky points out on the map that the Celestial Whale Inn is the best place to stay, explaining that she's staying there because it's acoustically isolated, quiet, the owner is kind, and the food is excellent. Riley says she understands. A little later, Becky marks the best places in the city on the map for Riley. The girl asks if Becky isn't coming along, but the mage replies she'll be staying at someone's house for a while. Looking at Riley, Becky excitedly asks if she wants to stay there too. Riley declines. Rebecca remarks that she didn't even hesitate and says she was only asking. The grimoire thinks that, based on its thousands of years of experience, this statement was sincere. If Riley had accepted, Becky would have guided her there. The golden-eyed girl uses telepathy to ask the protagonist why Rebecca is so interested in her. He replies that he doesn't know, but speculates that perhaps she's curious about how Riley, who is just a novice, managed to pass the first phase of the exam. Maybe she wants to know what kind of talent allowed it. Riley comments that he's quite good at speculating for someone who claims not to know, and he replies it's just a guess. The girl notes that there's a saying, those of the same kind recognize one another. Gru asks if she's calling him crazy, and Riley replies, not at all. As Rebecca leaves, she tells Riley to rest well, and that they'll see each other in the next exam. The protagonist thinks that someone who smiles like that is a maniac who unleashed killing intent during their first meeting, and a lunatic who brutally killed those bandits. The less you know about an opponent, the more dangerous they become. Gru advises Riley to say a few words before they part. Riley says, "See you next time, Becky," and adds that she hopes they can fight face-to-face in their next encounter, asking her not to use something tricky like illusion magic to scare her. Rebecca is surprised. The virtual battle during their first meeting was an intense experience where Riley faced death and returned to the real world. Becky had called it a mental battle, a real concept, but it was actually illusion magic that she cast. The mage, astonished, comments that Riley is quite impressive and asks how she noticed, saying only a high-level mage would detect it. Gru explains that since ancient times, there's only one way to detect illusion magic. Riley says there's no chance she would die at the hands of an incompetent mage like Rebecca. Hearing this, Rebecca becomes irritated. Riley remarks that if it were a battle in her mental space, she would have won without issue, but since something impossible happened, it must have been illusion magic. All mages have a strong sense of pride, and none would stay silent after being called incompetent to their face. Rebecca, angry, asks what Riley just said and whether she really thinks she would win without trouble. Riley confidently replies, yes. The mage, irritated and thoughtful, begins laughing loudly and asks if Riley truly believes she could defeat her so easily, telling her to wake up. She declares herself a mage on the verge of reaching the advanced level, while Riley is just a novice barely reaching apprentice level. She explains the vast difference between them, the amount of magic power one can control at once, the precision of control, the strength of the mana core, and even the speed of casting spells. Each of these improves significantly with every level. Gru comments that such a difference cannot easily be overcome, no matter the skill, as the difference in levels is absolute, a fact established in the world of magic. However, Riley responds that someone told her something similar earlier, and now that person is lying in a Wilhelm alley with a hole in his chest. The girl knows how to fight and win against stronger opponents, and has done so several times, like in her duel with the Lich, defeating the female chimera in the hideout, and the battle with the man they encountered today. Rebecca begins laughing and says she would love to attack Riley right now if she could. The girl tells Becky to feel free to try, saying she's ready for anything. Rebecca tells her to shut up and asks if she thinks she doesn't know her intentions, stating that she doesn't want to be disqualified again for ignoring the administrator's warning. Riley accuses her of lying, saying Rebecca is backing down because she'll lose. Becky responds that they'll meet again during the exam, says it was fun, and remarks that she's encountered all kinds of crazy candidates before. The golden-eyed girl replies that she enjoyed it too, as she got a lot of good information thanks to her. Becky responds, "Very well then," bids her goodbye, and asks her to take care until the exam, adding that she truly had fun before disappearing. Riley comments that it was a clone. Gru confirms, saying her real body is probably on the other side of Wilhelm. Riley praises the cloning technique, noting it was quite impressive, with an unusual flow of mana that doesn't typically circulate in common living beings. If it weren't for someone as sensitive to mana as her, she wouldn't have noticed. The girl remarks that now she understands why Becky was interested in her, and concludes it was just curiosity. Meanwhile, Becky's words echo in her mind. She wonders when this girl will realize it's a clone, and she wonders what kind of expression this girl would make if she found out. Gru asks why anyone would do something like that. Riley responds that, for Becky, it was just fun. The grimoire remarks that with such a lunatic mindset, she's truly remarkable. As night falls, the administrators review the list of candidates. Zephyr comments that, as Lavinia said, there's an unusually high number of interesting candidates this year. She asks how far he's looked, and he replies up to the second son of the Stingwood family. Lavinia notes it must be nostalgic, and Zephyr agrees, recalling how it feels like just yesterday he first met him at the mansion, and now he's here for the selection test. Lavinia tells him to set his memories aside for now and turn the next page, saying the most interesting part is yet to come. He asks if she's serious, turns the page, and sees Riley's file, questioning the mention of Renelmus Academy. Lavinia explains that she's new and seems to have wanted to take the selection test as soon as possible. Zephyr comments that it's very arrogant and typical of someone from Renelmus. Lavinia asks how long he thinks it took the girl to pass the first test. Zephyr guesses she barely passed and likely got lost in Wilhelm for almost 3 months. Lavinia reveals that no, Riley arrived in Wilhelm that afternoon and took less than half a day to find the administration office. He asks if the fastest record isn't 4 hours, which even then was achieved using 20 clones created by Rebecca Duncan to search Wilhelm. Zephyr reflects that the average time for those who pass the first test to find the administration office is about a week, and that even Garen Edward von Theobald, a high-level expert mage, took an entire day to find it. He asks Lavinia if this means Riley is practically in first place. Lavinia confirms and says she was right. There will be much to see this year. Zephyr laughs, agreeing that, for sure, a lot will happen. With a week until the second selection test, Riley comments that they're going to rest well. The magic book agrees, saying they've been running non-stop until now. Riley begins to live a lifestyle more relaxed than anyone else, waking up when the sun is already high, having breakfast, taking a nap, eating lunch, and having a leisurely dinner. But after 3 days, she's already tired of resting. The protagonist suggests they go for a walk. Excited, Riley agrees. In a clothing shop, she buys new outfits, and the salesperson compliments her, saying they look great on her. The grimoire comments that she looks beautiful. Using telepathy, Riley mentions that even after buying expensive clothes, she still has plenty of money left. Griu reminds her that she's still using what she received from Renelmus. As they walk, the girl notices a crowd and asks what place that is. Griu explains that it's the Central Library of Arcadia. Riley asks if he knows it. He replies that it's a building that has existed for hundreds of years and is probably the second largest after Lutmus. It's also the place with the greatest number of magical books stored. Admired, she asks if she can go inside. Griu asks if she's serious. Riley says there's nothing else to do there anyway. Besides, candidates for the selection test can use the library without any special procedures. He comments that this is definitely an appealing benefit. Of course, exploring Arcadia would be a beneficial experience. There are many excellent books and rare magical tomes there, yet he hesitates, as he was stuck in that miserable place for 300 years. Countless cursed books. Books, books, and more books. The girl tells him he can't avoid the library forever. He admits that's true. Unlike 21st century Earth, filled with technology and information, in this world, he needs books to acquire knowledge. As Riley said, avoiding the library forever isn't an option, and he needs to overcome this trauma eventually. He says it's fine, that he'll just close his eyes and go inside. If it doesn't work once he's in, he can always come back. Then he rushes forward. Looking around, Riley says it's incredibly beautiful. Griu sighs and comments that it doesn't have that oppressive feeling of books crammed into every corner like in Renelmus, so it's fine, even if the ceiling is a cheap imitation of Hogwarts. Riley asks what Hogwarts is. He answers that it's something like that. She comments that anyway, the access card she received is platinum. The protagonist says that's the highest rank, so they can go anywhere. The girl, excited, asserts that there is only one possible destination. He concludes as expected. It's that place, the restricted area with forbidden books. The girl comments that this is exciting. The grimoire says that the 2 books she picked from the general section are fine, but the forbidden books are what really matter. She looks at the books she chose. 100 Great Figures Who Shaped the Modern Era of Empires and Understanding the Second Awakening and the Flourishing of Attributes. He asks her to pick up a lamp on the ground and asks if there is a brighter spot around. The apprentice replies that that area seems a bit clearer. They both get excited. Riley notices something and says it looks like someone is already there. When they approach, they see that it's the old man from the carriage. He asks how she got there. She shows the symbol on her hand, the result of the selection exam. The old man, surprised, says it's impressive and comments that she managed to pass the first test even with that terrible spell. The magical book asks why the old man is there and finds him very annoying. Even with the approval emblem from the first phase, the situation is no better than before. The old mage advises her to quit. She's confused. He explains that the exam will be much more brutal than she imagines. When the smell of blood spreads, this place will turn into an extermination field. A mage with decades of real combat experience might survive, but for a talented mage like her with no experience, it will be extremely dangerous. He suggests that she quit and wait for another opportunity. They both fall silent. The young woman thanks him for his sincere concern, but reiterates that, as she said last time, she has already made her decision. The old mage says she's reckless, overflowing with thoughtless enthusiasm, typical of her age. She replies that some people admire her courage. He asks her to stop talking nonsense, and says that this is pure irresponsibility. The girl responds that she doesn't think that's the case. He remains silent and finally says he understands. However, in this case, he proposes to show her personally. With a serious look, he challenges her to a duel. He explains that if she really wants to take the test, she'll have to duel with him. Riley asks, "Duel?" The old man confirms, but clarifies that it won't be a normal duel. He won't attack and will give her 3 chances to attack him. If he takes a single step during that time, she wins, and he will no longer interfere. If she lands a valid hit, it will prove that she will survive the test. The protagonist comments that the old man is not wrong and reflects that, across the continent, there are fewer than 50 mages like him. He is a high-level expert, and among the test participants, by far the strongest. He concludes that, if she can land a blow, it will be a fitting way to prove her abilities. The girl asks what happens if she doesn't land a valid hit. The old man replies that, although he doesn't want to, he'll have to prevent her from taking the test. The girl is confused. He explains that, in that case, he'll need to attack her for real. Gruwar, incredulous, comments that he just said he wasn't going to attack and calls him a crazy old man. The old man, with a slight smile, tells her not to worry because he won't kill her, only break her legs to prevent her from participating in the test. They both conclude that he is definitely not a normal person. The old man asks why she has that expression. Riley replies that her pride is hurt. The old man, incredulous, asks if she wants him to duel with her on equal terms. No restrictions. She replies that yes. He sighs, notices the book the girl picked up and asks if he can see it. She hands him the book. The grimoire, suspicious, asks why he's taking their book. The old man, flipping through it, comments that it's a very good book and doesn't distort the story too much. He tells her to read the page she marked. The magical book complains, asking why he is recommending something. She reads about Garen Theobald, commander of the magical unit on the Western Front, known for facing hundreds of demons alone in the Battle of the Hazelpart Mountains. The Emperor highly praised his achievements, inducting his name into the Hall of Fame. Riley and Gru pause, noticing the picture. Not all high-level mages possess the same abilities. Some isolate themselves to train, while others level up by fighting in bloody battlefields. Among high-level mages, there are those truly called giants. Like Garen Theobald, the two, looking at the old man in the book, wonder if they overestimated things. War replies that yes. The girl asks if she could increase the number of attack opportunities to 5 instead of 3. Garen asks if she isn't ashamed. She says she was just joking and comments that, by the way, this doesn't seem like a suitable space for a duel. The protagonist says there are too many obstacles. The old man tells her not to worry about that. Cracking his fingers, he pushes aside the shelves and tables, creating an open space in the middle of the room, and asks if that's enough. He also reassures her, stating that she doesn't need to worry about breaking the facilities with her magic, as it won't leak outside the barrier. Riley asks, "And if it leaks?" He responds that it'll still be fine, as all platinum-level facilities are treated against magic. The grimoire comments that, if he says so, then it's fine, thinking that it will be an opportunity to see if Riley's attacks are effective against a high-level, experienced mage. He says they're going to wipe that old man's nose. It's a great chance to test this safely. Of course, if she doesn't land a valid blow, her legs will be broken, but she's not weak enough to miss even a single hit. Garen Theobald remains silent and reflects that mages who reach the low rank before the age of 20 are often called geniuses. Every mage experiences 2 awakenings in their life. The first happens at the age of 10. Those who instinctively understand the truth of magic, mana, and the arcane are called apprentices and undergo basic training as mages. The second awakening occurs when they become adults. The attribute seed, dormant in her mana heart, blooms, granting unique attributes that allow for the manifestation of more sophisticated, diverse, and powerful magics. As they become accustomed to the mana imbued with their attribute, they surpass the apprentice rank and enter the low-level rank. This is why adult mages' abilities grow exponentially. Mages naturally grow stronger as they age. On the other hand, before the second awakening, mages who surpass the apprentice rank before reaching adulthood are called, simply by that feat, monsters. He thinks he wants to see the future of this girl, but it's also why she shouldn't take the selection test. If she insists, the world of magic may lose yet another promising talent. Theobald declares that, as he has already said, she has a total of 3 attacks. If he takes a single step during this time, she wins. He thinks that showing an overwhelming difference and making her feel fear might convince her to give up the test. It's a cruel method, but it's the only way to save this child. With that, he says it's time to begin. Riley responds that she's ready. The girl starts to concentrate magic in her hand and launches a magic missile toward the old man. He watches and thinks the attack is quick, but that's it. It's not a heavy spell imbued with much mana, nor does it have techniques like rotation or trajectory deviation. He uses the mana shield to defend, noting that the attack is so straightforward it wouldn't even need a tribute defense. As expected, if he let her take the test this way, she wouldn't last long and would end up dying. Suddenly, he notices something. He wonders if it's paralysis, but concludes it's not. Rather, it's the terror one typically feels in the face of death. Looking at Riley, he wonders what she did. Hundreds of times, he's crossed the line between life and death on the battlefield, and now he's feeling the same tension as before, coming from a mere low-level girl. He wonders what the problem could be. He notices that his mana shield is disappearing, and wonders if it's dissipating. Upon noticing a magical circle on his back, he quickly evades the magic. Riley remains silent. Gru comments that he noticed, and intercepted the missile before the shield dissipated. The old man, surprised, wonders if it was intentional. She deliberately made a direct attack to lower his guard. He concludes that her confidence doesn't come solely from the arrogance of youth, and decides that he needs to keep an eye on her. Riley prepares another magic missile, and fires it quickly, causing the spell to make several curves. When he notices, he defends the attack with his staff, but is impressed. She aimed precisely at the weakest point of his magic, something a low-level mage shouldn't even notice. Furthermore, though subtle, the attack pushed him backward. An exceptional affinity with mana, able to detect flaws in magic and exploit those weaknesses immediately. It's as if an experienced archmage were aiding this girl. These are not the skills of an inexperienced young girl, but rather someone who easily surpasses rank differences. A genius. Garen sighs deeply. He thinks that he has no choice but to acknowledge her, concluding that this girl will survive the selection test. He stomps his foot on the ground, leaving her confused. The girl asks if she still has one more chance to attack. The old man responds that is there any need to continue the duel if the result is already decided, mentioning that her second attack already pushed him back. Therefore, the victory is hers in this duel. As promised, he will not interfere anymore, and sincerely apologizes for his presumptuous interference. Riley responds that she already knew. He is confused and asks how she knew the second attack was effective. Garen questions why she bothered to launch the next offensive spell. The girl says that he mentioned there were 3 chances to attack and asks him to return to a defensive stance. With a serious look, she states that there are still things she wants to confirm. He, incredulous, thinks about the first attack, which deliberately made him lower his guard, and the second, which showed an unusual skill for an inexperienced mage. This girl, he wonders if she was simply using the duel as a test against a high-level mage like him. She quickly casts another attack spell. When the spell nears him, he mutters that this is madness. A little later, Gru sighs and comments that, as expected, high-level mages are on another level as he watches Riley and the old man. The old man praises the girl, saying that was quite an unconventional attack, and affirms that if she had more mana available, his life would be in danger. The protagonist comments that, in other words, her technique is good, but she doesn't have enough mana to sustain it. It's natural, after all, the only attack magic Riley can use, since she hasn't undergone the attribute awakening yet, is the magic missile. With standard magic without an attribute, the only thing she can do is add variations through techniques, but it's okay. The way she used dispersion to create an opening and then launched a surprise attack is something even a high-level mage might consider problematic. He says that she's doing well. As they leave the library, Garen Theobald asks Riley if she can keep their duel a secret. Gru and Riley recall that Lavinia told her to avoid any conflict with other candidates. The girl responds that she doesn't know what he's talking about and only remembers reading about it in Arcadia. He agrees and asks where she is staying. Riley comments that she is currently staying at an inn recommended by someone she knows, called Sky Whale Inn. Garen says it seems the person who recommended it wasn't a good friend. Riley asks why. Gru thinks that a psychopathic killer is not a good friend after all. The old man explains that there are much better accommodations in Wilhelm and asks if her luggage is there. She replies that no, everything she has is in her bag. He asks her to follow him and assures her that the place they are going to is 100 times better than the Sky Whale Inn. The protagonist comments that, honestly, aren't all inns pretty much the same? How different can they be for him to make such a fuss? When they arrive at the accommodation, they are warmly received at the Grand Arpel Stingwood Hotel, where they are asked if they need more food. The grimoire, surprised, exclaims that it's incredibly different. Riley asks how someone can say the Sky Whale Inn is the best when there's a place like this and claims that Becky lied to her, lamenting that she trusted her. Annoyed, she says this won't stand. He asks why not. She responds angrily that she needs to find Becky and give her a beating right away. The protagonist comments that part of the blame is on them for believing in her in the first place. Riley retorts, saying she didn't do anything wrong, it's all Becky's fault. The magical book suggests that if she wants revenge, she could do it during the selection test tomorrow. Riley eventually calms down. The old man asks what's going on, and she replies that she's just feeling a little stiff. A little later, Garen asks if she mentioned Rebecca Duncan. The girl says it seems like he knows her. He answers that it's obvious and would be strange not to know her. He asks if she remembers what he said in the carriage the other day, about how some people see the selection test as a true battlefield, and affirms that Rebecca Duncan is exactly that type of mage. Last year she was disqualified for excessive killings, and the year before that, she killed a test administrator. He explains that Rebecca suppresses her madness most of the time, but once a year, she unleashes her impulses during the selection test. The protagonist comments that she's not called a killing maniac for nothing. Riley asks why the 5 magical towers don't do anything about Becky, since she's so dangerous, and suggests they could simply block her at the registration stage. Gru explains that the 5 magical towers have a simple reason. They just want to use Rebecca Duncan as a testing mechanism. And then, oh dear, the person found a famous killing maniac during the test. What's she going to do now? On the day of the selection exam, Riley and Garen go together. The old man points to the location indicated by the magic circle, saying it seems to be the second test location. Gruwar observes that the exterior looks exactly like the selection test administration office. The old man calls Riley to enter and opens the door. As soon as they step inside, a strong magical energy starts emanating around them. The protagonist, seeing a book, comments that it's a phenomenon he's experienced thousands of times. Teleportation. When Riley opens her eyes, she realizes she's in another location. The grimoire comments that the place is incredibly luxurious, looking like the interior of the Imperial Palace, but questions whether it's really the Imperial Palace she knows, since the structure is completely different from the Grand Hall of the Rita's Empire. Riley comments that the previous one is quite old, a ruin. Ruins are places where artifacts, treasures, and grimoires remain dormant. Normally, such ruins are protected by traps and guardians, making them the hardest dungeons to conquer. The magical book observes that choosing such a dangerous place for the test location is fitting for the concept of the selection test. Riley notices that Mr. Garen Theobald has disappeared, but the protagonist points out that he's on the other side of the room. Riley calls out to him, but suddenly Becky appears, shouting her name and expressing surprise at seeing her again so soon, while quickly starting to ask multiple questions about how she's doing and whether she enjoyed her time at the Sky Whale Inn. Riley responds that she didn't. Becky asks why not, and questions if it wasn't as good as she thought. Annoyed, Riley says she didn't even go to the Sky Whale Inn in the first place. Becky is confused, while Riley explains that she stayed at a different accommodation and asks if she knows the Arpel Stingwood Grand Hotel, mentioning that she had 3 pleasant days there. Rebecca gets irritated. Gruwar thinks this is a lie, as they were completely deceived by Becky and stayed there for only 2 days, and wonders if Riley is really going to provoke Becky. Suddenly, one of the candidates catches their attention, pointing out that the administrators are there and have announced that they will guide them through the second test. Rebecca Duncan tells Riley to wait, stating that she'll meet her when the test begins and will make her regret that bold challenge from last time. She asks if Riley really thinks she can beat her. Riley responds that, of course she does, and she's looking forward to it. Becky, angry, tells her to just wait. The protagonist comments that if Becky wants to fight so badly, why doesn't she just do it now, questioning those people who promise to solve everything later. Lavinia interrupts, explaining that the second test is a team competition. A total of 42 candidates will form teams of 3 and compete against other teams, with team members assigned by the administration. They will have to cooperate to navigate through the test gates. Now they will have 30 minutes to get to know each other. Riley's team is made up of her, Becky, and another mage with glasses. Rebecca gets furious about this, while Riley sarcastically comments that, unfortunately, they'll have to leave the fight for another time. The grimoire remarks that this must be a dream, while Riley wonders why she ended up on the same team as Becky and expresses her dissatisfaction. The protagonist tells her to wipe that smile off her face and calm down, asking if she knows she's on the same team as a killing maniac. Riley, smiling, responds that at least Becky is in trouble now. He comments that Becky looks like an uncontrollable mage at first glance, and that he can't even imagine what kind of trouble she's going to cause. Riley asks if Becky would attack her during the test. He answers no. Lavinia asks if any of the participants have questions. Rebecca Duncan screams that she does. The examiner asks what it is, and Becky wants to know what happens if the team members fight among themselves. Lavinia comments that it's natural for people who just met to have disagreements, but by adjusting their opinions, they should move in the right direction. Becky interrupts, stating that's not what she meant, and directly asks what happens if they simply start casting spells at each other. Everyone around falls silent. Lavinia explains that the team competition evaluates mutual cooperation. Therefore, if even a single member of the team dies, the entire team will be disqualified, asking Becky to keep that in mind. Becky, irritated, shouts that this is absurd. The other participants begin to comment that if a team member dies, everyone will be disqualified, no matter how the situation is analyzed. This is too extreme. Some start complaining, saying that the thing they hate most is someone getting in their way. Lavinia becomes serious and tells everyone to shut up. Gru comments that, with the aura of a high-level mage, silencing dozens of people is nothing. The administrator explains that they may have received good treatment, just for being mages up until now. After all, mages are invaluable beings, and no one would dare say anything, no matter how much trouble they caused. As a result, such conditions have persisted for decades, and their characters naturally became distorted. Their personalities became destructive, and their social skills deteriorated. But this will no longer be tolerated. To enter the magic tower, they must act not as individuals, but as members of a group. That's why the second test is a team competition, to see how they cooperate with people they are meeting for the first time. If they are not prepared to handle this, they should quit the test right now. Rebecca, irritated, screams that she hates this and says she really doesn't want to do this, but since it has come to this point, she'll give her best. Riley says she'll do the same. The protagonist thinks that, seeing her hold back her anger like this, she must really want to pass the test. He thought she would go crazy, but it seems she has some restraint. Now that he thinks about it, Becky was reluctant to be eliminated even in the first encounter. So, she's not just a psychopath who likes to kill. The girl replies that he never knows, that everything could be an act. The grimoire comments that in any case, the most important thing now is the other girl, their third team member, the mage with glasses. She seems a bit shy. Becky asks what's up with her since she can't hear anything. Riley decides to approach and says that she likes ancient magic. Rebecca tells her to stop and say her name. The mage responds that her name is Olivia and that she's from the Arcane School of Flames. Becky screams, questioning Arcane School of Flames, and saying that they're just a bunch of idiots who only know ancient magic, asking why they put an idiot like that on her team. The girl asks the magical book if ancient magic is really that bad. He responds that it has a bad reputation, starting with the name ancient magic. It's a system of magic that was used in the past and is rarely used now. To put it politely, it's traditional, but to put it directly, it's outdated. The girl comments that so people who learn this magic, Gru War intervenes, explaining that they're just idiots chasing a romanticized notion, fairy tale stories like wiping out a mountain with magic or splitting the sea in two. People who indulge in this nonsense are called idiots chasing myths, and are treated as such. The protagonist asks how they're still around and says he thought they had disappeared after 300 years. He concludes that one thing is certain: they have an illusionist assassin with anger management issues, an ancient magic fanatic who is socially inept, and Riley, a fantastic team. Garen Theobald calls out to Riley and asks how she's feeling, if everything is okay after the teleportation, since some people feel nauseous the first time. Riley replies that she's fine, and asks if he managed to get a good team. Garen responds that he's satisfied, as thanks to the first test, everyone there is a high-quality mage. The grimoire comments that it's envious of him. Garen asks about her team and, upon hearing, begins to say something, but is interrupted by Rebecca's screams, who is furious, saying that she's doomed and questioning why an idiot who only knows ancient magic would come to take the selection test. Riley comments that she's keeping her distance because it's too loud. The old man says it's impressive to think that Rebecca Duncan and a mage from the Arcane School of Flames are on the same team, wondering if he should call it luck or misfortune. The protagonist comments that regardless of her reputation, Becky is truly a strong mage. The problem is that no one knows what she'll do when the test begins. She might betray them, cause sudden explosions, or even do worse things. They'll have to constantly watch their backs. And as for Olivia, it's hard to expect anything from ancient magic, which has no practical use, and to make matters worse, she has no experience. In the end, the only ones they can rely on are Riley and Becky. While other teams have 3 members, they only have 2. The girl comments that, hearing all of this, it really sounds hopeless. The magical book asks what they can do, saying they chose this selection test and now must endure with resilience and determination. It questions whether they are the only ones dissatisfied. No way others are thinking the same thing. Why is the team so bad? Or, why did they put these people on my team? It concludes that they must overcome these thoughts, find strength in their teammates, and cooperate as a unit, as a team. That's the essence of the second test. Meanwhile, Rebecca continues yelling at Olivia. Gru comments that it's certainly irrational to expect teamwork from people like that. Garen Theobald warns that he needs to leave and says he's relieved to see that Riley isn't nervous. Riley thanks him and asks what that was about since he just left. When she realizes, she comments that now they're competitors. Of course, she's not worried. The months of training in the Lich's Den were significant. The protagonist states that he's confident and that, through this selection test, they'll achieve the results they want. He's sure of it. Lavinia asks for everyone's attention, questions if they've finished their introductions, and explains that they are at the entrance of the ruins where the second test will take place. She then explains the rules of the test. The interior of the ruins is a maze, and they must find the treasures hidden throughout the location. To illustrate, she shows a transmission stone. Becky, upon seeing it, asks if that's not a golem. The administrator explains that the test duration is 24 hours, and there are 2 conditions to pass. First, the participants must possess the Golden Golem core by the end of the test. Second, all team members must be alive by then. Gru summarizes the instructions. Find the Golden Golem, obtain its core, do all this with the team, and survive for 24 hours. He concludes that this is the treasure hunt in the ruins, and as long as they are careful with the hidden traps and guardians, it doesn't seem too dangerous. People begin commenting that, for a test in ruins, this seems surprisingly easy. Some say they expected they would need to defeat the ruin boss, but they consider this task easy. Lavinia, with a smile, mentions that, by the way, there are only 3 golden golems. There are 42 candidates and 14 teams in total, which means only 3 teams can pass the test. The protagonist questions what kind of second test has an approval rate of only 20% and reflects that there's no guarantee all 3 golems will be found. Limited resources and excessive demand suggest they want to see fierce competition. Riley comments that this is cruel. War adds that the 5 great magical towers encourage competition among mages. To put it nicely, it's meritocracy, but frankly, they enjoy pitting people against each other. The administrator explains that the most dangerous thing in this test is the Chimera, a high-risk creature designed exclusively for destruction and assassination, carefully obtained for this test. The grimoire comments that this seems familiar. Lavinia mentions that some may already know this creature, as 5 years ago, there was an incident in which a lich invaded the Eastern Empire, and these are the same chimeras that attacked citizens back then. The magical book, irritated, screams that the damned skeleton is toast. The administrator concludes by saying that as soon as they pass through that gate, they will be transported to a random location with their team. It won't be easy, but if they pass the test, they will finally enjoy the glory of the 5 great magical towers. She then asks everyone to enter the ruins as the second test begins now. The protagonist, concerned, says that somehow he ended up being the mastermind behind everything since he's the master of the lich that invaded the empire. However, he states that the most important thing now is something else, and asks why the palace is so big. Riley replies that it really is enormous. Grimorio comments that they look like dwarves visiting a giant's palace. Suddenly, they hear a loud crash. Rebecca asks what's happening. Then they see a giant statue holding a halberd in its hands. The girl, surprised, asks if anyone mentioned anything about that. Gruwar remarks that they were told there would be some obstacles and states that the statue must be one of these obstacles. He also questions if it's something specifically set up for them to face. Riley compares the situation to entering a restricted area and encountering the Golden Golem, but warns everyone to avoid such monsters. D'Amato confirms that's exactly the case. The statue is like a red zone. His instincts, honed over thousands of years, scream that no one should touch the statue. He thinks it would take at least 3 or 4 Theobalds to even attempt to face it, and wonders who in their right mind would provoke such a thing. Rebecca Duncan excitedly calls out to Riley, asking what she's doing and urging her to come fight the monster. Grimorio exclaims that the place is full of lunatics and yells at his disciple to stop Rebecca immediately. Riley grabs her by the arm and tells Becky to calm down. Becky questions why, asking when they'll ever have another chance to fight such a monster. The golden-eyed girl calls for Olivia's help as Rebecca yells to be let go. Riley argues that they don't even know how strong the monster is. Becky replies that they'll find out by fighting it. Riley insists that if they charge in recklessly, everyone will die, and even if they miraculously win, there will be nothing to gain. Rebecca Duncan, excited, retorts that there will be something to gain: the thrill. The protagonist is incredulous and wonders what nonsense she's talking about. Becky asserts that an intense battle against a strong enemy, landing a critical hit on its weak point, and achieving victory are experiences every mage must have. She then questions Riley if she's truly a mage. She asks Grimorio if this is how a mage should be, and he replies no, stating that Rebecca is just crazy. No sane mage would challenge that monster unless they were a battle maniac like Rebecca. The girl comments that there shouldn't be anyone else like her, but suddenly, 3 more mages appear, equally excited, saying the statue is incredible and they should fight it immediately. Gruwar, in disbelief, asks why everyone is like this. Riley comments that apparently there are other battle maniacs like Rebecca. Rebecca Duncan, frustrated, demands Riley let her go, saying they'll miss their chance. The golden-eyed girl calls her name and asks her to look at something. While they observe the mages in the distance, one of them starts casting lightning magic, declaring that they'll turn the statue into dust. He launches the spell, shouting, "Take this!" However, when the attack hits the statue, it doesn't even leave a scratch. The mages, incredulous, ask how the statue didn't even flinch after receiving their ultimate attack. Then, they realize the statue is already in front of them, lifting its foot to crush one of the mages. It stomps on him, ending his life. The mage's companions, terrified, start running and screaming. The statue, wielding its halberd, swings at them. Rebecca, watching this, remains silent. After a moment, she asks, "How about we look for the golden golem?" Riley responds that it seems like a good idea. The golden-eyed girl channels her mana into the ground but notices something strange. She remarks that spreading her mana is extremely difficult and asks if all dungeons are like this. Griwar explains that the place is unusual and ruins are among the most dangerous dungeons, which means the difficulty level is naturally high. However, no matter how he looks at it, this feels excessive. He adds that there's all kinds of mana interference and perception obstruction. He mentions that even ancient spells, forgotten in modern times, are camouflaged there, and each one is complicated to dispel. Grimorio says that using search magic here is almost impossible, but asks the girl how much more time she needs. Riley replies that she needs at least 5 minutes, but could finish in 3 if she's quick. She explains that the restriction on mana dispersion for a mage is like having their eyes covered. The protagonist thinks it's impossible not to feel frustrated, but his disciple remains as calm as ever. Unlike her, Becky complains that it's annoying and asks why it's so hard to disperse mana. She turns to Olivia, asking if she can think of a good method since they need to find the golden golem, but can't use search magic. Olivia apologizes, saying she doesn't know any ancient magic that could help. Rebecca then questions if Olivia can't even use basic search magic. Rebecca Duncan comments that even without combat experience, Olivia should at least be useful with utility magic and asks if she's completely useless. Then, Becky orders Olivia to raise her hands. Confused, Olivia obeys, and Becky instructs her to use her hands to hit herself on the head hard. Grimorio thinks Becky is making Olivia repeat the gesture on purpose. Suddenly, Olivia gets an idea and asks Rebecca if she can use her clones. Rebecca asks why, and Olivia explains that just like in the first test, she can spread her clones everywhere. By using the clones, they wouldn't need search magic. The protagonist thinks he's heard about this before. Olivia asks what Rebecca thinks, and Becky becomes thoughtful. It's a reasonable idea. Exploring the ruins with multiple clones would make finding the golden golem just a matter of time, as it allows for broad exploration in an area where search magic is restricted. Gru comments that it's good in theory. Rebecca Duncan creates a clone and sends it to explore. She says that if she sends all her clones throughout the ruins, they'll gather plenty of information since they share her vision and senses. It would be like having surveillance crystals scattered across the dungeon. However, she knows this only works if the clones remain intact. Rebecca states that she can avoid the dungeon's traps while managing dozens of clones, but questions whether it's feasible to deal with monsters individually. Managing clones consumes a massive amount of mana. She asks them to imagine what would happen if all the clones were destroyed and her mana was depleted. In that state, encountering an enemy would be fatal. She explains that when a clone is destroyed, a significant amount of mana is lost, and asks if they now understand why she doesn't use clones for reconnaissance. Becky sighs and asks Riley if she has a good idea because she's already frustrated. The golden-eyed girl replies that she's finished, leaving Rebecca confused. Riley uses a large amount of magic and begins searching for a path. Surprised, Becky asks what that is, and Riley responds that it's search magic. Becky Duncan remarks that it doesn't look like any search magic she knows. Gru explains that it was worth modifying it constantly for half a year to the point it deserves a new name. Riley says she named all her techniques in the Thieves Guild, and Gru suggests she pick a name for this one. She names the technique Ultra Super Mega Riley Searchbow Style. The protagonist, exasperated, mutters that it's his fault for trusting her. Later, as they walk, Riley suddenly tells them to stop. Several arrows fly past in front of them. Using her advanced search magic, Riley identifies it as an arrow trap. They ask how many times this has happened, and she replies that it's the 30th. Rebecca asks how Riley avoids the trap so well, and comments that it's like watching a member of the Thieves Guild. Grimorio thinks that Riley's high mana affinity, search magic skills, and experience in the Thieves Guild blend together seamlessly. Riley asks Becky if she's ever seen a member of the Thieves Guild in person. Becky responds no, saying it was just a figure of speech. War reflects that other mages would have cast defensive spells or surrounded themselves with constantly activated mana shields, but doing so would drain their mana, and if they encountered monsters in that state, they'd meet a terrible end. Suddenly, Olivia, startled, starts calling for them. Becky, annoyed, tells Olivia to stop making such a fuss since everyone can see what's happening. Judging by the injuries, it looks like they were attacked by monsters of the hunting hound type. It seems they exhausted their mana while traversing a trap-filled area and couldn't even resist properly. Rebecca Duncan comments that they passed through the trap areas without spending mana and declares that she's done her part as a team member. Grue wonders what she means by did her part. Riley did everything, and she asks if Rebecca can't just say thank you. Becky says she's grateful, but questions if Riley has to ruin the moment and asks what she did. Riley responds that she did plenty of things, referencing their first meeting. Rebecca, irritated, says she was treated like anyone else, reminding Riley that she called her a pathetic mage. Riley replies that it's true. Becky Duncan, agitated, says that just because Riley disarmed a few traps, she's full of herself, and teases her. The golden-eyed girl retorts that she's not, pointing out that if one member of the team falls, they all fail immediately. Rebecca shouts that the one who will fall is Riley. Olivia yells at both of them to stop. Rebecca and Riley are startled. Olivia then asks what they're doing in front of the dead bodies. Becky asks why Olivia is interfering unnecessarily. The red-haired girl questions whether Becky doesn't feel sorry for the dead. Becky responds that this is why inexperienced people are frustrating, and asks if Olivia thinks she gave the order not to touch the bodies without reason. She explains that the shiny mucus is the saliva of a hunting hound, a monster with an excellent sense of smell. Like wild dogs, they can track their own trails incredibly well. Feeling guilty, Olivia says she understands and apologizes. Rebecca Duncan tells her to forget it, but warns her to be more cautious inside the dungeon. Becky then asks Riley why she's giving her a strange look. Riley comments that she thought Rebecca would let her touch the hunting hound's trail. Becky responds that she's not crazy, and values her life too. The protagonist thinks that even so, Rebecca was ready to fight the stone giant. Riley remarks that Rebecca was willing to battle the giant monster. Rebecca replies that it's different because it's strong and cool, which makes the fight exciting, whereas the hunting hounds, she claims, are just useless trash. Rebecca declares that she only fights opponents at her level. That's her belief. Suddenly, two mages appear on guard. Becky Duncan comments that it's their first battle and, as expected, they need to be at least strong mages. Olivia finds it strange and asks them to wait a minute. At that moment, a monster emerges behind the mages and takes down one of their companions. The other two are terrified. The green-haired woman screams that she can't see anything and asks what's attacking them. The monster eliminates them. Taking the opportunity, the group hides. Grue comments that it's truly cruel, and just watching it makes him want to vomit. Rebecca scolds him, saying that if he vomits, he'll lose his life. Riley asks Grue if he thinks Rebecca will vomit before him. Grue asks his disciple if she wants to try fighting the invisible chimera. She observes the monster thoughtfully and asks if she should try. D'Amato asks if she thinks it's possible. Riley says there's no one around to interfere. Furthermore, as the monster continues eating, its body gradually becomes visible. Grue comments that it's about time to stretch a little. Riley tells Becky to stop hiding and come out. She reminds Becky that she mentioned wanting an exciting fight and asks if this doesn't seem like the perfect opportunity. Becky, excited, says Riley is finally speaking her language. The two of them stand, and the monster notices them. The protagonist comments that it's time. Becky agrees. The monster starts growling and gathering magical energy in its mouth. Riley notices something coming, analyzes the monster's magic, and uses her own spell, Dispel. This cancels the monster's magic, leaving it confused. The golden-eyed girl comments that the monster looks a bit pathetic. Grue remarks that the monster's desperate attack was blocked by a simple Dispel. Riley says that people claim you shouldn't bother a dog while it's eating. Grue quips that the monster is about to meet its end, so what difference does it make? Rebecca Duncan, now behind the monster, calls out to Riley and says she's pretty impressive for a kid. The monster quickly attacks her, and she comments that there's no hesitation in its movements. It tries to bite her, but Becky dodges, jumping onto its nose and saying it's still far from her level. Grue's disciple asks if she really needed to add such a childish remark. The monster tries to attack again, but Becky jumps to the other side and asks if it can't even handle that and whether its eyes are working properly. At that moment, she uses her clones and begins asking several questions through them. Riley starts gathering magic in her hand and asks if they should end this now. She calls out to Becky Duncan, who agrees to finish it, and begins accumulating magical energy in her finger. Together, They launch the attack at the monster. By the time it realizes, it's already too late. The crossed magic missile spell hits it, piercing through it from both sides. Rebecca comments that it was way too easy and tells Olivia to get up because it's over. Olivia remains on the ground trembling. Suddenly, Becky shouts that it's already done. Olivia sighs and asks, "Already?" Rebecca Duncan replies yes, tells her to calm her big head, and calls her an idiot. War comments that Becky takes good care of Olivia. Riley agrees, saying that, from what he's observed so far, this is Becky's way of showing care. Griev's disciple notes that Becky doesn't seem to have a malicious nature. Grimorio adds that she isn't the maniacal killer they thought. Of course, she's still a somewhat eccentric mage, aggressive enough to provoke a fight at the first meeting, and sometimes does crazy things without hesitation. But, on reflection, she acted like Riley. War is surprised to realize this. The protagonist then declares that his conclusion about Becky is that she isn't someone who kills for pleasure. However, he still thinks about the warning Garen Theobald mentioned the previous night. It bothers him, but since they'll remain together during the second test, they'll naturally uncover the truth behind the rumors. Olivia begins reciting, saying that the great mother of magic may guide the souls of the dead and the god of duty gather the spirits. After a while, she states that she's finally finished. Rebecca Duncan asks why they should bother with such a troublesome ritual. Olivia replies that it's to honor the dead. Becky retorts, saying she already understood but asks why they're honoring the dead. Olivia, excited, explains that in ancient magic, there's the concept of a great mother who guides the dead to the other world. She continues talking. The protagonist summarizes, saying that essentially, it's a rule of the Blaze Arcane school. Riley comments that it's just a superstition, then asks Olivia something that intrigues her. She notes that Olivia previously said there's no tracking magic in ancient magic, and Olivia confirms. Riley then asks, "How did you pass the first test if you can't use tracking magic? And how did you find the administration office?" Rebecca Duncan becomes curious and agrees, asking how an idiot like Olivia managed to pass the test. The protagonist is also curious. In reality, all Olivia can do is display her limited knowledge of ancient magic. She begins stammering and explains that there wasn't any rule saying she needed to find the administration office on her own. She asked a mage from a guild specialized in tracking to help her locate it. She admits that she hates saying this but considers herself a genius. She knows ancient magic better than anyone, and believes she should join the 5 great magical towers. In fact, according to her, the 5 towers should worship her because no one in the world is like her. However, she simply couldn't find the administration office on her own. When she asked others, no one could help. Even so, she believes it's unfair for a genius like her to fail the selection test just because she doesn't know how to use tracking magic. So she desperately begged a mage who had just completed the first test. Comments that trying to borrow someone else's power in a test meant to prove your own ability is completely against common sense. She says she asked them for help, but they refused. Grimorio remarks that, of course, they wouldn't help. Even though she asked so politely, they treated her like a madwoman and refused to assist her. They said an idiot like her, who tries to borrow others' power, doesn't deserve to take the test. The protagonist states he would have said the same, and that the more he hears the story, the less he understands how she passed. Then, she reluctantly used torture magic. Olivia explains that there are some terrible spells in ancient magic and that her specialty is torture magic. Thus, the mage had no choice. Under the torture spell and pain, he eventually told her what she wanted to know. Rebecca Duncan says that's unbelievable and asks if the administrator accepted such a method. Olivia replies that she did find the administration office using her abilities. Becky becomes intrigued by her and comments that a psychopath like her was talking about respecting the dead and all sorts of other things. Olivia asks what that has to do with anything, while Rebecca starts laughing at the situation and tells Riley that the girl is truly insane, falling to the ground in fits of laughter. War asks how it's possible that there isn't a single sane person among them. Riley replies that this is exactly what she meant. After 12 hours in the second test, no golden golem core had been obtained. The protagonist asks his disciple if she's still running, and she replies that she is. The condition to pass the second test is to find a golden golem core. To do that, one must capture a golden golem. The problem is that even when someone finds one, it runs away while avoiding traps. That's why they haven't managed to capture a golden golem for half the day. Becky sighs and comments that catching just one golem is ridiculously difficult. While Riley observes her magic, she says there's some good news. 2 golems are nearby, but have completely stopped moving. Garen's group celebrates, saying they've finally secured a golden golem core. One of the men reflects that the old man practically did everything on his own. He thinks of Garon as a living legend, Sir Garon Theobald, the man who held back hundreds of demons in the Hasselpart Mountains. He considers it a blessing to be united with him because, if they had met him as an enemy, the situation would be terrible. However, he concludes that there's no point in speculating about something that didn't happen, and calls out to the old man. He asks Garon if now that they've found the core of a golden golem, they shouldn't take a break since he's been using tracking non-stop for half a day. Garon replies that even if he wanted to rest, there's no time for that. The man asks what he means, and Garon states that he has a question for Arpel. He mentions that he hasn't had any questions since entering that place. Arpel is confused, and Theobald says it seems he doesn't have doubts, but asks him to hand over the golem core. He comments that the core has a very peculiar magical power, and that he's never encountered such power in his life. Theobald believes it's probably a special core created by the 5 great magical towers for this test. He questions why they spent half the day searching for a core with such a strong magical power. He adds that even though the ruins are covered by magical interference, it doesn't make sense that they couldn't detect such a unique power. Arpel agrees it's strange. Arpel Stingwood, a skilled mage who reached the upper middle level at 29 years old and is the second son of the Stingwood family, has followed an elitist path since childhood. He thinks it doesn't make sense not to detect such a strong magical power, especially if even Garon had difficulties, and asks what the reason could be. The old man comments that it's just one of the intentional tricks of the 5 great magical towers and tells them to look at that. Arpel is surprised and identifies it as dragon skin. Observing the engravings, he concludes that it was also enchanted. Dragon skin has excellent anti-magic properties, making it undetectable by most magical detection methods. That's why they had so much trouble finding the core. Stingwood says that's impossible and asks why the 5 great magical towers would use such a precious material just for a selection test. Garon asks if he understands what the test means in the world of magic. Arpel starts laughing. Theobald says that, in any case, there's one more thing he wants to ask. The young man asks what it is. He explains that there are a total of 42 candidates scattered throughout the ruins. He doesn't know how many remain now, but since they all passed the first test, they must be skilled at tracking. However, now that the core hidden by the dragon skin has been exposed, he asks what the young man thinks will happen. The young Stingwood understands and is surprised. Garon explains that from the beginning, this test wasn't just about finding the cores of the golden golems, but about protecting them or capturing them. One of the 2 options. The team that finds the golden golem first will be relatively skilled, but the moment that team removes the core, they'll become the public enemy of the other teams. Arpel realizes it will be everyone against one and sees that it's all part of the plan by the 5 great magical towers. In such a situation, what will the team facing multiple enemies do? Run or fight? And what will the various teams facing a single enemy do? Unite or become distracted competing with one another and lose the opportunity? Arpel reflects that everything has been carefully designed to observe these possibilities. Suddenly, he realizes something and tells Garon to wait. He asks Theobald why, if he knew this, he removed the golem's core. He suggests that Theobald could have left the body intact and only removed the core right before the test ended. Theobald replies that since they'll have to fight eventually, it's better to finish everything at once. The mage teams quickly advance against them, determined to put an end to their group. Theobald strikes his staff on the ground, casting a spell that cuts off his opponent's breath. The mages, unable to breathe, struggle and scream that they can't get air. Then, he uses a wind spell, effortlessly lifting all the enemies into the sky. Stingwood and the young girl are impressed, commenting that using the trap set by the 5 great magical towers against their opponents was to be expected. The old man orders Arpel and Miss Dorothy to prepare, asserting that if they combine their forces, they can easily handle around 10 weaklings. Rebecca Duncan feels the magical energy and asks if Riley senses it too. She comments that this magical power is definitely the core of a golden golem and says they need to get there quickly. The girl replies no. Becky asks why not, arguing that it's far away, and by the time they arrive, the situation will already be resolved. She suggests that they could infiltrate and attack the team. Riley interrupts her, asking if she really thinks only they would come up with that idea. By the time they arrive, other teams will already be there. Becky, irritated, asks what they should do because if they don't hurry, someone else will take the core. The golden-eyed girl says that while everyone's attention is focused there, they'll simply go after the other golden golem core since there's another golem in the area. Rebecca says that if they do that, but Riley interrupts her again, asking if she already regrets following her advice. Becky falls silent, says fine, and tells Riley to do whatever she wants. The protagonist reflects that the other candidates aren't as skilled in tracking as his disciple unless they have high magical affinity to break through the magical interference. At most, 3 or 4 candidates would be capable of that. The girl comments that in that case, the other candidates could only find a golden golem by luck. Gru remarks that he thought the exam administrator had gone mad for including luck in the test, but at that moment, the core, which had been quiet all along, suddenly began emanating a powerful energy. Naturally, everyone would run toward it. As they walk, they feel the tremors of battle. Gru War comments that the chaos has begun to unfold. His disciple asks why the core's magic suddenly intensified. The protagonist replies that it must be a device prepared by the 5 great magical towers to force the candidates to fight. The girl becomes thoughtful and asks if someone could have done it on purpose, amplifying the core's magic to reduce the number of competitors at once. He remains silent and moves closer to the girl, asking who she thinks would be crazy enough to do that. She replies that she thinks no one. Garon scratches his ears, feeling like someone is talking about him. Afterward, they continue walking toward the golem. Rebecca, irritated, comments that while some are probably fighting and casting spells, their team is peacefully walking, and she asks how long they'll keep this up. Olivia says they'll find the golem soon and asks her to hold on a bit. Becky, curious, asks Olivia why she chose ancient magic among all the branches. Olivia questions why Becky suddenly wants to know that. Becky Duncan, annoyed, says she's dying of boredom and points out that ancient magic is practically the most unpopular branch, with no practical use, so she wants to know why Olivia chose it. Olivia gets excited. When Riley mentions to Rebecca that she also specializes in illusion magic from the Dolores School, Becky asks if she thinks the situations are the same. Riley explains that, despite also mastering basic magic, Olivia only knows ancient magic, which makes her an imperfect mage. Grimorio agrees, stating that Olivia was completely focused on ancient magic and, as a result, couldn't even properly employ basic mana detection. Rebecca Duncan comments that there must be a reason why Olivia focused only on ancient magic, neglecting other branches, and says she just wants to know the reason. Olivia responds that she simply thought the stories she heard as a child were really cool. The legends of the great forgotten mages, Nirav of the Sky, Sage Morden, Brave Akela, Eurathiel of Friendship, and others. Olivia tells Becky that she must know how incredible the great forgotten archmages are, since she probably read those stories too. Becky replies that they're only incredible in fairy tales, like moving a mountain with magic or splitting the sea in two. Rebecca Duncan claims that's just fantasy. Olivia, confused, argues that erasing a mountain or splitting the sea with magic isn't impossible, not even if Archmage Marta Fararick were to reincarnate. Olivia insists that it really happened, citing historical records and academic materials as proof. Becky then asks why no one in her school has ever done it. If what Olivia says is true, she should be able to demonstrate it using ancient magic, and no one would look down on her. Olivia responds that if they keep researching, they might be able to in the future. Rebecca says she's saying this because she's genuinely worried about Olivia and argues that the path of magic is something many want to follow but can't, and Olivia is wasting her potential by focusing only on illusions and fairy tales. She asks what practical spells Olivia can use besides the ridiculous torture magic, and whether Olivia has anything beyond that. Olivia apologizes. Becky responds that she just wants Olivia to face reality, and confesses that she was once like her. There was a time when Becky thought mastering illusion magic would make her strong, and she spent years on it. She sighs, says she doesn't know why she's saying this, and asks Olivia not to take it too seriously, as she's saying it for her own good. Olivia thanks her. As they continue walking, Riley calls out to Griwar and asks if he knows whether the ancient magic from the fairy tales really existed. She asks who is right. He responds that Olivia is correct. Ancient magic did exist. With a single spell, mountains were erased, seas were split in two, and enemy armies were annihilated. Ancient magic is not just a fairy tale. It was, in fact, part of history, all achieved by him and his disciples, who are now called legends. Ancient magic is the legacy he and his disciples left behind, a collection of legends. The golden-eyed girl asks why, if these things truly happened, people have forgotten them. The protagonist replies that this is the frightening power of time and asks if she hasn't learned that at the academy. He explains that magic is deeply tied to the flow of history. Time passes, hundreds of years, and then hundreds more. Long ago, the era of wars came to an end. The Empire, supported by powerful archmages, unified the continent. The emperor who unified the continent named the nation the Empire of Ritas and declared an era of peace across the land. At the same time, destructive firepower lost its purpose. Riley comments that war mages are unnecessary in times of peace. Grimorio explains that the Empire sent mages to research laboratories, finding it more advantageous to explore magical engineering to improve the lives of Imperial citizens. Addressing the neglected dungeons from the war was also important. To conquer them efficiently, new magic needed to be developed. Magic with great firepower was excellent for annihilating enemies, but if used in a dungeon, the ceiling would collapse and everyone would be buried alive. The girl remains silent. Griu explains that, for safety and efficiency, magic evolved. Pathfinding magic was developed to aid in dungeon exploration, while powerful magic with limited destructive range and high precision became dominant. This was how the modern system of magic, prioritizing speed and accuracy, developed. On the other hand, magic with great firepower lost its usefulness and became ancient magic, clearly outdated. As the Empire stabilized, some people became interested in ancient magic, but the historical gap had already grown too wide. Legends turned into myths. Myths became fairy tales, and fairy tales became illusions. No one remembers the legends that truly existed, and speaking of them aloud leaves him bitter. The girl asks if he still remembers how to use ancient magic. The protagonist replies that, of course, he remembers, but questions what the point would be since it's no longer useful. Riley says she would like to learn. He asks if she didn't hear what he said. Ancient magic has had no use since the war ended. Riley responds that it's fine and comments that if a war were to break out again, ancient magic would become useful once more. Griu War tells her to stop talking nonsense. Riley says she understands. The protagonist explains that, in any case, ancient magic isn't something simple she could use just by learning it. For effective invocation, it would be necessary to study ancient runes, memorize countless enchantments, and, most importantly, transform the magical circuits engraved in her body. She would have to reset everything she's built so far and start from scratch. Naturally, she wouldn't be able to use the magic she's learned until now, and would have to revert her greatest strength, her mana affinity, to nothing. Riley comments that she doesn't like this, and says she'll have to learn ancient magic in her next life. Grimorio says he'll root for her, if there's a next life, of course. Upon arriving at the site, they notice another team that has captured the Golden Golem. Rebecca says it's good they finally found it, but comments on the presence of the other team. Griu War observes that, judging by their tired expressions, the capture operation must have been very difficult. Becky comments that those guys subdued the golem but didn't remove the core. Meanwhile, the restrained golem keeps moving, and one of the mages uses magic to keep it still. Riley asks why they bothered capturing the golem alive. She notes that they could have just killed it and taken the core. The protagonist wonders if there's a reason not to kill a golden golem. While thinking, he notices something and says it's dragon skin. The girl comments that this must be why the core's magical power is weak, even though the golden golem is so close. Griu observes that the moment they remove the core, its presence will be revealed. Riley states that others will feel the magical power, rush over, and a fight will begin, just like before. For that reason, they should consider removing the core before the test ends. Grimorio agrees and says that, in any case, the people from the 5 great magic towers are truly cunning. He warns his disciple to be careful of the other team, as they must be skilled to have avoided traps on the way there. Rebecca Duncan concludes that, in summary, they're strong, and tells everyone to be careful when fighting them. The golden-eyed girl comments that a lot was left unsaid, but yes, that's basically it. Becky responds that, in that case, it's no big deal. Fighting strong opponents is something they always do. She yells and tells the team of mages to advance. The tired mages are surprised. Rebecca, excited, starts gathering magical energy to use magic missile. One of the frontline mages looks back while the psychopath laughs and gathers more magical energy. Suddenly, the frontline mage kneels, shouting that he surrenders, leaving everyone confused. Becky stands there, stunned, and asks if he's joking. She yells at them to hurry up, fight already, and calls them idiots. The other 2 mages on the team call him Guildmaster and ask what he's doing. The Guildmaster, terrified, yells at them to shut up and get down immediately, or they're all going to die. The group is silent, not understanding. The protagonist, confused, asks what's going on. Rebecca, shocked, asks if they weren't supposed to be strong since they surrendered without even fighting. Riley suggests it might be because of her reputation, which is well known even in the magical world. She thinks they surrendered the moment they saw her. The leader of the other team begs for mercy and mentions Olivia's name. They claim they're handing over the golem willingly, so she doesn't need to torture them. Olivia, embarrassed, explains that this person was the one who helped her pass the first test. They remember the story she told earlier and realize why they surrendered so easily. In this way, they obtained the golden golem. Riley, holding the golem in her lap, comments that it looks like a puppy while stroking it. Grimorio says the golem reminds him of a sphinx cat. Rebecca approaches and asks to pet it too because it's so cute. As she gets closer, the golem bites her hand. She screams that it bit her and that she's bleeding. Riley asks if she's okay, and Rebecca replies that she's not. Gru's disciple comments that this is a very chaotic team, but at least they managed to get the golden golem without a fight. The protagonist says avoiding unnecessary battles is the best, though it's fortunate that Becky, who loves fighting, only seems a bit dissatisfied. Rebecca, in pain, tells Olivia that she seems to have a knack for torture magic, seeing how their leader became terrified the moment he saw her. Olivia responds that it's the only ancient magic she knows, so she trained a lot. Becky, indignant, tells her to wait a minute and asks why she was trembling earlier if she could have used torture magic. Olivia explains that torture magic has a 1-month cooldown. Rebecca screams that this damn ancient magic always has some flaw and calls Olivia truly insane. Gru, incredulous, comments that he doesn't know who's calling whom crazy. Becky calls Olivia a scatterbrain and asks if she's from the southern region. Olivia asks how she knows that. Rebecca replies that every time Olivia speaks, there's a slight southern accent, even when she's scared. Olivia asks if that's true. Grimorio says she does seem southern. Riley asks why he thinks that, and he replies that the South has a lot of crazy people. The most eccentric individuals generally come from the southern region. The disciple asks if that's not regional discrimination. Gru explains that it's data he's collected over thousands of years. The southern region of the empire has many strange people. Riley declares that it's definitely regional discrimination and says she's disappointed, as he's making immoral statements so casually. The protagonist asks since when she cares about morals. Rebecca says it's interesting and reveals that she's also from the South. Olivia says it's cool that they're from the same place and asks if it's true that the southern region has many lunatics. Gru, irritated, says he already mentioned that, and she told him not to discriminate. Riley sarcastically asks when she said that. He calls her shameless and comments that she seems touched by tales like Pinocchio, who gets happier as his nose grows. Olivia asks how he knew because it's one of her favorite fairy tales. Grimorio, surprised, asks if such a ridiculous book really exists. His disciple says, of course not. She was just joking. The only fairy tales she read as a child were The Great Thief Dupang and Jack the Pickpocket. He sighs and says he's never heard of those titles. The girl replies that it's obvious. Her Uncle Robert wrote them for her. Gru asks who Uncle Robert is. She falls silent, remembers what he did for her, and replies that he was a member of the same thieves' guild. He asks if the stories were normal. Riley says yes, and that they teach beautiful lessons like, don't trust others, live cunningly, and don't care about others' safety. Grimorio says he understands and thinks it's no wonder she grew up to be a lunatic reading things like that. 20 hours have passed since they entered the ruins, leaving only 4 hours until the test ends. Riley, using her magic, notices that no candidates have approached this corner. She yawns and comments that it's been a long day. He agrees but asks her to hold on a little longer. 4 hours. Just 4 more hours to endure. Then it'll be over. The protagonist thinks this tedious test will finally end, and it seems they've passed the second selection test without issues. Suddenly, he and Riley sense something. Magic is heading toward them at full speed. Riley begins analyzing it and uses Dispel, nullifying the magic. Becky and Olivia wake up startled. Rebecca asks Riley if she didn't say no one was coming. Riley replies that her pathfinding didn't detect any presence. Becky, surprised, tells her not to be ridiculous and asks how she didn't detect the enemies. That can't be possible. Riley's magical affinity is unparalleled. She could identify traps hidden by the 5 great magical towers and still use pathfinding in ruins filled with all kinds of magical interference. The protagonist thinks that Becky knows this, which is why it doesn't make sense, unless they're using dragon skin or something similar. He comments that they're really going all out. Riley says that if they've secured the skin, it means they've already found a golden golem, so why would people like that attack them? Grimorio reflects that he doesn't know either, but there are many possibilities, though for now, they're just uncertain guesses. One thing is clear. They are dangerous. The mana concentration, casting speed, and trajectory precision far surpass his disciple's level. Riley asks Grimorio if he can feel it and says it's a familiar mana. He responds that he can, and comments that it's a truly sinister hypothesis, but the person who attacked them is. As they approach, everyone stays on guard, magic prepared in their hands. Suddenly they all cast their spells. The protagonist thinks that all of this is reconnaissance. This is the Cold War of gauging an opponent's level with subtle mana. They say instruments echo the sound of their musicians. Mana is the same. Depending on the type of magic a user employs, mana formulates a unique wave. For a mage pursuing fast magic, mana flows quickly. For a mage pursuing destructive magic, mana is filled with violence. For a mage pursuing precise magic, mana is clean and orderly, and for a mage who brings an end, mana is filled with intent for destruction. From this alone, one can predict an opponent's next move. A person can assess their compatibility with the adversary and map out every possible path of the battle. This is reconnaissance. The hooded mage says, "It's been a while since I've seen you." The girl responds, "I didn't expect to meet you like this." A familiar mana, carried by a familiar voice. The protagonist thinks, of all people, why did it have to be him, facing Garen Theobald as an enemy? Garen comments that it's unfortunate things have turned out this way. Riley asks if he's come to take the core. He replies no, as he already has one. She then asks why. Theobald questions whether he hasn't already told her. The selection test attracts mages with all kinds of purposes. Some crazy people see the test as a legitimate battlefield. Then, he reveals his purpose, to put an end to Rebecca Duncan. Garen Theobald explains that he has a personal grudge against that maniac, and says that leaving her unchecked will bring even greater disasters to the world of magic. Riley recalls that Lavinia said if one member of a group falls, the entire team would be disqualified. She comments that if he takes out Becky, she'll be disqualified as well. Theobald says, "That's why I said it's unfortunate things have turned out this way." Rebecca responds that she'll handle the old man because they have some unresolved matters to settle. Grimorio tells his disciple that she's right. They can't handle Garen Theobald, and it's because of compatibility. Riley uses an unconventional combat style. She employs magic missile, altering its speed and trajectory as her main weapon, exploiting the enemy's weaknesses with dispel. On the other hand, Garen Theobald's magic is entirely defensive. He maintains an impenetrable defense and never reveals weaknesses. He is the worst enemy for them. It would be better to face those two over there. Riley comments that it will be difficult for Becky. She responds that she knows he's a high-level mage, but she already said she only fights opponents at her level. Excited, she declares that there's a perfect opponent here, so she won't refuse this battle. Theobald remains silent and warns Miss Dorothy and Arpel to be cautious, because the mage they're about to face is not an easy opponent. Dorothy thinks there's no need to worry about the idiot who only knows ancient magic. About the other one, she comments that she's pretty, but upon closer look, she tells the old man to wait a minute. Are my eyes deceiving me, or does she seem to be just a low-level mage? Garen says that she is, indeed, a low-level mage. Dorothy retorts that she must have a lot of nerve to participate in the test. The old man replies that she shouldn't judge someone solely by their rank. Surprised, Dorothy says that even so, she's not even at the beginning of the middle level. It doesn't make sense. Theobald orders Arpel to look after Miss Dorothy. He responds that he understands. Dorothy comments that, in any case, they only need to defeat those two. The old man warns her to be careful and not to let her guard down. Dorothy responds that she understands and uses her magic. Stomping on the ground, she creates a shadow that advances toward them. Griwar says it's a dark attribute. Dark attribute magic is shadow transfer, which separates the targets, leaving Theobald and Rebecca Duncan alone. Becky says it's an honor to face the famous Sir Garen Theobald one-on-one. She mentions the name Sharon, and asks if he knows how much she talked about him. Becky says it's her first time seeing him in person, but Sharon spoke so much about him that she feels a sense of familiarity. The old man calls her by name and orders her not to dare mention his granddaughter's name with her filthy mouth. He recalls that his granddaughter, before her end, begged and pleaded to be spared. After Dorothy's magic transports Riley to another place, she comments that the area looks like an interior garden for giants. The protagonist observes that the location clearly hasn't been maintained for a long time and asks if it was only them who were transported there. Suddenly, Gru is startled by the sound of Olivia crying in the bushes. Shortly after, the golden golem also appears. Riley says that Toby is also here. He explains that he needs to protect Olivia because losing the golden golem, which they obtained with such effort, would be the worst outcome. This makes him question why they were transported to that place. The magic used was shadow transfer, a powerful spell that forcibly relocates targets but comes with several restrictions. The most notable is its massive mana consumption. They wouldn't take such a huge risk just to separate them. There must be another reason. For example, the location might have a trait that gives them some advantage. Riley comments that the scattered plants constantly block vision, even when using mana detection. A place with limited visibility doesn't seem like a good battlefield. The protagonist responds that, generally, that's true. But in situations like this, it's necessary to consider all special circumstances. The opponents are mages like them, and he believes there must be a reason why they chose that location, even at the cost of sacrificing visibility. He starts forming an idea and wonders if it could be something specific. While Dorothy and Arpel walk, She mutters that she still can't understand why old Theobald wasted a perfect ambush opportunity. If he had delivered a more precise attack, the fight would already be over. Arpel replies that ambushes aren't honorable actions. Dorothy Grayard, a dark attribute magistra and mid-level mage, irritated, comments that honor makes no sense in this context. She questions if they're knights and says she can't understand why she needs to give her best against a coward like that and a mere low-level child. She also asks why the old man told her to be careful with them. Arpel tells her not to let her guard down. Dorothy responds that she already knows and comments that it's practically 2 against 1. She questions what kind of help ancient magic can bring and states that she doesn't think it's possible for them to face them alone. Gru mentions that the situation is unfavorable and tells her to give up since Rebecca Duncan has already met her end. According to him, Garen was fighting seriously against Rebecca, and no matter how skilled Becky is, it's hard to face a high-level mage alone. Essentially, either Riley manages to break through the 2 mages and join Becky before it's too late, or Becky will be defeated, and they'll fail the test. Riley asks if that's possible, but Grimorio comments that the chances are slim. The 2 mages blocking them seem to be mid-level veterans. She remains silent. Dorothy states that they don't want to engage in a pointless fight, but if they insist, they'll fight. At that moment, Arpel uses his magic to control all the plants in the area, turning them into carnivorous plants. He warns that as recommended by old Theobald, they won't hold back. Seeing the transformed plants, Riley concludes that the reason they moved to the garden was precisely because of this. Arpel explains that this is his ability. He inherited the secret magic of the great archmage Cromwell Stingwood. He is a mid-level earth attribute mage. Riley thinks about the name Cromwell Stingwood, but Dorothy takes the opportunity to perform a sneak attack from the ground. Riley notices the attack and dodges by jumping. She considers that the enemies could be above or below. When she lands, she uses her magic to push away the shadows around her. Dorothy says that they really don't want to fight her, but as she said before, fighting a low-level mage wounds her pride. She becomes serious and warns that the threats end here, telling Riley to give up immediately. She adds that since Riley is still young, there will be many opportunities, even if not in this exam. Griwar comments that carnivorous plants and shadows make a fantastic combination. Riley asks the Grimorio what he thinks and whether he believes she can beat them. It's an extremely disadvantageous fight. She needs to face 2 mid-level mages alone, in conditions that are optimal for both. However, the judgment of this Grimorio, who has faced countless enemies over millions of years, says it's possible. In her hometown, there is a book detailing foolproof strategies, and there's a saying, "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will not fear the result of 100 battles." He asks Riley who she thinks should be their top priority target. She responds that they should aim for the man controlling the plants first. Griwar asks why, and Riley explains that he is essentially the core of the combination. If all the plants disappear, the shadows controlled by the woman will also vanish. The protagonist says she is correct, and comments that the man is a dangerous opponent, capable of binding them with thorny vines, paralyzing them with poisonous mushroom spores, and directly attacking with carnivorous plants, making him quite difficult. Griwar says he has a question for his disciple. With a slight smile, he asks who created the great archmage Cromwell Stingwood and the plant magic. Riley recalls the great mages he trained, like Ian Shiskin, Cherdian Sokolov, Cromwell Stingwood, Dmitri Kashin, and Marta Farharik, and says they were talented geniuses passionate about magic. He replies that they were just a bunch of fools, but they never gave up. Riley sighs and says she's heard enough about his disciples. The Grimorio says that then she already knows the story of Cromwell Stingwood. The protagonist asks what he liked to do. The Grimorio shows him a pot, leaving him confused, and with a big smile says that he liked taking care of plants. Griwar comments, "Since he likes that, what do you think about that type of magic?" Returning to the fight, the protagonist says they know their opponents very well. Dorothy Grayard asks why Riley is laughing, if she's already made her decision, and orders her to choose quickly, fight them, or surrender and give up. Riley calls her Grimorio and says there's a fairy tale she read that left a strong impression on her, called The Trickster Amy. He asks if she's talking about the story written by her uncle from the Thieves Guild, and she confirms it. She says she'll show how Amy pulled off her schemes in the story. Then she tells them to take it. Arpel and Dorothy are confused when Riley says to take the golden golem, as they don't need it anymore. Dorothy is surprised and comments that it's unexpected, as old Theobald warned them she would fight back, and says that if she chose to fight here, she'd be crazy. Dorothy adds that it's not bad for them to have an extra core. The golem looks upset, staring at Riley, but she tells it to stop and quit crying, instructing it to go over there. Dorothy crouches, calls the golem cute, and says she'll take care of it. The Grimorio, incredulous, asks what kind of trick this is. Riley explains that people don't guard themselves against creatures weaker than them, so she'll use that psychology. She tells him to watch closely, calls the golden golem Toby, and orders it to bite hard. Miss Dorothy is startled and loses her balance. The golem bites her hand, and Arpel becomes worried about her. Taking advantage of the distraction, Riley gathers magical energy and casts her spell Magic Missile. Quickly, the magic missiles fly toward Dorothy. Arpel notices the attack and uses a mana shield. Grewar comments that he only used a mana shield, calling it careless. Riley seizes the opportunity, analyzes the shield, and uses her dispel, breaking it easily. Arpel quickly pulls Dorothy to the side. The protagonist comments that it was a quick and intelligent response. Dorothy, covering the wound where the missile hit her, calls Riley insane and accuses her of attacking them cowardly. Riley, with her golden eyes, asks if they are gentlemen seeking fair and honest duels. She adds that they asked if she would surrender or fight, concluding that she will fight and win, telling them to come at her and calling them losers. Meanwhile, Rebecca Duncan faces Garen Theobald. He threatens her, telling her not to mention his granddaughter's name with her filthy mouth. She responds that those are painful words and asks if her mouth is considered filthy because of her title as a maniac, stating that he shouldn't insult her because she was the one who avenged Sharon for him. 2 years ago, during the selection test, the battlefield was chaotic, with various spells being cast and people running everywhere. Upon arrival at the exam, the first to appear was Rebecca Duncan. Excited, she tells Sharon that she won again, but when she looks back, she notices Sharon is not there and wonders where she went. Other participants ask how many clones Rebecca can make, leaving her confused, until she sees Sharon far behind, desperately running from a giant golem, begging for help and already out of breath. Rebecca is stunned, asking why Sharon is in that situation. One of the participants laughs and mocks, while other mages also laugh at the sight of the girl pleading for help, but it was too late. After the incident, Rebecca lost her mind and sanity, explaining to the old man that she avenged Sharon for him because the others let her die. They could have helped, but chose to stand by and even ridicule her. Garon counters, saying that it wasn't revenge but a justification for elimination in the name of vengeance, accusing Rebecca of tarnishing his granddaughter's honor with a massacre disguised as justice. 2 years ago, an elder from the 5 great magical towers, acting as an administrator, lost his life. A year later, dozens of veteran mages from various schools were killed. Since then, Rebecca Duncan became known as the Maniac of Genocide. Sharon's death is considered the cause of the birth of the Maniac of Genocide, and Rebecca's actions only dishonored the memory of her friend. Theobald declares that eliminating Rebecca with his own hands will be the way to restore his granddaughter's name. Becky, furious, asks how he can speak of honor, while his only granddaughter lost her life, and he cares only about that. Garen responds that they will never understand each other, and that he always wondered how someone like Rebecca could be his granddaughter's best friend. Becky retorts, saying she also doesn't understand how someone as pure and good as Sharon could be his granddaughter. Theobald puts his hand on his head, troubled, while Rebecca says he talks too much because a mage expresses himself through magic. She asks if that isn't what he used to tell Sharon when he trained her. He exhales deeply, begins to radiate his magical power, and warns that this will be the last warning. If Rebecca mentions his granddaughter again, she will face his wrath. Becky, silent, simply says that Sharon is her best friend and his only granddaughter, Sharon Shacklebolt. Theobald, consumed by rage, clenches his fist so tightly that he cuts himself and uses the wind attribute to cast the spell Stormfield, causing destruction around him and seemingly ending Rebecca. However, after a moment, he realizes it was just a clone. Frustrated, he puts his hand on his head and understands he has been dealing with Rebecca Duncan's clone the whole time. Conjuring magic in his right hand, he finds her trick amusing. Using his wind magic, he quickly locates her and notices she's behind him, holding a knife. He tries to react, but Becky casts a spell on the blade and slashes the old man's neck. Theobald, shocked, feels as though time has slowed down and the world has turned upside down. That feeling is familiar. It's what he felt hundreds of times on the battlefield, the end of life. Suddenly, he wakes up startled. Rebecca approaches, disappointed, and asks how he can be slower to escape an illusion than Riley. She comments that Riley broke free in a second, while it took him 2. Sarcastically, she asks if he just saw death. Surprised, he remembers what happened and realizes he was fooled by a cheap trick. Rebecca replies that it was as cheap as his, but at least she didn't start a battlefield like he did. She asserts that the battlefield was planned by him and that he wanted to lure her, believing that if such a big fight broke out, she would appear. She concludes by saying that he deliberately exposed the magical power of his core. Garon, irritated, admits it, saying that after all, there's no mage more aggressive than her. She sighs and says she actually wanted to go, but Riley stopped her. Theobald raises his staff and comments that since she didn't come, he had to go looking for her. Rebecca Duncan, the maniac of genocide. She remains silent for a moment, and then begins clapping. With a sinister look, she says he's impressive for fighting against all the candidates just to get to her, but he must have killed dozens of them. Even so, he calls her the maniac of genocide, which is highly contradictory. Garand grits his teeth in anger and asks if she saw the end of life. Emanating his magical energy, he responds that he did. With a gaze full of hatred, he declares that he saw the end of her life and that now he'll show it to her as well. Rebecca, excited, comments that she remembers her mother saying that 9 out of 10 herbalists meet their end in the mountains, falling off cliffs while picking herbs. A swordsman fights with a sword and meets their end by the sword. An alchemist loses their life in an accident while making forbidden elixirs. And mages meet their end treading the path of magic. Becky then challenges him, saying, "Show me what you saw." She recalls that a woman once told her she hoped Becky would have an end befitting a mage. Blushing, she comments that for her 27 years of walking the path of magic not to be in vain, she'll be waiting. She raises her hand, grabs a thread of magical energy, and destroys it. The old man, realizing it was another clone, is astonished. Riley calls Arpel and Dorothy losers. Dorothy, furious, asks if she's done talking and insults her. Grewar observes that the reaction was even better than Becky's. His disciple comments that Dorothy fell for a basic provocation. Dorothy, irritated, calls Riley a low-level brat and says that just because she landed a sneak attack, she thinks they're nothing. Enraged, Dorothy promises to destroy Riley and uses her dark magic. The protagonist reflects that composure is the most basic virtue of a mage. Magic fueled by emotion makes the attack path too obvious, making it easy for Riley to dodge the magical attacks. Arpel urges Dorothy to stay calm, but she, still furious, continues insulting Riley. The Grimorio thinks the battle is practically won. Arpel and Dorothy keep launching attacks, but Riley dodges them effortlessly, as if it's nothing. The two mages start arguing, blaming each other to do better. Grewar comments that while he appreciates Arpel inheriting Cromwell's magic, he criticizes him for not advancing plant magic at all in the 300 years he has been dormant. He states that at this rate, they will never win. The gray-haired girl is already low on magic due to the use of shadow displacement, and her wound is still bleeding. She is both physically and mentally exhausted. Additionally, the shadow plants are slowing down. Riley's only concern is the Stingwood descendant, but if things continue this way, they will have the advantage. Her disciple warns that it's dangerous because they are running out of time. Even if they defeat the two, if they don't help Becky before she loses her life, they will fail. Grewar insists that she needs to cut the link between the mage and the summoned creature immediately. Riley dodges an attack and uses the plants to move, leaping upward. Olivia, seeing this, is incredulous, while Arpel and Dorothy are confused. Riley begins jumping from plant to plant, dodging attacks, using her magic to see the path. She explains that the way to sever the bond between the mage and the summoned creature is to attack the mage directly. After knocking out Arpel and Dorothy, Riley exhales deeply. The Grimorio asks if she's okay, and concludes that it was a moment of superhuman focus, observing that she must be quite exhausted. Olivia remains hidden, praying. Riley hears her, while Grewar comments that Olivia is also safe. He asks how Olivia managed to protect herself in that battle, given that she only has a few minor injuries. As they walk, Riley hears the golem and notices it writhing in pain. The protagonist observes a puncture wound and deduces that the golem was hit by a plant. Riley kneels silently next to Toby, takes his core, and relieves his pain. She pockets the core and states that now they will help Becky, because there's still time. Although the battle is over, there's still work to be done, and they need to help Rebecca, who is facing Garen. Riley comments that she has already located Becky using the pathfinding spell, and that if they hurry, they can still reach her. As they follow the trail, Riley notices something strange and says Becky's presence has vanished. Suddenly, a voice interrupts, telling her to stop. Riley turns and sees Garen Theobald, who declares that Rebecca Duncan has lost her life and, therefore, her test ends here. Becky's presence, once so clear, is no longer detectable. Grimorio reflects that he can sense a presence, but it's very faint, something that cannot be considered life. In other words, she has lost her life. Riley recalls Lavinia saying that if someone loses their life, they are automatically disqualified from the test. Riley tells Grimorio that this means she's disqualified. Theobald asks her to understand, stating that Rebecca Duncan committed unforgivable atrocities and merely paid for her sins with her life. The golden-eyed girl asks the old man if he lost a family member because of Becky. He responds that he lost something even more important, his honor. She remains silent but, with a serious look, asserts that he's highly contradictory. She says he despised mages who treated the test like a battlefield or playground, yet he himself used the selection test for revenge. She questions how that's any different from the actions of those he criticizes. Theobald admits he truly regrets it and has no justification for what he did. Riley tells Grimorio that all of this is pointless and admits she's irritated. Exhaling her magical energy, she surprises the old man, who asks if she truly plans to fight him. She replies that she does. Garon insists the test is over and there's no need to fight anymore, but Riley retorts that he killed Becky. Surprised, he asks if she became attached so quickly to the maniac and if she plans to avenge her. The girl states that it's not revenge because Becky's end means she's disqualified. Her irritation comes from the fact that he wasted her year. She then concentrates her magical energy to launch a magic missile, saying he should waste a year just like she did, otherwise she won't be able to sleep from frustration. Theobald comments that she really has a troublesome personality and admits that her strength isn't low. He can tell just by watching how she defeated his two teammates, but because of this, he has no choice but to take the fight seriously. Riley quickly moves to attack him with an enchanted punch, but he easily blocks it with a magical shield. She then fires 5 magic missiles and uses the impact to distance herself. Garen deduces that she also knows these missiles can't penetrate his defense. The protagonist reflects that there's a lack of firepower, as she won't be able to break the sophisticated shield with just quick magic. Grimorio suggests that since they're inside a ruin, there must be something useful there. He notices Olivia murmuring and, incredulous, asks how she can still be trembling at a time like this without helping even once. Observing more closely, he notices something different and concludes that Olivia isn't just scared, she seems to be reciting something. Grimorio calls his disciple and says the decisive move they need is right there. She asks if it's ancient magic, but the old man comments that if things continue as they are, the test will end anyway, and advises her not to waste energy and just accept the result. Grimoire says they need to buy time until Olivia is ready, and Riley responds that she understands, telling the old man she wants to think for a bit about surrendering. He allows her to take as much time as she needs. Exhausted, Riley uses thought acceleration. The protagonist reflects that the world flows more slowly and that now they need to speed up the casting of the ancient magic. He approaches Olivia and comments that since they're in the outer garden, there's no risk of being buried by the ceiling. He pays attention to her pronunciation and notices that there are no issues with the sentence structure, considering this is the first time he's seen a mage use ancient runes so well. However, he identifies a fatal flaw. In her invocation, the opening prayer is missing, and of all things, that is the most crucial part. This happens quite often, as over time, some prayers or invocation chants disappear. The golden-eyed girl comments that no matter how much she chants, the magic won't be cast, and will remain stagnant without the missing parts. The protagonist gives a slight smile and says that there lies a Grimorio, unaffected by the claws of time, questioning whether he didn't create that prayer thousands of years ago. He calls his disciple. Riley, using telepathy, calls Olivia and instructs her not to stop chanting and to listen, saying that the invocation is missing a crucial verse. She offers to teach the verse but asks Olivia not to question how she knows, as it's her secret and hard to explain. Riley asks what she thinks and whether she wants to try. Gru mentions that Olivia nodded, and Riley says that's fine, calling Olivia to bring down Garen Theobald. The old man notices and comments that he thought she was about to surrender. At that moment, Riley starts teaching the missing verse to Olivia, who listens in surprise. Excited, Olivia begins reciting. Garon, realizing the situation, says that it seems she doesn't plan to surrender. Suddenly, debris starts falling on Garon's magical shield, and he, surprised, asks what Riley is trying to do. Noticing that the entire area is shaking with magical resonance, Riley responds that she doesn't know and tells him to ask her companion, pointing to Olivia. Shocked, he recognizes that the girl is from the Arcane School of Flames and questions if she's trying to use ancient magic, wondering how she could know a lost spell. The golden-eyed girl replies that it doesn't matter because he must stop the invocation. However, if he can't get past her, he will lose his life. Theobald begins using his wind attribute around the shield and asks if this is part of her revenge, commenting that Riley truly has a troublesome personality. She agrees with him. Quickly, he casts wind magic, but Riley uses Dispel to neutralize it. While defending against the old man's attacks, she continues passing the verses to Olivia, which visibly exhausts her. Meanwhile, Gru keeps reciting the verses, expanding the magic circle. Garon notices that the heat is intensifying. Distracted by his own thoughts, He doesn't notice when Riley takes the opportunity to attack him with a knee strike to the shield, forcing him to focus on reinforcing the mana shield. He pushes her back with wind and attempts to attack Olivia, but the girl cancels his attacks with dispel, showing a satisfied smile and thinking she just needs to hold on a little longer. Olivia continues reciting the verses, even though she's exhausted. The magic circle grows even larger, and Gru comments that she is no longer a fool chasing illusions, highlighting the impressive power of the ancient magical system and the forgotten magic being invoked. Olivia, holding her staff, recites the magic she's always dreamed of using. Riley and Theobald are both surprised as they witness the power of ancient magic. Olivia, pointing her staff with excitement, says, "Ignite, O flames!" That forgotten legend reappears before their eyes, and she launches the attack toward the old man. Gru sighs, watching the intense fire, reflecting that he never imagined their first real battle would be so intense. He believes Olivia has great talent for ancient magic. The protagonist, while searching for Riley, finds her lying down and asks if she's still alive. Approaching, he notices she doesn't have any severe injuries. Olivia, worried, asks if Riley is okay and says she'll heal her but trips on a rock and falls face first to the ground. Trembling, she comments that her legs are weak. Gru explains that it's no surprise her body is struggling after using so much mana. The Grimorio reflects on Olivia's focus, determination, and talent for ancient magic, noting that she has enough potential to grow and become a great help in the future, even though she still lacks something. Olivia notices that Riley has woken up and asks if she's okay. The protagonist asks if Riley can move, and she replies that she can, but says there's something important she needs to do now. She begins walking toward Garen's group. Gru observes that the bodies are burned, there's magical recoil, and severe internal injuries. Horrified, Riley comments on how terrible it is. He remarks that it will take weeks of recovery in the temple to heal and that, fortunately, a high-level defensive spell was cast at the last moment. Otherwise, the others would have lost their lives. The girl observes that, despite everything, he truly is a high-level mage to have created such a powerful explosion, but questions why he went so far to protect them. The protagonist explains that, even though they weren't the direct target of the ancient magic, it's thanks to Garen Theobald's barrier that they're still intact after the explosion. As for why he protected his enemies, it's easy to deduce. He never intended to harm them in the first place. The golden-eyed girl asks why. Then, he attacked her with the intent to eliminate her. The magical book responds that she was the one who attacked first. She remains silent and uses her magic to restore his magical circuits to their original state, saying that should suffice as emergency treatment. Gru War comments that the rest can be handled with recovery in the temple or by drinking a potion. The girl takes their core and says she'll take it with her, asking Garon not to take it personally, as she won't be able to rest peacefully until he pays for what he did to her. In a defiant tone, she invites him to retake the test next year, and then throws the core into a cliff, telling Grimorio that the depth of the cliff should be enough to ensure no one finds it. Grimorio notes that the magical power of the core is weak, and that with so little time left, it's truly impossible to retrieve it. He asks what she'll do with the other core, and she responds that it would be a waste to discard something she worked so hard to obtain. Decisively, she says she'll keep it as a souvenir. She then asks Olivia if they should check out the end of the test, and observes that the area behind them looks like an open-air garden. Later, as they walk through the garden, the protagonist comments that they've been walking for quite some time without encountering monsters or traps. Riley notes that it's amazing for such a peaceful place to exist within the ruins. Olivia calls out to her and asks how she knew the final verse of the ancient magic. Riley responds that she had promised Olivia wouldn't ask about it. Olivia, lowering her head, falls silent, and Gru comments that she's really easy to deal with. Olivia, still upset, asks if Becky really lost her life. Riley stops walking and remains silent for a moment. Sighing, she comments that it's a shame, as she thought Becky would easily pass the test, lamenting the loss of a companion. Still, she says not everything was bad, as they gained valuable experience, despite the regrets. The real battle, the crisis, and the accumulated experiences significantly improved Riley's skills. The protagonist reflects that 1 year will be enough to try the selection test again, catch the attention of the magical towers, and enter the Tower of Orontes. He'll finally have the chance to retaliate against the impostor who claimed to be the disciple of his own disciple. Riley mentions Jan Orontes, master of the Orontes magical tower, and the one who stole Marta Farharika's dream of immortality. Gru corrects her, explaining that in truth, immortality was his own dream, something he asked Marta to create. Riley asks why he wanted that, and Gru explains that if the contractor didn't die, there would be no need to train new mages. allowing them to research magic together forever. That way, he could more quickly find the scoundrel who turned him into a piece of paper. Even before Marta, many attempts to achieve immortality were made, and several disciples contributed to it. Griw explains that the immortality ritual wasn't just a failed experiment, but the result of years of collaboration with his disciples. Riley comments that this gives them even more reasons to seek revenge against Jan Erantes, who deceived his disciples. Griw states they'll work together, and that it's no big deal, just another year of training. Riley replies that it sounds like a good idea since they can train peacefully. While they talk, Olivia stands with her mouth wide open, incredulous. Suddenly, something falls onto her face. Becky appears, tied up, and angrily asks why they haven't untied her yet. Surprised, they look at her, and Riley asks how she's alive. Becky, irritated, says that Riley started spouting nonsense as soon as she saw her. Riley mentions that the old man said Becky had died, but Becky clarifies that he lied and only said that to make her give up the test. Griw comments that now he understands why they thought Rebecca had passed away. With the dragon skin wrapped around her, her presence naturally diminished. Rebecca, annoyed, says they already know that and demands to be untied. Riley uses her magic to free her and says she feels much better now. Becky, impressed, praises Riley's spell-breaking abilities, commenting that they always surprise her and asking how Riley can break spells so quickly, considering Becky herself couldn't do it at all. The golden-eyed girl responds that it's the result of hard work. Becky comments that it seems more like talent than effort. Riley notes that something still feels off. Griw notices that Rebecca doesn't have any serious injuries, and Riley's disciple comments that it's as if she didn't even fight Theobald. Rebecca says she understands that Garon lied to her, but she still wants to know why he spared her. Becky stays silent for a moment, takes a deep breath, and reveals that Theobald said if he eliminated her, he wouldn't be any better than she was. He forgave her and spared her, asking her to quit the test as a sign of repentance, something she considers ridiculous. Riley reflects and comments to Griw that Rebecca doesn't seem to be telling the truth. Griw agrees and questions whether Theobald really forgave her for such an absurd reason as non-violence, as his hatred seemed far too intense to be mere resentment. He concludes that Rebecca must have caused an unforgivable wound in Theobald, so deep that he couldn't bring himself to end her. Even so, Rebecca is there, perfectly fine, hiding the truth behind obvious lies. Griw remarks that she seems reluctant to reveal the truth in the context of the selection test, which is being observed by officials from the 5 Great Towers. The protagonist sighs and says that if Rebecca wants to hide it, it's better for them to cooperate for now. His disciple agrees and emphasizes that the important thing is that she's alive. Rebecca observes that since everyone is fine, it seems they've given up on the test, and she asks if Theobald asked them to hand over the core. The two remain silent, and Becky, irritated, concludes that this means she'll have to take the test for the 4th time. She comments that just imagining it makes her both happy and depressed at the same time. Riley notices that Becky seems disappointed, and comments that she secretly hoped Becky had managed to escape from the old man, but it seems that was impossible. Riley then shows the golem core to Becky and asks what she thinks it is. Becky, excited, praises the two and asks how they managed to escape from the old man, urging Olivia to stop stuttering and tell the story. Later, at the location where Theobald and his team are, Dorothy, frightened, apologizes to the old man. Arpel tries to calm her down, saying that Theobald is fine, but she starts crying. Arpel takes the blame, admitting he was careless and underestimated Riley as a mere low-level mage. He comments that if he had given his all from the beginning, they could have subdued her, and he apologizes to the old man. Theobald reflects that Arpel and Dorothy should have been able to defeat her. He observes the marks around the area, which show that they gave their all, yet they were still defeated by a girl considered just a low-level mage. He acknowledges that Riley fought him evenly in the last moments, realizing that she is a genius capable of transcending ranks. Although he already knew she was exceptional, he hadn't imagined it to this extent. He says that he has recovered enough and will now proceed alone. Arpel insists that he needs more rest and again takes the blame, expressing regret since Theobald had a reason to enter the 5 Great Towers this year. Arpel suggests he try again next year, but Theobald responds that he's no longer as young as he used to be and doesn't know if his body will hold out until then. Dorothy tries to encourage him, saying he can do it. Theobald thanks her for her kind words. At that moment, Garen notices something and sees a group ahead with a core. He recognizes Pamela von Hasselpart, and exhausted from magic and stamina, thinks that of all times, encountering an opponent like her now is the worst possible scenario. Dorothy comments that Pamela is the leader of an explorers guild. Arpel adds that she is one of the mages who reached the peak of the mid-level rank. Theobald thinks it's best to avoid the fight, and that they need to make it clear they have no intention of fighting. When he says her name, she shouts, declaring that they surrender, that they will hand over the core, and begging for their lives to be spared. Members of her group question why she's surrendering again, and why they're giving the core to an old man who looks like he's about to collapse at any moment. Pamela asks if they intend to fight Garen Theobald, and the man freezes upon hearing the name. The old man's group, incredulous, reflects on how they managed to track the core. The members of Pamela's group ask what they are going to do. At this rate, they will definitely be disqualified. She replies they still have 10 minutes. They question if it makes sense to find another core in just 10 minutes. She insists that nothing is impossible. Lavinia, reviewing the results, comments that the test had an interesting outcome. Second test, list of approved candidates: Rebecca Duncan, Riley, and Olivia, Garen Edward von Theobald, Arpel Stingwood, and Dorothy Grayard, Pamela von Hasselpart, Darren Underblade, and Gilbert Winifred. Outside the ruins, in the city of Magi Wilhelm, Riley remarks that they're finally out and the air feels amazing. Becky says that thanks to the dedicated priests, they received good treatment, even after being confined in the temple for 2 days. Still, she feels tired. Yawning, she mentions that the final test will be in a week. Lavinia had informed them beforehand that the final test would happen in a week and consist of an individual interview with each Tower Master, with further details to be provided later. The protagonist thinks an interview isn't bad, as it's a direct opportunity to highlight Riley's strengths. Most importantly, Ian Arantes will finally be seen in person. Rebecca, looking sleepy, announces she's going to rest. Riley asks where she'll be staying, and Rebecca replies that she knows someone in Wilhelm and will stay there for a while. Riley, surprised, questions why she didn't mention this earlier. Rebecca insists she did, referencing the time she recommended the Heavenly Whale to Riley. Becky encourages Riley to visit the place, saying it's really great. Riley grows serious. Becky, calling her a maniac, bids farewell, saying she'll see them at the final test and asking them to take care. Olivia and Riley say goodbye as well. Riley then asks Olivia where she's staying. Olivia responds she'll be at the Stingwood Grand Hotel. Riley remarks that she'll be staying there too. Olivia mentions planning to stop by the Arcadia Library first. Riley jokes, saying she just wants to get to her room and rest, planning to spend the entire day doing nothing, enjoying room service ice cream while relaxing in a hot bath. Olivia agrees, stating that rest is most important. Arriving at the hotel entrance, Riley imagines the dreamlike rest awaiting her as soon as she opens the door. However, upon entering, she runs into Garen, Arpel, and Dorothy. She stays silent. Theobald comments that he had forgotten she was staying there too. Suddenly, Dorothy approaches with a sinister expression, exuding an aura. Then, out of nowhere, she becomes cheerful, introduces herself, and hugs Riley, saying they haven't been formally introduced. Dorothy states her name is Dorothy Grayard and invites Riley to be friends. Riley observes that someone must have offered a core to Garen, enabling them to pass the test. Grimorio, in disbelief, remarks that giving away the last core with only 10 minutes left in the test is something only a fan of Garen or a madman would do. Theobald comments that other people passed as well. Grimorio suggests it's best not to overthink it. Dorothy invites Riley to take the final test together, pointing out that since it's just an interview with the Tower Masters, there's no need for competition. Riley questions why Dorothy likes her so much, especially since she beat her 2 days ago. Dorothy responds that it was just a test, and that she likes cute and pretty girls. Arpel invites Riley to dine with them. Initially, she declines, saying she was planning to order room service, but they explain that, in celebration of passing the test, there will be special dishes prepared by a royal chef. Without much thought, she accepts the invitation. At the banquet, Riley piles up plates as she eats. Grimorio observes that, contrary to appearances, Riley has a passion for food. She explains it's because she's still growing. As Riley continues eating, she overhears others discussing the last core. Pamela mentions that the core was at the base of a cliff and criticizes the administrators for placing it in such a difficult location. Grimorio retorts that they were the ones who did that and says Pamela should stay quiet. Theobald remarks that Pamela managed to find the core at the cliff base with only 10 minutes left. He adds that her title as the best explorer in Wilhelm is well-deserved. Pamela clarifies that it wasn't her who found it, but her secret and cherished disciple, Gilbert Winifred, who was also responsible for discovering nearly all the golden golems in the ruins. Garen expresses interest in hearing more about Winifred. Pamela, excited, says as much as he'd like. She praises Gilbert as extraordinary, with incredible mana affinity. Grimorio comments that Gilbert doesn't even react to the praise. Pamela states that he's arrogant. The protagonist remarks that he's indeed talented, and that, with hard work, He could become a high-level mage.
Pamela highlights how quickly Gilbert found the administrative office, asserting that no one completed the first test faster than him. Dorothy interrupts, asserting that Becky was the fastest, taking only 4 hours. Pamela dismisses that, saying Gilbert was faster and calling Becky a maniac who relied on clones, so she shouldn't count. Dorothy, indifferent, says fine. Pamela continues, stating that Theobald completed the first test in just 1 day. Therefore, Gilbert would be in second place, having taken only 2 days. Garen corrects her, saying that with 2 days, Gilbert doesn't come in second. Pamela argues that it's not fair to compare those who used Find Path fairly to Rebecca, who used clones. The old man clarifies that there seems to be a misunderstanding and asks Riley how long it took her to complete the first test. The protagonist notes that he already knows the answer. Riley states it took her half a day, precisely 6 hours and 30 minutes, leaving everyone at the table shocked. Garon, delighted, declares that there's the answer. Grimorio jokes, asking if Riley is his granddaughter or something. Pamela can't believe the time. Gilbert slams his spoon on the table, calling it a good joke and questioning how a low-level mage could find the administrative office in just half a day. Arrogantly, he questions whether such a candidate even deserves to take the final test, arguing that the magical disruption across Wilhelm isn't easily overcome. Furthermore, due to residual magic from experiments, tracking spells don't work properly. For a low-level mage to have gotten that far, she must have used some dishonest method. Grimorio wonders why he's so upset. Pamela says she doesn't know. Dorothy interrupts, saying she has a question for him. Using her dark attribute magic, she asks if he thinks he can beat her in a fight. Gilbert remains silent, aware that she's a veteran mage at the peak of the mid-level rank. Dorothy tells him to be quiet, asserting that Riley defeated both her and Arpel simultaneously. Gilbert, stunned, asks Stingwood if that's true. He confirms, adding that Riley passed the second test more fairly than anyone else. Gilbert, still in disbelief, questions how it's possible for a low-level mage. Theobald acknowledges his feelings, stating that Riley's youth and rank naturally raised doubts. He admits he too initially questioned her abilities, as did Gilbert. Dorothy also underestimated her and paid the price, as did Arpel. Doubting an opponent's abilities isn't a problem. Constant doubt is a fundamental quality of a mage. However, Garon questions whether Gilbert really needed to voice those doubts in such a setting, urging him to reflect seriously. He points out that the gathering was meant to celebrate passing the second test, with experienced mages present. Was it necessary to express such doubt and hostility? Pamela, embarrassed, admits her disciple made a significant mistake, explaining that he's been stuck training with her. She scolds him, urging him to apologize. Gilbert bows and apologizes for his rudeness. Theobald forgives him, provided he understood the lesson. He suggests that if Gilbert still doubts Riley's abilities, he should challenge her to a duel later. He adds that she would likely welcome it. Riley radiates an aura of animosity. The old man asks if it's true, and Riley confirms, saying she would gladly accept a duel. Grimorio questions whether that level of hostility was necessary, and she replies that she's annoyed by challenges from people who don't know their place. Grimorio hopes there will be no more disturbances but admits he has a bad feeling. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. Pamela remarks that it seems they have new guests and invites them in. Olivia enters, saying the hotel's staff informed her to go there. Pamela lets out a loud scream for help. The others ask what's happening, and Grimorio comments that he suspected something like this might occur. Riley remarks that her meal is about to get noisy. Shortly after, Pamela's group takes her away, leaving the others puzzled. Garen's group also bids farewell to Riley and leaves. Riley asks Grimorio if there's no way to speed up the second awakening. He asks if she feels she's reached her limits, and she confirms. The second awakening is a blessing that occurs when a mage reaches adulthood, marking the final phase of awakening where the attribute flora emerges. It's also the period when a mage's level increases the most rapidly. The protagonist explains that, after meeting many mages during the second test, it's natural for her to feel limited when facing them. Riley comments that, in terms of utility magic, she believes she knows enough, but her offensive means are very limited. Her specialties, like tracking and nullification, are auxiliary. In reality, her only offensive spell is the magic missile.
He states that the best way to overcome this limit is to accelerate the second awakening, as she mentioned, but notes that while it's not impossible, it's extremely difficult. This process, also known as premature awakening, goes against the natural flow of magic, inevitably involving a very challenging and complex process. Grimorio explains that it will be painful and exhausting, and that, so far, only a few disciples have successfully achieved premature awakening. He emphasizes that talent won't help in this process.
Success depends entirely on perseverance and effort. He suggests that she will naturally awaken in about 5 years, so rather than enduring such hardship, she could spend that time training calmly in other areas. However, if she still wants to proceed, he won't stop her. Riley replies that she wants to do it. Grimorio comments that if that's her decision, there's no stopping her, and admits he had already planned to have her undergo premature awakening. He decides to provoke her, knowing she would do it out of spite. He tells her they'll do their best. She, excited, declares that she will succeed. Later, while reading a book, she comments on something called the attribute seed inside her mana heart, and notes that when mana quantity exceeds a certain level, the seed naturally blooms. The protagonist confirms, saying the method is simple: just fill her mana. Riley, however, states that she doesn't understand, as the reason for premature awakening is to compensate for a lack of mana. She asks if it's necessary to have a large amount of mana for premature awakening, and Grimorio responds that's exactly how it works. Premature awakening exploits this contradiction, and he says that from now on, she just needs to lie. He explains that there's no reason to worry about increasing her mana, she just needs to deceive her mana heart. He advises her to convince her mana heart that she possesses a large amount of mana. If she continues to deceive her mana heart until the attribute seed naturally blooms, her mana capacity will increase even without undergoing the second awakening. When the seed blooms, her body will assume she completed the second awakening. After that, her body will naturally transform into that of a mage who completed the second awakening, forcing her mana circuits to expand and increasing her mana heart strength, thereby distorting causality. Riley asks if this is really possible, and Grimorio replies that nothing is impossible. He states that if there are no variables, the process will take about 5 weeks. She is surprised, but he adds that in reality, it will take much longer, as there's much to be done. She needs to build a barrier inside her body through mana manipulation, temporarily increase the amount of mana her body can handle, hold external mana long enough for her mana heart to recognize the changes, and there are dozens of processes after that. Riley comments that it's going to be really difficult. Grimorio warns that he's not exaggerating when he says it will be so hard that she'll feel like she's dying. It may even be the hardest thing she's experienced so far, but the reward size is always proportional to the pain. Riley falls silent and says she understands and will try. Thus, she begins to gather magical energy and immediately feels pain. Grimorio instructs her to endure it and warns that the next 5 weeks will feel like hell. The premature awakening process will be painful, the mana pressure weighing on her entire body, the burning sensation as if her organs and veins are on fire, along with indescribable pain. The protagonist, with a serious expression, tells her to prepare for what's to come in the following weeks. 5 days later, Riley asks if he hadn't said, "The next 5 weeks will be hell," while showing a yellow sphere in her hand. She comments that he scared her by saying it would be extremely hard, but thinks it was just to motivate her. Grimorio, in disbelief, asserts that wasn't the case. Riley says that thanks to it, she believes she completed the premature awakening faster. He shouts that's impossible, and sighs, asking how she thought of taking all the pain at once. Completing 5 weeks in 5 days means enduring an intensity 7 times greater than the original process. His disciple replies that she found it manageable and saw no need to prolong the process. Grimorio comments that other disciples usually fainted from pain during the process, but Riley explains she's been through harsher training in the Thieves' Guild, and that this kind of pain is nothing to her. Annoyed, Grimorio mentions the Crazy Guild again and wonders what they did to her to make her so immune to pain at such a young age. Riley explains she underwent horrible torture disguised as mental training, like being tied to a post while they ate chicken legs in front of her. Despite begging for a bite, they never gave her any. When they finally fed her, it was only dry chicken breast for an entire week, and no drinks, just water. Grimorio, incredulous, asks if that was more painful than premature awakening. She confirms it was. The protagonist thinks that maybe the maniac is her and praises her, saying it was a good job. He reveals that her attribute is lightning. She asks if that's good, and Grimorio confirms, saying it's versatile and unique. He explains that the lightning attribute combines the destructive power of fire with the agility of wind, being excellent for attack, defense, and support. Moreover, he promises to train her to become a complete lightning mage without weaknesses. Then, he asks if by any chance she was struck by lightning in the past, as her affinity with the attribute is exceptionally strong. He notes that the nature of a mana attribute isn't decided randomly, but is accumulated through personality, disposition, memories, environment, and traumas, evolving into a clear attribute during the second awakening. For instance, a mage who almost drowned may gain the water attribute, while another who grew up in a windy region may gain the wind attribute. Given Riley's strong affinity, he wonders if she had any connection to lightning or electricity. Riley replies she has never seen lightning in her life, let alone been electrocuted. Grimorio suggests that maybe her silent and agile nature as a thief shaped her attribute, but admits such a strong affinity is still a bit questionable. Riley comments she's satisfied and feels her mana has become stronger. Now that she has gained a new ability, she wants to test it. Grimorio thinks that as long as she's satisfied, it's all good, and agrees that practical experience is important. He mentions she's been stuck inside for a while and suggests they go out. However, he considers that the problem will be finding a target to test her abilities on, wondering if they should go to the city and perhaps find a fake guide like before. He admits that while possible, it won't be easy since it's a bit intimidating. When they step outside, they run into Gilbert. Grimorio asks if it's the same foolish mage from before. Gilbert quickly challenges her to a duel, leaving Riley and Grimorio surprised. However, Gilbert starts to feel scared after seeing what happened at the hotel. What was supposed to be a simple duel turned into an event with banners, and many famous mages appeared to watch the clash between the two. Gilbert, surprised, wonders how the situation spiraled so out of control. He considers that even the evaluators for the final test came to watch and questions if this will affect his evaluation. He also doesn't understand why the low-level mage didn't simply refuse the challenge. 5 days ago, Gilbert boasted about passing the first test with overwhelming scores and finding all the golden golem cores alone in the second test. Irritated, he believed there was no chance of being afraid of anyone, under any circumstances. 4 days ago, he thought that since she always said she'd accept a duel, defeating her would put an end to that nagging feeling. 3 days ago, Garen mentioned that Riley was staying in the room opposite his, but hadn't left for days. As for the reason, he didn't know. 2 days ago, Gilbert, standing at her door, thought Riley was hiding because she was scared of dueling a genius like him. 1 day ago, walking past her room, he concluded that the coward was still hiding behind the door, and that, in the end, he would be the victor. Today, Gilbert, frightened, believed that was the reason she was hiding, but now wondered why it seemed like he was going to lose. While everyone's eyes remained on him, he began to feel paranoid, thinking about various things. Gilbert, disturbed, questioned what was wrong and what he should do. Meanwhile, he didn't notice his master calling him until she grabbed his shoulder. Pamela told him not to be nervous, as Riley was still a low-level mage with limited mana, and her attribute hadn't even awakened. Pamela said the duel was being observed by the giants of the magical world, but his opponent was weaker. It was the perfect time for him to prove his skill. Gilbert, excited, agreed, saying it was true since he was a genius. At the duel location, the judge thanked everyone for their patience and announced that preparations were complete. He then introduced the participants. First, the secretly trained protege of the greatest explorer, Pamela von Hasselpart, Gilbert Winifred. On the other side, the rising star acknowledged by the strongest shield of the Empire and high-level mage, Garen Theobald, Riley. The judge then declared that the duel between the two mages would begin. Gilbert, confident after his master's advice, no longer feared the girl. He thought it was the moment to show the class difference between a mere low-level mage and a promising talent who had already reached the mid-level. Thus, the two advanced against each other, with their attribute magics in hand. Dorothy, incredulous, asked if that was really the mage who defeated Riley. She said she couldn't believe he fell after only 2 moves. Gilbert, however, said his master was right and that the duel was overwhelmingly in his favor. Arpel mentioned he had no idea Gilbert had such great talent, and Dorothy apologized for what she said at dinner. Garon called Gilbert and asked if he would consider becoming his disciple. Surprised, Gilbert said he was deeply honored by the words, but that he was exclusively Pamela's disciple and couldn't have 2 masters. Theobald praised his conviction and promised to support him in every way possible. Lavinia declared there was no need for a final selection test and requested Gilbert's entry into the 5 great magic towers. Everyone cheered and began asking him to choose his towers. Gilbert laughed uncontrollably. Riley asked Grimorio why Gilbert was laughing. He replied that she should leave him there, as he was probably having a good dream or something. Grimorio remarked that the duel was boring, as he expected Gilbert to at least be on the level of a training dummy. However, when Riley used the lightning sphere, Gilbert only screamed and fell to the ground, unable to react. He concluded that Gilbert couldn't even withstand a single hit. Riley commented that despite that, it seems they perfectly achieved the goal of promoting themselves. The mages around were shocked, discussing how she ended the duel with a single hit and used attribute magic. Grimorio remarked that everyone was looking at Riley as if she were a monster, saying that reaction was exactly what they wanted. Theobald told Riley he still couldn't believe she managed to make her attribute bloom, asking how she accomplished it before the second awakening. Everyone fell silent until the protagonist mentioned it was time to use the prepared lines. Riley responded that she had an epiphany during the second selection test when fighting him, suddenly realizing something. She explained that not wanting to lose that feeling, she meditated for 5 days, and before she realized it, it happened. Garen praised her instincts, saying she was a genius but cautioned her not to lose herself in her talent, as laziness is a fatal poison, urging her to continue honing her talents. Suddenly, Becky approached, asking if she saw correctly, and commented that the lightning attribute perfectly matches Riley's chaotic and disorganized personality. Then, she asked if Riley wasn't going to thank her, claiming that she gathered all those people for her. Becky said that thanks to her, the Early Attribute Awakening promotion campaign was a huge success, and laughing told Riley to say thank you. Riley remained silent and replied it didn't make sense since, if she passed the selection test thanks to Becky, Becky should thank her first. Dorothy came running, calling Riley, and said she was amazing, just as expected, even questioning how someone so beautiful could be so talented in magic. Arpel also congratulated her, curiously asking how she managed to achieve Attribute Awakening. Grimorio interrupted, saying enough of those predictable reactions, as it was time to receive answers. Lavinia approached, saying everyone was gathered at the perfect moment, and asked if she could take the opportunity to share additional announcements about the final test. Grimorio remarked that Riley must have gained a few points from the duel. Lavinia used magic to summon the papers and began sharing information. She explained that, as mentioned earlier, the final test would be an individual interview with each tower master, and each of the 5 great magic towers held a right of nomination. A candidate who received a nomination would have their first interview with the corresponding tower, and if accepted during that interview, all subsequent ones would be cancelled. Grimorio explained that this system allowed a tower to court a candidate it favored, comparing the right of nomination to a type of courtship. Riley commented that, in practice, receiving a nomination was almost a guarantee of acceptance, and Grimorio confirmed. Dorothy asked what happened if someone received more than one nomination, and Lavinia explained that in that case, the candidate could choose the order of interviews. The protagonist noted that while there might be conflicts, the towers must have planned this very well. Riley called Grimorio and commented that since they were announcing the nominations, it meant the list must have been decided a day or 2 ago. He replied they probably didn't announce a list made 10 minutes ago. Riley then said the public duel was pointless, to which Grimorio yelled that she was right and lamented not convincing her to awaken the attribute a day earlier. However, he concluded that what's done is done. Grimorio remarked that in the end, it doesn't matter if they received a nomination or not since they're aiming for the Tower of Orontes. Lavinia began announcing the candidates who received the rights of nomination. She mentioned that the first nomination, from the Blue Magic Tower of Eucria, founded simultaneously with the Empire, and famous for producing Archmage Ian Shiskin, went to Garen Edward von Theobald. Garen bowed his head silently while Riley commented that this was expected. Grimorio reminded her that, as he mentioned, the 5 magic towers seek complete mages. The second nomination, from the White Magic Tower of Dwight, also went to Garen Theobald. The third nomination, from the Violet Magic Tower of Gaia, went to Garen Theobald once more. Dorothy and Arpel, surprised, asked if the old man was monopolizing all the rights of nomination. Lavinia continued and announced that the 4th nomination, from the Red Magic Tower of Yadon Graten, went to Olivia, a Tribuxa mage. Hearing her name, Olivia beamed with joy. Becky commented that, as a Tribuxa mage and a member of a prestigious family, it made sense for Olivia to be considered talented. Grimorio remarked that she was truly a strange person, and questioned if it wasn't a waste for her to involve herself with ancient magic given her lineage. Garen told Rebecca that Olivia managed to manifest lost ancient magic, but Rebecca, incredulous, replied that he wasn't there to know. Becky accused Garen of lying and asked whom he was trying to fool. Lavinia intervened, apologizing for the interruption, and confirmed that Theobald was telling the truth. She explained that Olivia had performed ancient magic, which attracted the interest of the Red Tower's master, Yadon Graten. Becky, stunned, asked if that was true. Grimorio commented that the Red Tower, known for its powerful fire spells, naturally noticed Olivia, and that they played their cards well while everyone was focused on Theobald. Lavinia continued, announcing the 5th nomination, the right of nomination for the colorless magic tower of Orontes. Suddenly, she fell silent, while Riley and Grimorio watched her. Finally, Lavinia declared Riley's name and explained that the master of the Tower of Orontes, Ian Orontes, used the right of nomination for her. Later, during a banquet, Olivia asked if the mages were truly impressed with her. They responded positively, stating that the elders strongly recommended her. As the banquet continued, Arpel conversed with Zephyr, Dorothy toasted with another mage, and Riley ate while talking to Grimorio. She remarked that it seemed the officials were already treating the candidates as if they had passed. Grimorio agreed, saying that, indeed, the final test would be the next day, but the banquet had such a relaxed atmosphere that it felt like the Five Towers had already decided which candidates they would accept. He suggested that the individual interview with the Tower Master was likely just a formality, and that the final test might not even be a test. Becky approached Riley, calling her, while Grimorio noted the strong smell of alcohol. Becky, downing a glass of wine, asked if Riley had already talked to the Tower officials. Riley replied vaguely, while Grimorio said Becky was drunk. Rebecca then remarked that she still thought the Tower of Eucria was the best. Riley asked if she was serious, and Becky confirmed, saying the other towers avoided her. Laughing, Becky commented that after what she did, which tower would want her? Riley asked what she did, and Becky replied that Riley already knew. Theobald approached and asked Rebecca if she planned to go to the Tower of Eucria. She confirmed, saying she was following her mother's path. Riley asked if her mother was also a mage, to which Becky replied that her mother was more of an alchemist, a famous potion maker affiliated with the Tower of Eucria. Riley asked if Becky wanted to join the Tower of Eucria to be close to her mother, but Rebecca explained not exactly, as they couldn't work together. Riley questioned the reason, asking if it was because magic and potions were different fields. Becky, lowering her head, replied no, and sighed, explaining that her mother passed away 11 years ago. Becky commented that this was usually when someone would apologize and say they didn't mean to bring up painful memories or something similar. Riley remained silent, and Rebecca told her to forget it, saying that as a protected girl, Riley wouldn't know what it was like to lose someone. Riley replied that she also lost her entire family when she was young, leaving Becky and Garen speechless. Rebecca took Garen's wine glass, said she was sorry, and downed it in one gulp. Awkwardly, Rebecca explained that she frequently visited the Tower of Eucria with her mother when she was young, and naturally grew close to the tower's master to the point of calling her aunt. Riley, with her golden eyes fixed, asked if it was really appropriate for a candidate in the selection test to have a personal connection with a high-ranking tower official. Rebecca replied that she didn't see a problem, adding that she had been staying in her aunt's annex throughout the test, and commented that if the administration had any issue with it, they would have already said so. Riley asked if Rebecca was staying at the Tower Master's house and if she didn't think that was wrong. Becky replied that if Riley thought that way, many mages were dishonest. She pointed to a mage talking to Arpel Stingwood and explained that he was Arpel's mentor and also one of the test administrators. Riley observed and commented that Becky said he was Arpel's mentor, but he seemed younger than Arpel. Becky began to explain, but was interrupted by other mages approaching. It was because he was an administrator of the Tower of Irantes, and high-ranking officials of the Tower of Irantes could maintain eternal youth thanks to the ritual of immortality. Grimorio became serious upon hearing that. Becky asked Riley if she understood that she wasn't the only one with connections to the towers, mentioning that even old man Theobald had been a classmate of the master of the Tower of Eucria in Renelmus, highlighting how small the magical world was. Riley asked Grimorio if what Becky said was true, and he replied that the magical world was indeed smaller than one might imagine. Furthermore, for mages who reached the final phase of the test, their networks naturally included connections with high-ranking officials. Riley remarked that, in that case, these connections could influence the selection test results, but Grimorio vehemently denied this, explaining that she herself was a perfect example. Despite being a newcomer who appeared like a comet, many officials were interested in her, and everyone was curious about which tower she would choose, proving that the selection test was strictly merit-based. Theobald called Riley and asked if she planned to join the Tower of Magic of Irantes. She looked confused, remembering the moment Lavinia mentioned that the Tower Master wanted her. His expression changed to a serious one, and Riley commented that the old man's expression had been strange since earlier. Even so, she replied that yes, she planned to go there since she was nominated. He suggested that perhaps she should reconsider. At that moment, Lavinia appeared behind her and remarked that it was a good choice. Since they were talking about the Tower of Magic of Irantes, Lavinia asked if she could join and explain a bit more. She apologized for the late introduction and identified herself as the chief administrator of the selection test. Lavinia, a Trabuxa mage. Becky interrupted, asking if she was really from the Trabuxa family. Lavinia confirmed and revealed she was Olivia's great-aunt. Grimorio remarked that if she was a great-aunt, she must be at least the same age as Olivia's grandmother. Riley asked if she was from the Tower of Magic of Irantes, and Lavinia confirmed, saying she was one of the 7 elders of Irantes, and guaranteed that if Riley chose their tower, she wouldn't regret it. Lavinia's explanation continued uninterrupted, She described how, in just 300 years, the Tower of Orontes had become one of the 5 great towers, how they maintained their reputation, and the nature and vision of the tower, all said so fluidly it seemed like a rehearsed speech. Lavinia highlighted that it was widely known the tower had achieved great success with the ritual of immortality after inheriting it from Archmage Marta Farharic. However, Riley found the story utterly absurd. Lavinia concluded by saying that the Tower Master was very interested in her, to the point of using his right of nomination without hesitation. Furthermore, the Master had asked her to convey a message. If she comes to our tower, we'll support her in every way possible. Lavinia finished by stating that Riley could learn more details during the interview the next day, and wished her a pleasant evening. Later, in her room, Riley thought that as an elder, Lavinia must know that Ian Orontes wasn't Marta's disciple. Grimorio remarked that even so, the fact she spouted such lies so easily only meant that this woman was conspiring with Ian Orontes. He said that if he weren't just a piece of paper, he would have punched her face. Riley, ironically, asked if he wanted her to do that next time. Grimorio told her to wait and not actually do it. Sighing, he said they should focus on the interview tomorrow, and since the banquet was over, she should rest as well. Suddenly they heard a noise at the door. Someone was knocking. Grimorio remarked that no one should come at this hour and questioned who it could be.
Gru says that no one should be visiting at this time. Rebecca outside asks who she is. Garen pushes her aside, telling her to get out of the way. Rebecca Duncan questions what the old man is doing. He responds that he told her to move and asks Riley to open the door so they can enter. Grimorio questions the old man and Becky while Riley asks why they came. Theobald begins casting a spell on the door to the room. Gru observes that he is using silence, spying detection, and even magical interference, wondering what kind of secret conversation they are planning to have. The old man says that should be enough and calls for Riley, telling her not to go to the Orontes magic tower. The protagonist reflects that it is true that Theobald showed a mixed reaction when the Orontes magic tower was mentioned before, but now he is being very direct. Riley asks why. Garen Theobald replies that a war will soon begin. She questions, "A war? What do you mean?" The old man confirms and says it's not a metaphor. A real war is about to happen. He assures her that once this war ends, the Orontes magic tower will no longer be on the map. Gru considers this an unexpected statement and reflects on the possibility that the tower may really fall soon. Riley asks Lord Theobald what he means. Becky calls the old man and he asks what the problem is. She replies that he seems unaware, but the Orontes magic tower isn't even on the Empire's map now. She questions why, since the tower is in the Demon Kingdom and therefore doesn't appear on the Empire's standard map. Garen says that if Becky is drunk, she should just shut up and asks if she doesn't understand metaphors. Rebecca, confused, asks what a metaphor is and comments that she doesn't know what it means. Everyone falls silent, incredulous. Sometime later, the old man casts a mental cleaning spell on Rebecca Duncan. Riley comments that now she can speak correctly and asks what Becky meant earlier. Becky replies that it's hard to say that while completely sober. Theobald calls her, and Rebecca sighs deeply before saying, "All right, old man, she'll speak." Becky gets serious and asks if Riley sees the Orontes magic tower in a positive light. She mentions that she received an indication from the master of the tower and, during the banquet, also received an unknown offer from the elder. She says that anyone would be tempted. Riley asks Grimorio if she should just say that she doesn't like the Orontes magic tower. He replies that it's better to just listen for now, as they may learn something new. Rebecca explains that the Orontes magic tower grew rapidly in the last 300 years, becoming a new force that brought a fresh breeze to the stagnant world of magic. From what she perceives in the Elder, the tower's mentality is very open. There are no people stuck in the past, resistant to change. It's a place that adapts well to transformations, doesn't disdain new opinions, and develops at an alarming rate. That's why the Orontes magic tower has become the favorite among mages today, but the reality is completely different. She asks if Riley knows why the Orontes magic tower managed to become one of the 5 great towers in just 300 years. Riley suggests it was because the Tower Master, Ian Orontes, claimed to be the disciple of Archmage Marta Farharic. After Marta Farharic's death, no one reached the rank of Archmage for 300 years. During this time, the title of the only disciple of an Archmage would have had a significant impact on the magic world. Rebecca responds that this isn't entirely wrong, but there's a bigger reason for the growth of the Orontes magic tower. Gru recalls and believes that the research that Marta and Ian spent their whole lives conducting, but ultimately failed at, was exactly what Ian Orontes eventually succeeded at, or rather, it is believed that he succeeded, the immortality ritual. Becky confirms this and comments that Ian Orontes granted immortality to the 7 elders and other high-ranking officials. They swore absolute loyalty to Ian Irantes, who gave them eternal life. It's truly a dictatorship. Thanks to the immortality ritual, the absolute ruler, the Tower Master, never changes. Like any organization, the Tower cannot escape the influence of politics. However, with the maintenance of absolute power, the Irantes Magic Tower can move in any direction. Moreover, many rich and noble people support the tower to receive the immortality ritual, so they have no financial problems. Riley says that, in the end, the reason the Irantes Magic Tower has prospered in these 300 years, as Becky mentioned, is thanks to the immortality ritual. But something seems off. The undead who defied death, the necromancers who used dark magic, those who dared to defy death and betrayed the laws of the heavens, are all marked with an indelible stigma, a stigma known as demonic energy. But why don't the mages of the Irantes Magic Tower, who use the immortality ritual, emit any demonic energy? Rebecca Duncan says that this is unknown. There are still ongoing debates about the pros and cons of the immortality ritual, and this is also why Ian Irantes is not yet an archmage. Riley questions Gru War about why the members of the Irantes Magic Tower are free of demonic energy. He comments that he doesn't know either. Riley asks if he really doesn't know, and he responds that yes, he truly doesn't know how they are free of demonic energy. And because he doesn't know, he's convinced that Ian Irantes is a fraud. He says that it's a ritual that even he, who has been at the core of magic for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, couldn't accomplish. So how could a mere human solve this so easily? The problem is how to expose this fraud. Finally, during the 300 years he's been sleeping, it seems not everyone has been an idiot. It would have been impossible for Becky to gather so much information alone. This means that besides him and Riley, there are other forces opposing the Irantes Magic Tower. Rebecca explains that there are three main forces opposing the Irantes Magic Tower. First, the imperial family, which fears that the great nobles will retain their power indefinitely through the immortality ritual, ignoring succession. Second, the Great Temple, which is concerned that the destruction of the life and death cycle will break the laws of the heavens. The third group is formed by the remaining 5 great magic towers who were cautious about the rapid growth of the Irantes Magic Tower and took measures to keep it under control. Riley comments that this must have created a lot of pressure. Becky responds that yes, but still, the Irantes Magic Tower continued to grow steadily. Moreover, the tower never hesitated to remove obstacles, using any means necessary to do so. Both Lord Theobald and she lost people in this process. Those bastards eliminated her mother and Sharon. Gru says he is very familiar with these feelings. Anger, a burning hostility toward a specific target. Both Theobald and Becky wanted revenge against the same enemy as him. Sometime later, Garen Theobald says that's why he wants to ask, please don't enter the Irantes Magic Tower. Riley calls Becky and the old man and asks if they would like to hear her plan. At dusk, Zephyr is thoughtful in front of the window when Lavinia appears and asks what he is doing alone so late after the banquet has ended. He replies that he was just thinking. Lavinia from the Irantes Magic Tower, one of the 7 elders, Lavinia Maga Trebuxa, asks how he feels about meeting his disciple after so long. Zephyr, from the Irantes Magic Tower, one of the 7 elders, asks if she's talking about Arpel and comments that he's grown a lot. She asks if that's all he has to say. Zephyr responds that of course not. The second son of the renowned Stingwood family of mages, founded by the archmage Crownwheel Stingwood, with the ancestral plant magic of his family and the generous teachings of Zephyr, showed exceptional skill in magic from a young age. Zephyr says that thinking about how much he's grown in such a short time, it fills him with pride and he believes he will easily reach the high-level rank. Lavinia asks if he's serious. He responds that yes, at the pace he's growing, he could become a high-level mage in 10 years. She asks how old his disciple is. Zephyr comments that he is 29 years old. Lavinia comments that then, in the worst case, he will reach high level before he turns 40. He says yes, she's right. She says that both he and she reached high level only after 50 years. And considering that the Empire's greatest shield reached high level at 43 years old, that makes Zephyr's disciple a genius, right? He responds that without a doubt, there aren't many mages showing signs of reaching high level at that age. Lavinia questions what he thinks about such a genius losing to a 15-year-old. Zephyr stays silent for a few seconds and comments that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have laughed and called it absurd. She says that Archmage Marta Farharik reached intermediate level at 21 and high level at 30. She set the fastest record in the Empire's history, a genius among geniuses. But today, that impressive record has been surpassed. Reaching intermediate level at 15 years old is truly extraordinary. Zephyr asks if Lavinia thinks this child could reach the position of Archmage. With such monstrous talent, she could occupy the position that has been vacant for 300 years. She says that who knows, This girl may have a chance to become an archmage, but it won't be easy to surpass Marta Farharich's legacy. And as he knows, there is someone who will reach the archmage position before this child. In 3 months. Only 3 months left now. Suddenly the wine glass falls to the floor. Zephyr sighs deeply upon seeing this and comments that Lavinia should know it's him who has to deal with things when she disappears like this. He swears she comes and goes as she pleases. Zephyr takes off his glasses and starts cleaning them, commenting that at least now he can enjoy the view again. A blue shadow painted in the sky, the 10 crucial positions of Wilhelm, with the selection test administration office as the focal point, forming a magical boundary, an inverted pentagram, the core and base of all magic circles. Even containing immense amounts of mana, there are several high-level spells to conceal its flow. He wonders how many decades it took to create something like this. What a beautiful star. Sometime later, Lavinia comments that it seems everyone has gathered. The day of the final test. Noon inside the selection test administration building. Lavinia says they've started the final selection test and comments that beyond those gates, the masters of each tower are waiting for them. One of the mages calls Miss Riley and asks her to enter there. Magic portal, Aranti's colorless magic tower, top floor, Ian Aranti's chamber. Riley asks Gru if, by passing through this gate, they will be able to see Aranti's. He responds that yes. Ian Aranti's, the impostor who pretended to be the disciple of Archmage Marta Fararich and the target of his revenge, that bastard is right there, behind that gate. It took half a year to get to this place with Riley. Such a short time, yet it felt like a long journey to him. There are so many things he wants to ask him. Why he pretended to be Marta's disciple. How he managed to deceive the world into believing he completed the immortality ritual. Gru War sighs deeply and thinks that it's good they're not rushing. Today is just the beginning, a small point on a vast canvas. Even if they can't punish Ian Arantes today, the day will come when they will hold him accountable. Riley comments that it's time to go in and starts walking toward the portal. Upon crossing it, Riley realizes she is in a colorless world and continues walking through a place where everything lacks hue. Riley notices something and questions if it's a line. She believes that this line is not drawn on the ground. Her heightened senses are creating an imaginary line. It is the boundary of death, the line of death. Suddenly, when they realize it, they are already in the Arantes colorless magic tower on the top floor, inside Master Ian Arantes' chamber. Ian Arantes comments that she is quite perceptive and says that if she had taken one more step, her head would have been torn off. Riley and Gru fall silent. Gru tells her to look at that displeasure. His gaze is directed exactly at him. Ian questions Riley about what that book is. The protagonist realizes that Ian's gaze was a little off, so it wasn't just her imagination. Grimorio notices that Riley is shocked and says she is completely nervous. Gru thinks that Riley doesn't need to be nervous. As long as she says those words, she'll get through this. Riley comments that it's a memento from her mother. Ian Arantes stays silent for a moment, and after some time he says that, so, this was her mother's diary, which she inherited, and that it has now become a magical item that provides psychological stability. Riley confirms, saying that holding that book makes her feel much calmer, and she tells Gru that she made an excuse for now, but questions if he's figured out her true identity. Gru War responds that no way, it's impossible. Only his disciples know of her existence, and although there are some exceptions, he took a vow of silence with them so they are out of the question. Riley asks why Ian asked about him. Gru asks if it's not obvious, and says that she's been carrying him around the entire test. That guy must have seen everything, so it would be stranger if he didn't ask about this situation. Ian Arantes comments that it makes sense, and says that it's better to continue with the test. He asks if she knows how to play chess. Grimorio asks why chess suddenly, questioning who doesn't know how to play. Riley responds that she doesn't know. The protagonist, shocked, asks what she said and comments that she's from Renelmus, asking if they don't play chess during every break and hold tournaments during lunch. Riley says that she didn't have friends to play with. Gru thinks that it's true she didn't have friends. Gru tells Riley that he can play for her and says he can count on one hand how many times he's lost at chess. The girl comments that she will trust him then, and responds to Ian that she knows how to play. He comments that this is good, and snaps his fingers. Thus, he begins to create a giant chessboard in front of them, and asks if they will play a match. Sometime later, the black pawn advances against the white pawn and defeats it. Gru War, surprised, says that with everything set up like this, the chess pieces look like living soldiers. Riley says that the one who lost their life was one of her soldiers, and questions if Gru didn't say he was good at this. Grimorio tells her to be quiet as he can't concentrate and begins to say, pawn to g3, knight to d2, bishop to c7. The protagonist sighs and comments that he is finally starting to get the hang of it again. Riley thinks they're barely managing a draw. Gru realizes that Ian Arantes suggested playing chess, but isn't paying attention to the board, just looking at Riley. Suddenly, he calls her a child and asks if she knows what the colors associated with each magic tower mean. Gru asks if she knows this. Riley responds that of course she learned this in Renelmus. The colors of the magic towers represent the characteristics of each tower. The Dwight Magic Tower, which studies pure mana itself, is white. The Yadon Groton Magic Tower, which pursues the power of destructive magic, is red. The Gaia Violet Magic Tower, which values elegance and aesthetic magic, is purple. And the Eucria Magic Tower, known for walking the path of magic with determination and firm principles, is blue. Ian Arantes gives a slight smile and comments that she is correct, but adds that the Arantes Magic Tower has no color. It is colorless. However, this also means that it can assume any color when necessary, sometimes pure like white, sometimes destructive like red, sometimes elegant like purple, sometimes determined like blue. And he tells the child that they have lived this way for 300 years. Adaptation, yes, it all comes down to adaptability. This is the true secret of how they became one of the 5 great magic towers in 300 years. Riley thinks that he's lying. Ian comments that now it's her turn so she can make her move. Gruwar says that the test isn't just about winning or evaluating their strategy, but then wonders what Ian Arantes is trying to test with this chess game. Each move is so aggressive and chaotic, as if both kings are in a state of serious panic. Riley says that at least it's just a game. Grimorio says that it's no different than a battlefield where one kills or is killed. If this were reality, suddenly Riley and Gru realize something. Ian says that a chessboard can take on different forms depending on perspective. For some, it's just a simple board game. For others, it can be a small battlefield, and then he questions what the child sees with her eyes. Riley responds that she sees ruins, the same ruins she saw during the second test. They were exactly like this. Ian Arantes says that then this is how it appears to her and questions what she thinks about the second test, which occurred 5 days ago. Humans reveal their true value in extreme situations, which is why they kept that format for the test. And that's how they managed to discover a gem like her. But as a result, dozens of mages lost their lives. He asks her what she thinks, if she believes it's possible to evaluate the candidate's abilities by a peaceful method, or if she thinks that putting the candidates in life or death situations is the best way to test them. Riley remains silent and comments that she would like to ask the Tower Master's opinion and know what he thinks. Ian Arantes is incredulous and tells the child that he asked for her opinion, but she dares to answer his question with another question. Riley says yes, and comments that the reason she's asking for his opinion is simple. The purpose of the final test is to align the nature and values of the candidates with those of the tower, and the values pursued by the Arantes Magic Tower are of a colorless nature, an essence that can change to any color if necessary. Riley says that his answer will be her answer. Ian Arantes stands up but then sits back down, and with a manic look says that she is really very interesting. Some magic towers think they can evaluate the qualities of a mage by a peaceful method, like the first test. But of the 42 mages who passed the first test, how many survived to the end? He believes that the second test was the real selection test. A mage's true ability is only revealed on a battlefield filled with the fear of losing one's life. To select a few successful candidates, they take the applicants to the brink of death, and he questions if she thinks this method is irrational. The protagonist thinks that, of course, he thinks it's irrational. There is a saying, the sacrifice of a few for the good of many. But this is just the sacrifice of many for the good of a few. But this is the path of magic. It's an irrational path from the start. Those with high mana affinity, those with excellent mana control, and those with strong mana hearts are more commonly known as those blessed by mana. Only a few chosen ones are granted the right to walk the path of magic. And this irrationality continues even while walking the path of magic. A mage will inevitably face a barrier while treading this path, a barrier that can only be broken through innate talent. Ian says that the path of magic is not an equal path. For some, it is a steep cliff, but for others, a gentle plain. For some, it is a solitary path, but for others, a march with many companions. All of this is determined by talent. If this isn't an irrational path, then what is it? The protagonist comments that that guy is right, because magic is a series of irrationalities. 10 months ago in the capital where he swore revenge, long before the empire was established and before the 5 archmages existed, long ago, there was his first contractor named Feindal. After becoming a grimoire, his mind was devastated and confused. Feindal was the boy who gave him his life back. He still vividly remembers the moment he lost his life. Gru still remembers vividly the day when no one could hear his voice. For thousands of years after that, he didn't have many disciples because he feared losing a disciple he grew attached to. Contractor. That's what they called them, never using and even avoiding the word disciple. He wanted revenge on them, and they wanted his power. It was literally a contract formed by mutual interests. There was no such thing as affection. He forced them down dangerous paths without considering their safety, using their repeated deaths as data to achieve better results in the next attempt. And that vicious cycle, full of the smell of blood, continued until he met a certain person. The first Archmage, Luel Nirav, a name forgotten in history but one that occupies the largest place in his heart. He conducted all kinds of dangerous experiments on her, and she survived thousands of near-death experiences. But she survived until the end and became an Archmage. He wonders if she knows what her last words were. Master, thank you for making me an Archmage and for not giving up on me, a talentless person until the end. And he comments that she was very grateful because he did it solely for his own selfish reasons and never considered her safety or life. It was an awakening. Driven only by revenge, he realized he was transforming into something horrible without noticing. The path of magic he walked was full of countless sacrifices. His irrational path of magic, bloodstains that can't be erased. He reflects on that past and relentlessly seeks his redemption. After that, he changed the way he did things, so that no one would be sacrificed for this goal. Grimorio would ask people's names and say he would remember them. He would introduce himself as the great grimoire Griuwar and claim he would make the person an archmage thanks to his training method, created through thousands of years of trial and error. Through the sacrifices of his past contractors, his disciples managed to reach the position of archmage. Ian Arantes asks, if this isn't an irrational path, then what is it? The protagonist affirms that yes, the path of magic is irrational. People who could have become archmages, had they been found now, lost their lives simply because they encountered the path a bit too soon. However, especially he should not say this. Ian Arantes stole the results of these sacrifices, and this isn't just an insult to Marta Farharich, but also to the path he walked, to all the contractors who were sacrificed on that bloody path, and to him who endured the brink of mental collapse while walking this painful path. He who reached this position through lies and deception dares to discuss the path of magic. Gru cannot tolerate what Ian Arantes is saying. Riley comments that she also understands the anger he feels when the path he walked is mocked and denied by someone. She asks Griuwar to swear to each other and asks him to help her with her revenge. She affirms that she will take revenge on Ian Arantes for him. Back in the present, Riley tells Grimorio that she will take responsibility for that after becoming an archmage. Gru responds that yes, but only after he takes revenge on that bastard. Riley thinks about Ian Arantes and swears that she will bring him down from the inside, for sure. She will make him pay for his filthy crimes. Ian calls Riley a child and asks if she knows about the Round Table Conference, which will be held in 3 months. She responds that the royal family, the Great Temple, and the 5 great magic towers, the 3 great powers of the Empire, will all be gathered at the conference. She understands that the Round Table Conference is being held to discuss her Archmage rank. Ian Arantes confirms that, indeed, this is the case. But before the Round Table Conference begins, he plans to get rid of all 3 great powers before being executed by their hands. The girl is confused and comments that she doesn't know what he's talking about. Ian calls her a child and questions whether she really thought that just because the veil of silence was set up, he couldn't hear the conversation in that room. The day before the final test in Riley's room, Becky questions if she knows why the Arantes magic tower eliminated her mother. It was simply because of her opinions. Her mother told her to listen attentively, live according to the fate that was given to her, and find an end that was worthy of that fate. That is the call of humans. So, at least, she hopes he finds an end worthy of a mage. Rosalia Duncan, a mage from the Blue Eucria Magic Tower, said that mortals cannot challenge the flow of life and death, and that she could not accept the immortality ritual that defies the natural order. With her firm beliefs, she opposed the immortality ritual more than anyone else. One day, she set off on a journey to find a rare ingredient, and a few months later, she was found seriously injured in the northeastern mountains. The treatment came too late, and Rosalia met her tragic end. Some people at the funeral questioned whether it wasn't strange, as she was not a low-level mage, but rather an intermediate-level mage, and yet she lost her life in a bandit attack. While some said they couldn't do anything since the investigation had already been closed, others pondered that on that day there had been a snowstorm, and it was possible that she had exhausted her mana while using location and heating spells. Finding a group of bandits at that moment was just bad luck. Rebecca, small and irritated by this, yelled at the others, saying that her mother was an alchemist, a mage known for her meticulous precision, and questioned if it made any sense to say that she lost her life because her mana ran out. What did they mean by she was just unlucky to encounter bandits? She said she also found that strange. Surely there was someone behind her mother's end. Her guardian called Becky and told her to stop with that. Rebecca Duncan stated that there were no clues even after the investigation, and the case was closed. She had no choice but to consider her mother's end an unfortunate tragedy. She thought that way for a long time, and during that period she met Sharon. Riley asks if Sharon is Lord Theobald's granddaughter, and the old man says yes. Becky says she's been thinking about it for a while, but Sharon really looks like her, even though their personalities are completely different. Riley asks if that's true. Garen confirms that yes, she looks like his granddaughter, while Rebecca comments that Sharon was the granddaughter of the old Theobald and her closest friend. She lost her life in the selection test 2 years ago. The first test, at the time, was held in a large arena. It was a test where a person had to reach the finish line within the time limit while avoiding the obstacles and monsters prepared. She says that Sharon passed without much difficulty, but Sharon did not. While running from the golem, she called for help but soon spotted a rock and thought that if she hid behind it, the golem would surely go somewhere else. This way, the golem lost sight of her and spotted another competitor. He, shocked, thought he was running like a madman and didn't even realize the golem was there and believed he was going to lose his life. But the golem turned its back on him and began running toward Sharon again. Becky says that the stone golem targeted only Sharon, and she continued protesting to the administrator, but he ignored her until the end. Rebecca, worried, called the administrator and commented that the stone golem was acting strangely as this didn't happen in the tests of the other groups. The administrator told her to be quiet as he would decide that. Desperate, Rebecca asked him to at least remove the barrier, but even then, he denied her permission. Having already crossed the finish line, Becky couldn't do anything. Some people even laughed at Sharon as she tried to escape. In the end, Sharon, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. That was her end. Then she took revenge on the administrator and those who mocked Sharon, but her heart was completely empty. The more a mage wanders without a purpose, the more he is consumed by his own demons. For Becky, who was on the verge of being consumed by her inner demons, her tutor told her to wake up because her mother, Rosalia Duncan, had found the true culprit behind her elimination. A new spark of purpose was ignited. The master of the blue Eucria magic tower, Jalan Hartana, comments that it seems that Eucria has fallen out of favor with the Orontes magic tower. After an 11-year-long investigation, they discovered that assassins hired by the Orontes magic tower ended Rosalia Duncan's life. But it doesn't stop there. There are countless other deaths disguised as accidents by the Orontes magic tower. Becky says that Sharon was one of these victims. It turns out that the Orontes magic tower cast a spell on the stone golem. They had planned to eliminate Sharon from the start. They wanted to remove the greatest shield of the Empire, Garen Theobald, from the Western Front. And now, she says, it's time for the old man to speak. Theobald says that he didn't hold the front lines out of patriotism, but to ensure the safety of his family, especially Sharon. But after Sharon was gone, he was powerless. When his inner demons came close, he chose to retire. And after the disappearance of the Great Shield, Garen Theobald, driven by fear, the Western nobles sought the immortality ritual, all according to the plan of the Orontes magic tower. Garen comments that he didn't know the full story and was just wandering aimlessly when he heard rumors about Rebecca Duncan. At that moment, he found a new purpose, to execute the maniac who tarnished Sharon's honor. But when he was about to eliminate Rebecca Duncan, she pulled him into the world of illusions. In the world of illusions, where he could avoid surveillance, Rebecca Duncan told him the whole truth. And so, this led them to their current situation. They will expose the atrocities of the Orontes magic tower and label those who use the immortality ritual as forces of evil. In 3 months, at the Roundtable Conference, Gru comments that he understands. So, this Roundtable Conference is a plan. Riley comments that it was never meant to determine Ian Orontes' qualifications as an archmage. Theobald says yes, that it's just a theater to deceive the Orontes magic tower and its supporters. The Roundtable Conference is a stage to execute Ian Orontes. Back in the present, Ian says that he will be executed at the Roundtable Conference by the hands of the 3 great powers and asks if he is wrong. Grimorio says that this guy knows everything and was testing them. Riley says that it would be foolish to pretend otherwise there, and comments that yes, everything is as the master of the tower predicted. The 3 great powers plan to label him as evil in a place where there are no Orontes magic tower supporters. Ian calls her a child and says that he will show her, asking if she's not curious about how he can eliminate all 3 great powers. And with that, he begins to use his magic. The force of his magic makes Riley close her eyes due to the pressure. Soon after, Ian Orontes tells the child to open her eyes and look around. He says that this is his plan. The protagonist says that below them is Wilhelm. Riley says that there's something huge in Wilhelm, while Gru wonders if that's a magic circle. Ian Arantes says that this magic circle is a fundamental base and tells Riley to expand her perspective. He asks if she sees the magic circles scattered throughout the Empire. Compared to the rushed plans of the three great powers in just a few decades, the level of completion is on an entirely different scale. Gru War says that these magic circles are fields that transfer the target located at the coordinates to another world. The mana of the circles has merged with the surrounding magic over hundreds of years, which is why even though they cover the entire empire, no one has noticed their existence. Gru calls Ian Arantes a bastard while he comments that this is a plan that took 343 years to complete, the plan of his life. From the moment he built the Magic Tower, he planned to take control of this continent, so he will eliminate the three great powers before the Round Table Conference. Riley calls the master of the tower and comments that she hasn't decided whether to join the tower yet, since the test isn't over and she could still go to another magic tower. She questions why he is telling her all this. Ian remains silent and uses his magic to return to the previous location. Riley tells Gru that they are back in the audience room in an instant, and he responds that yes, the teleportation was quick. Ian Arantes uses his magic. Grimorio notices and questions why that bastard is playing on his turn. Ian tells the child to make her next move, a move that breaks the rules. Because of this, her king can't move anywhere. Ian Arantes comments that this is his answer and says that she is like this king on the chessboard, who from the beginning had no choice. He says that she is a born strategist. Even in battles where defeat seems inevitable, she always finds a way to win. But someone like her, even knowing that this magic tower will fall at the Round Table Conference in 3 months, still came to him. And he questions if she didn't feel it too, that she could dominate the continent with this magic tower. He asks if she didn't come to him yearning for the same dream, to dominate the continent together and open a new horizon for magic. He asks if that's not why she came to him and invites her to come and take his hand. He comments that if she joins this magic tower, she will have the entire continent at her feet, and together they will open a new horizon for magic. Riley begins to walk toward him and remembers the Lich questioning if it wouldn't be better to go to another magic tower and keep them under control from there. Or Becky and the old man saying that, even knowing everything, she still plans to enter the Arantes Magic Tower and calling them crazy. The reason they are trying to enter the Arantes Magic Tower, and the reason they haven't stopped, despite numerous discouragements, is that their goal is to destroy the Magic Tower with their own hands. Ian calls Riley and welcomes her to the Arantes Magic Tower. He comments that this is the oath of loyalty and proof that she is a member of the Arantes Magic Tower. He says it's time to finish the final test and that she can return through this portal. Gru tells Riley to wait a moment and says they need to do one more thing before leaving, then begins speaking quietly in her ear. Riley gives a slight smile and tells the Tower Master that she would like to make the last move in the chess game before leaving. She says she will move the pawn to g8. A pawn that reaches the last row has no more moves, but a pawn like this receives a special privilege. Riley says she will promote the pawn to queen. Just as Arantes did, this is also a message to him through chess. Checkmate. Overcoming the pain and difficulties, Riley, who was just a pawn, will become a queen and deliver the final blow to him. Riley, with a smile, comments that since the game is over, she will leave and steps into the portal to depart. Ian begins laughing and comments that it was quite a move. Sometime later, Riley says that, as Gru said, she managed to checkmate him in the end, but questions if it won't seem like he was just being rebellious. Gru War says that he will probably like her even more and comments that she proved her strategic spirit once again. And Ian Arantes has no idea she will betray him. Riley is confused and asks why. As Gru was about to answer, a sound starts booming in the sky and Grimorio asks if those are fireworks. Suddenly, Lavinia appears, questioning if it isn't magnificent and commenting that those are the fireworks marking the end of the final test. She says it's a shame that all the others missed this view and that Miss Riley is the last to complete the test. She observes the mark on the back of Riley's hand and says that it seems like she has ended up joining the Arantes Magic Tower, welcoming her. She explains that after resting well in the coming weeks, she should use that return stone to go to the Arantes Magic Tower, and the items she's in contact with will also be transferred, so she won't need a carriage. Gru comments that at least they care about making things convenient. Lavinia explains that the trial period will begin the moment Riley enters the tower, and that, after completing 2 assignment missions, she will become an official member. Normally, this takes about 3 months, and after that, she will be free to act as long as she doesn't tarnish the honor of the Magic Tower. But in 3 months, this policy will probably change. The protagonist says that then, around the time of the Round Table Conference, it won't just be Arantes' policy that will change, they will probably try to overturn the continent as well. Lavinia says that she will end the explanation there and that the moment Miss Riley opens the door and leaves, this year's selection test will be completely finished. She bids her farewell, thanking her for all the effort of the last 2 weeks. The selection test is over, and in other words, the relationship between the candidates and the chief administrator changes to that of a member of the Magic Tower and an elder. Lavinia calls the girl and sincerely says, "Welcome to the tower," and with that she closes the door. Riley says that she disappeared in an instant, and questions if it's similar to Becky's illusion magic. Gru War says that it's the mystic attribute, and she seems to be of that type too from what he saw. Suddenly, Becky and Theobald appear calling for her. Garen says he was worried because she didn't leave after so much time. Rebecca says she tried to wait inside, but that chief administrator kicked her out. Riley asks if she's talking about Lavinia. Becky confirms and comments that when Lavinia snapped her fingers, she landed right in the middle of the Wilhelm Alley. Rebecca says it's fine because it looks like Riley returned safely and comments that it's time to head back. But the two notice something and ask Riley to wait a minute. They question how she is still fine after taking the oath of loyalty. Becky, worried, says that Riley had mentioned going to the Arante's magic tower, but only to do an interview before moving on to another tower, and now, what is this? Not only did she enter the Arante's tower, but she is still alive after making the oath of loyalty. The old man asks Riley how she wasn't affected by the heartworm. Heartworm, a spell that punishes traitors, is engraved into the heart at the same moment the oath of loyalty is made. It devours the heart of the traitor the moment they even think of betraying the conjurer. The masters of the 5 great magic towers give this heartworm to all members. In general, a mage who is not killed by the heartworm is loyal to the tower they belong to. Rebecca slaps Riley and asks how she could have done this. Crying, she questions again how Riley could act this way, even after learning everything. She tries to slap her again, but Theobald stops her and tells her to stop. Becky, irritated, tells the old man not to be ridiculous and asks if he's just going to let this traitor go, saying she'll put an end to it herself. Garen asks if the girl's mind has changed, as she now seems like a stranger. Rebecca orders Riley never to show up in front of her again. If she does, she will tear her apart like she did with those bandits. Riley tells Gru to go back to the hotel. The protagonist thinks that, due to the bond of authority, he also felt the pain she experienced. Gru really doesn't like this kind of forced and dark development. Sometime later, Riley asks if, since they have a long trip ahead, they should bring some dried meat. Gru tells her to grab some cookies too, and when she's ready, it's time to leave. Suddenly, they hear a knock on the door. Riley opens it and asks if it's Olivia. Embarrassed, Olivia says she's glad Miss Riley is in her room and asks what happened to her face. Riley replies that some things happened. Sometime later, while having tea, Olivia says she saw Riley was about to leave and asks if she's bothering her. Riley answers no and comments that she wanted to say goodbye anyway. Olivia says that's a relief. Riley says that for some reason, Olivia seems strangely excited. The grimoire comments that with that silly smile she reveals everything, and Olivia says she passed the final test. Olivia tells Riley that she was accepted into the Arante's magic tower, congratulates her, and says that her test finished first, so she already knows the results of the others but hadn't heard Riley's yet. Riley asks how the others' tests went. Excited, Olivia says Riley must be curious and will tell her everything. She comments that Arpel and Dorothy entered the Violet Gaia magic tower and seemed to plan to continue working together due to the bond they formed in the second test. Miss Becky and Mr. Theobald entered the Blue Eucria Magic Tower. Miss Pamela and Mr. Gilbert entered the White Dwight Magic Tower. Lastly, Mr. Darren unfortunately didn't make it. The protagonist says he expected this from the others, but wonders how that scarecrow of Gilbert made it in, since during his duel with Riley, his combat instinct seemed terrible. Riley replies that even though he's weak in combat, he probably has some usefulness and mentions hearing that Gilbert's guidance skills even surpass Miss Pamela's. Gru agrees and remembers that, thinking about it, that guy was the crazy one who found the core in 10 minutes after being thrown off the cliff. He comments that Gilbert's affinity with mana should be acknowledged. Olivia says that while she entered the Red Yadon Groton Magic Tower, Riley asks if that's true, saying she never imagined it, and comments that she seems perfect for it. Olivia laughs, thanks Miss Riley, and comments that without her, she wouldn't have passed. Beyond the test, she would have lived her whole life miserably, only consoling herself by saying she could use a torture spell that takes a month to recharge. She heard things like a fool chasing illusions or a dreamer lost in fantasies so many times that even she started to doubt herself. Am I on the right path? Does ancient magic really exist? Or am I just chasing illusions? These questions tortured her constantly, but then Riley changed her life. That one spell was enough, proof that the path she walked wasn't in vain. She comments that she plans to continue her research on ancient magic, based on the initiation prayer Riley shared that day, and she will unlock more spells. Then, someday, when she can rise confidently as a mage, she will undoubtedly be useful to Riley. Riley thanks Olivia and comments that she will remember those words. At dusk, in the midst of the snow, the coachman asks if Miss Riley is sure they will rest there. He mentions rumors of a maniacal mage who committed a massacre nearby and asks if it wouldn't be better to move on quickly. Riley replies that she is also a mage and can protect them if anything happens. The coachman agrees, saying that since she came alone from Wilhelm, she must be a mage. Riley notices something and shouts, asking if it's time to leave, commenting that they really don't have much time. She tells the coachman to hurry and asks if he didn't say he was in a rush. The coachman wonders if she's crazy and why she's talking to the air. Suddenly, he is shocked and questions if it's a ghost. Becky appears in the air, asking Riley what that is and if she even brought a coachman. Rebecca snaps her fingers, tells the old man to be quiet, casts a spell, and puts him to sleep. Rebecca Duncan asks if Riley's face still hurts. Riley responds that it still stings. Becky apologizes but comments that it was necessary to deceive the eyes of the head administrator. Wilhelm was filled with those irritating eyes, a spell implanted by the Arantes magic tower to monitor candidates, the shared vision spell. Sometime before, Becky told Riley that being a spy in the Arantes magic tower was too dangerous. Even if she had a way to deal with the heartworm, that wasn't everything because it had a connection to them and getting rid of the surveillance wouldn't be easy. Riley responds asking how about resolving it this way. Returning to the present, Rebecca says that considering she can't feel any eyes there, they've completely fallen for her act. Gru says that Becky put on quite a show, while Riley says it was thanks to her, as her acting was impressive. Riley asks why she sent a clone instead of coming in person. Rebecca asks if she should spend money on a carriage just to chat with her, and says Riley seems to not understand the value of money. Of course, that's not the only reason. Wilhelm is still being watched by the eyes of Arantes. If they leave recklessly now, they will be followed. So, for now, the old man and she will stay in Wilhelm. Currently in Wilhelm, the old man asks if, anyway, she hit him too hard. Becky says that if he's upset, he should have acted better than she did. Rebecca questions Riley, since she's handling the heartworm without problems, and asks if she really has her own method. Riley answers yes. The reason Riley is not affected by the heartworm is because of her existence, more specifically due to the bond of authority linking Riley to it. The heartworm was created to monitor the mind of a single person. However, its strange presence as a grimoire influences Riley's consciousness, causing an overload, preventing the heartworm from functioning properly. Both Becky and Garen Theobald were strongly against Riley joining the Arantes Tower, but seeing that she wasn't affected by the heartworm gave them some relief, or at least it should have. They then ask why she's looking at them like that. Rebecca says that Riley didn't even tell her what this method is and asks if that's not suspicious. She comments that Riley must be a double spy and tells her to try saying Ian Arantes is a jerk. Riley, in disbelief, repeats, Ian Arantes is a jerk. Becky says she passed, gives a slight laugh, and asks if Riley knows that was a joke. Riley and Gru remain silent. Rebecca asks if, anyway, the heartworm problem is resolved. Riley responds that not yet, it's still in progress. Gru War says it's just a temporary solution. Riley says that as soon as she starts her activities as a spy, it will immediately infiltrate her heart. So, before the roundtable conference, Riley plans to completely remove the heartworm in 3 months. Rebecca Duncan, shocked, asks if she knows that this is absurd and explains that no matter how skilled a mage is, removing the heartworm perfectly takes decades. The neutralization process alone takes at least 20 years. Most spies are discovered during this process. The 5 great magic towers don't adopt the oath of loyalty for nothing. Riley, with a slight smile, tells Becky not to worry, as she knows an expert who can help her. Sometime later in his cave, the Lich, sitting on his throne, asks who came to visit him. Reaching the cemetery in the middle of the forest, the coachman asks if Riley is sure this is her final destination, and asks if he should wait until she finishes her business, just to make sure she doesn't get lost along the way. Riley replies that no, everything is fine, and she is quite confident when it comes to finding the way. As the coachman leaves, he wonders how anyone can navigate such a place. Riley begins to gather mana in her hands and uses the spell Find Path. This magic starts to pulse through all the magical circles, finding the entrance. The Lich, upon seeing this, gets excited and says that he heard someone was coming to visit him, and it turned out to be the Master and Riley. Gru asks how he's been, while Riley says it's been a while. The Lich asks what brought them there, and if she came to train for another year because she failed the selection test. The protagonist says no, that she passed, and shows the Arantes loyalty oath mark. The Lich says that she really passed, congratulates her, and asks what brought them there. Riley comments that she came to ask a favor, while Gru questions if he could remove the heartworm. War wonders why he feels so irritated just looking at this guy's face and believes he had something important to say, something really important. 5 years ago, there was an incident where a lich invaded the Eastern Empire. These chimeras were carefully acquired for the test. When Gru remembers all of this, he gets angry and calls him a lunatic bastard. The lich says those are harsh words for their reunion and asks if he doesn't think so. The grimoire asks if he didn't try to conquer the empire while he was away and how he could be any different from those Irantes scum. The lich, worried, tells him to wait and explains with a map that he was only trying to claim a small city in the Far East as his kingdom. Gru comments that it's the same thing. The lich says it's a remote place, not even on the Empire's map, and asks what the problem is with trying to conquer unclaimed land. Riley tells War to wait and asks if that's not where the Irantes' magic tower is located. The protagonist questions that if he's going to invade, he should have at least succeeded. A lich of his level can't conquer a small piece of land. He asks if the master didn't tell him not to do this. Gru says the situation changes if it's this damn land. If he had managed to take it, they wouldn't be in this mess right now. The lich asks what this has to do with his kingdom of the dead and comments that it only happened because he sent only his subordinates. If he had gone himself, he would have surely succeeded. War says this won't work and comments that it's time to restructure the mind. After all this time, he'll have to do it eventually and tells Riley that he'll guide her through the process. She replies that she understands, while the lich, scared, tells them not to come any closer. Restructuring the mind is the purification process for a lich corrupted by black magic. It involves the source of life, the vessel of life, something a lich can't do alone. That's why War often delegated this task to his life disciples to help him. The lich says it was a terrible moment, necessary but unbearably painful. He's gone through it hundreds of times and still hasn't gotten used to it. War says at least he somehow endured it. By the way, Riley's affinity with Mana is truly impressive, and comments that she is the first to complete the mind restructuring in just 30 minutes. Gru asks if his head is clearer now, and if he can do them this favor. The lich asks if they want him to remove the heartworm from Riley's body and comments that this is simple. With a slight smile, he tells Riley to undress first. She quickly steps back and asks why. He says he needs to examine her mana circuits and pathways. Only then will he be able to create an appropriate neutralizer. Riley comments that it's a bit strange for an old man like him to look at her like that. The lich says that actually she's a woman and asks if she didn't know. Gru says she's a woman indeed. The lich says no one would know that unless it was explicitly told. War says that's true and asks how anyone could guess the sex of a giant skeleton. Riley, shocked, asks what they just said. Sometime later, the lich prepares a potion, mixing several others together. Gru says he was wondering who her disciple was, with the way she handles things. The lich tells the master that this heartworm spell is quite complicated, so it seems like it will take until tomorrow afternoon to finish. The grimoire says that's a long wait and wonders if he should perhaps train magic with Riley in the meantime. The lich comments that no way, since he already extracted samples of the mana circuits and pathways. Training magic now would just mess everything up. The protagonist asks what they should do in the meantime. The lich says if they're so bored, why not read some books? Sometime later, he shows them his library, welcomes them, and comments that he has gathered many new books over the 300 years he has been away, master. Gru says that as someone who supposedly stayed in a cave for 2,000 years, he managed to collect new books. The lich responds that it was thanks to his subordinates. The grimoire tells him to stop lying. The lich tells the master that, as a lich, his life vessel is essentially his main body. Gru confirms and asks why. He responds that his life vessel stayed in the cave for 2,000 years, so no matter how much he wandered the continent, technically he was only in the cave. Gru, not believing it, says it really makes him want to break some bones. Riley asks if she should do it for him. The grimoire says it's better for them to hold back and focus on removing the heartworm. While they wait, they start looking through various books. Riley comments that Gru used to tremble just by entering the library, but now he spends the whole day reading and asks if he always liked books this much. He replies that he's just reading to fill in the 300-year gap because since he lived in a library, the only things he read were novels and comics, and maybe occasionally erotic illustrations. Riley asks if he really looked at that kind of illustration. He answers, of course. Riley, irritated, asks if War is telling her that there are crazy people out there, drawing books making love to other books while squeezing them tightly. He tells Riley to wait and says that he used to be human too. Besides, she's seen his form so many times and still says such a thing. Riley says there are so many kinds of tastes in the world. There are stories about humans and swords with egos, so yes, she's not surprised. War asks how old she is again. Riley comments that she's 15. Gru asks why a child like her is reading those books and if that's also the unhealthy influence of the Thief Guild. She replies that she's not saying she reads that kind of book now, she just said that because she saw one around. Suddenly, the Lich appears, calling out to Riley and the Master, saying that he's just made the neutralizer and telling her to drink it immediately. When the Lich notices the book Riley is holding, he goes silent. Riley also remains silent, showing the book, while Gru tells her to stay away and calls her a disgusting creature. The Lich says it's a misunderstanding because that book isn't his, and he pulls one of his subordinates, saying it's Jeremy's. Gru asks if he's even selling his own subordinate. The Lich comments that he's serious and tells her to give him a break. He'll explain everything. Gru, irritated, tells the Lich to forget about it and just hand over the finished neutralizer. The Lich confirms and hands a green potion to Riley for her to drink. She asks if the Lich holds any grudge against her. The Lich says he made it strawberry flavored for her and tells her to drink it quickly. Riley, suspicious, asks if it's really strawberry flavored. Hesitantly, she drinks it all at once, but soon realizes that it does indeed taste like strawberry despite the color and says she liked it. The Lich says he was very careful when preparing it and now the heartworm is significantly weakened. Gru says that now they just need to break the spell inscribed in the loyalty oath, and everything will be over if they start the removal process now. Suddenly, the Lich realizes something, tells them to wait, and in disbelief, says that there is a link between the heartworm and the caster. The moment the heartworm is removed, the caster will know immediately. Thanks to the neutralizer, the heartworm is weakened, so being a spy is still safe, but this could be dangerous if she directly attacks Ian Arantes. Gru calls Ian a bastard and comments that this means the best course of action is to avoid a direct confrontation with Ian Arantes, but they need to be prepared for anything that may happen in the future, and asks how they should resolve this. Riley says it's simple, and comments that when the time comes to attack Ian Arantes, they shouldn't just remove the heartworm. The Lich says no way, because even for her, breaking the spell would take half a day. Riley gives a slight smile and says that, however, she thinks she can do it. The Lich comments that this is absurd and far too dangerous, and asks the Master to say something. Gru asks if it's not worth trying and says that Riley has already done the impossible several times. She even completed her attribute awakening in just 5 days, when it usually takes 5 weeks. The Lich says fine and comments that they will try it this way and tells Riley to create an exact replica of the heartworm inside her and see if she can break it. Riley replies and comments that, then, this is a heartworm. The Lich explains that the heartworm is a very intricate spell and assures them that it will take at least half a day. Suddenly, Riley breaks the heartworm, leaving the Lich shocked by it. Riley sighs deeply and, panting, comments that indeed, the heartworm and fighting afterward is too much, as it requires extreme concentration which drains all her energy. But, with enough practice, she believes she can manage. The Lich, still shocked, asks how this is possible. Gru says that this is Riley's specialty, achieving what seems impossible. They only have 2 weeks before the entrance to the Arantes Magic Tower. They decided to master lightning attribute spells for quick growth, chain lightning, and electric field. In the first 3 days, they taught her basic lightning spells to help her get accustomed to the attribute. Gru explains that every mage has their own characteristic spell. Riley, confused, asks what a characteristic spell means. He gives examples: Becky's doppelganger spell, Arpel's devouring plants, and Dorothy's shadow summonings. Every mage has a powerful, unique weapon for themselves and tells Riley to take this opportunity to create her own characteristic spell. After she became familiar with her attribute, she spent all her time researching characteristic spells and fighting Jeremy. The Lich, observing, comments that Riley's affinity with the attribute is incredible. Gru agrees but says that this is precisely what bothers him. The Lich asks why and if it's not good to have a high affinity with an attribute. Gru responds that Riley supposedly has no connection to the lightning attribute and comments that he thought she might have been struck by lightning, but she claims she's never even seen one. Not knowing what determines the attribute of her mana heart is a significant problem. The Lich suggests that maybe she was unknowingly influenced or perhaps was too young to remember. Gru says that makes sense, and that he will need to investigate Riley's subconscious later. The Lich calls the Master and says that there's something bothering him: the loyalty oath engraved on Riley's hand. The structure of the magic circuit is strangely familiar, but what really worries him is the meticulous way it connects to the caster. There is only one group known to cast in this way, and he asks if the Arantes Magic Tower is what remains of those people. Those people? There is only one group they referred to like that. The protagonist says that if the Arantes Magic Tower is truly what remains of those people, their path forward becomes clearer. No matter what happens, they must annihilate those bastards from Arantes. The Lich tries to say something, but Gru asks for silence. After the fight, Riley notices something and asks if something happened, as the Lich seems worried. The Lich, shocked, thinks that Riley has always been very perceptive and wonders what excuse he should give. The grimoire says that she confessed, and in fact, that red erotic ghost book with the ego sword was hers. The Lich asks when she said that. Riley comments that she already knew. The Lich asks what she means by already knew, and tells Jeremy to say something, as the book is his. Jeremy just remains silent, chattering his teeth. The Lich gets irritated, asking if Jeremy will continue pretending to know nothing, and why she has to deal with these misunderstandings because of him. Gru War asks Riley how her new characteristic spell is going, and if she thinks she's got the hang of it. Riley replies yes and believes she has mastered the single target part, but needs more time to get used to the area effect part. There are two types of characteristic spells that Riley and he created: single target and area effect. Riley always used single target spells like magic missile, so it's natural that she struggles with large-scale, high-powered spells she's never used before. The protagonist says that even so, mastering the single target one in 2 weeks is impressive. Riley asks Gru if it wouldn't be good to give a name to the new spell she created, a new technique name, Passing Memories. Riley named her last technique Riley Ultra Super Mega Arc Guide Style and asks if she will name it herself. Riley replies yes and asks why. Gru suggests she asks the Lich to name it instead, as he is surprisingly good at it. Riley says that since she created the spell, she would like to name it herself. The Lich tells Gru that she's right. The creator should name their own spell. Jeremy also agrees, and Gru asks why the two of them are interfering. He sighs deeply and comments that he's right. She can name it. Riley tells the Lich to listen and comments that this is a single target spell, focusing on instant speed. He responds that's correct. Then Riley asks how about Riley-style quick-shot mega electric shooting star. The Lich goes silent. Gru questions if she understands what he means when a person lets Riley name spells. The Lich gets excited, comments that it's absolutely fantastic, and says that she's truly a genius. The name just sticks in the mind. The protagonist, not believing it, thinks, as the saying goes, like attracts like. 2 weeks after the selection test on the day of entry to the Arante's Magic Tower, Riley asks if, with this return stone, she can go to the Arante's Magic Tower, right? The Lich appears, asking her to wait and take this with her. Gru War questions what all this is. He answers that they are modified artifacts from the items Riley stole from the Renelmus Academy last time, and tells her to grab these too. He comments that he'll put them in a subspace bag for her, so she doesn't have to worry about the space. Gru thanks the Lich and Jeremy, saying they'll use them well. Riley says they will be leaving, and thanks for everything up until now. With that, Riley uses the return stone, teleporting. When they realize where they are, Gru asks if this is what they call an unknown area and comments that he really can't see anything. Suddenly, a young mage appears and asks if she is the mage Riley, scheduled to enter today. She asks who he is. The young mage responds that it's a pleasure to meet her, explains that he was assigned as her assistant starting today, and introduces himself as Taffy. Riley says he looks a year or two younger than her. Gru says this isn't a bad thing. They say the younger the assistant, the more talented they are in the tower. Taffy asks if she would like to hand over the bag, as it's the assistant's job to carry things. Riley says it's here. Taffy, holding the bag, uses the levitate spell to carry it and says he's very good at moving objects. Riley asks if Taffy isn't a quite skilled mage. He replies that mage is an exaggeration, as he's just an apprentice who knows a trick or two, and comments that it's time to enter the tower because Elder Lavinia is waiting. Riley asks Taffy where exactly the tower is. He comments that they've been right in front of it the whole time, and points to a magical circle. By pressing it, suddenly the Arante's Magic Tower starts to appear. Taffy welcomes them to the Arante's Magic Tower. Sometime later, inside the tower, Taffy shows the structure to Riley and comments that this is the first floor of the Arante's Tower, the internal plaza. Gru says it's a completely different space from the outside, while Taffy says that the Elder must be waiting there as well and soon comments that she's right ahead, Elder Lavinia. Lavinia thanks Taffy for guiding them safely and walks toward Riley, saying welcome and commenting that she had been waiting for her. Taffy bids Riley goodbye and comments that he will withdraw first, saying that if she needs anything, she just needs to call him. Riley bids him farewell and watches the other assistants. Olivia calls Riley to talk privately and asks her to follow her. Riley says she understands. Gru observes the other assistants. Olivia stops in a hallway and tells Riley that this is the hallway of mirrors. She comments that the Arante's Magic Tower uses this corridor to move between floors and explains that there are other means of transport, but this is the fastest. Olivia warns that the only thing to be careful with in this portal is the way of walking. From here on, she must be cautious with each step. If she's not careful, she might end up in a strange place. She orders Riley not to walk as she pleases and follow exactly her path. The route, the step, the speed, and the order of the steps must be the same. If she does this, she will reach her destination. When Riley notices something different, she realizes she has already arrived somewhere else, while Gru comments that the transition is smooth. Surprised, Riley asks where they are. Olivia replies that this is her private office and asks what she thinks about talking over tea. While serving the tea, Olivia comments that it must be a bit strange to hear her speak casually after all the formality as the head administrator. Riley replies that it's fine with her. Olivia comments that this is a relief and asks if her journey to the tower was smooth. Riley says she used the return stone Olivia gave her, so the trip was easy. The elder asks what she thinks of Assistant Taffy. Riley replies that he seemed like an upbeat person and that maybe because they're around the same age, it was easy to interact with him. Olivia asks if, then, he's not bad and comments that it's good to hear that. The elder says they will spend their whole lives together, so it's better if they stay close. Riley is surprised and silent, while Gru asks what Olivia meant by spending their whole lives together. Olivia comments that it seems Taffy hasn't explained this yet. She explains that assistants at the Arante's magic tower rarely resign and also refuse to become independent. The protagonist comments that for someone to be an assistant to a mage, they would naturally need talent for magic. He then questions why someone would choose to support another mage instead of becoming one. He says he doesn't understand. Riley comments that all the assistants at the Arante's magic tower were very dedicated. The work seemed difficult, but no one seemed to have complaints. And she wonders if this happens because the tower takes care of the assistants' well-being. Elder Olivia responds that this is part of the reason, but there is a bigger reason. She then says she brought Riley to her office to show her something related to that and asks if she can read the document she hands over. Riley reads it in silence. The next day, Taffy tells Riley that from now on, she will have a 1-week probation period. He explains that the tour of the tower will take 4 full days. Riley comments that there must be a lot to see. Taffy agrees and explains that the tower is vast, with many facilities such as dining halls, workshops, community research laboratories, libraries, and more. The first place they will visit is the dining hall on the 2nd floor. He says Uncle Tom's meat is delicious and suggests they start with a meal. Riley agrees. Taffy comments that he will take the opportunity to show her some delicious restaurants first. Later, in another location, he explains the points to observe when assisting the elderly in their research. At the end of the probation period, they usually celebrate with a cake. Taffy asks Riley to accompany him slowly. She questions where they are going now. He replies that they are heading to the Grand Hall because today is the day of the ceremony that happens once a year. As mentioned before, all the mages and assistants of the Arante's magic tower participate in the ceremony. Riley says she understands but comments that he hasn't explained anything about it to her so far. Taffy apologizes and says he thought it would be faster for her to see it with her own eyes. Also, everything that happens during the ceremony can never be commented on. Riley listens thoughtfully to that. While Taffy says they are just 1 step away from reaching the Grand Hall, they walk through the mirror corridor and are teleported. Taffy shows the way and says it's better they go to their seats. He then walks ahead, calling Riley while she watches some assistants and remembers something. Some time ago, Olivia, showing a book to Riley, explained that it was a record book detailing the lives of the assistants. Taffy Grunhild, 14 years old, male. Orphan found near the illegal slave market in the Hasselpart Mountain. He was being sold to Baron Adamelra von Grotez when he was rescued by a mage from the Arante's magic tower. At the time, it was discovered that he had been blessed with mana. Brian Smith, 18 years old, male, lost his entire family due to years of famine and drought. Survived by eating roots and trees until he was rescued by Elder Zephyr while passing through the village of Casca. At the time, it was discovered that he had been blessed with mana. Riley continues to analyze other records. Lost his family to a band of thieves and was rescued by a mage from the Arante's magic tower while being tortured. Found in the arms of his mother, dead and frozen, and rescued by a mage from the Arante's magic tower. Sold as a gladiator slave, he was rescued by a mage from the Arante's magic tower before his last duel. Olivia asks if Riley understands now. These children are paying back those who saved them. The Arante's tower rescued children who were trapped in the depths of misery. Riley comments that they only save children who are blessed with mana at the time of rescue to make them assistants. She says this is cruel as it's like exploiting the misfortune of others. Elder Olivia admits she can't deny that but asserts that, for the prosperity of the tower, they use whatever means necessary. They don't hesitate to create loyal assistants from children with tragic pasts. However, she questions if they are the only ones who use the assistants. She comments that the assistants themselves are also using the tower and tells Riley to reflect on that. Every day must have been hell for those children. Their hearts must have been filled with growing hatred. Do they really need to live this way to survive? Wouldn't it be better to simply lose their lives? These children must have cursed this rotten world every day. The common characteristic among the assistants is not just the blessing of mana. They all harbor hatred for this world. The master of the tower, Ian Arantes, questions if he doesn't want revenge on the world that made him this way and if he doesn't wish to carry out merciless vengeance on those who mistreated him. Olivia asserts that the children want the Arantes magic tower to destroy this rotten empire. Returning to the present, on the day of the ceremony, Olivia announces that the master of the tower, Ian Arantes, has arrived. Everyone gets excited. Riley calls Gru and says that, at first, she was irritated and thought the Arantes magic tower was just using the children as tools. But then she realizes that both sides benefit from each other. However, she doesn't believe it's a fair contract. For children who don't even know what happiness is, it seems like they are being pushed toward a provocative and singular path of vengeance. So this is just an excuse to justify themselves. Ian declares that the Arantes magic tower has caught up with the other towers in just 300 years. And of course, this achievement is largely due to the efforts of the tower's members. Riley realizes he is watching her. Ian Arantes comments that this year an exceptionally talented mage has joined the tower. She has already reached the mid-level at just 15 years old. There's no doubt that she is the future of the magical world, a rising star, and calls Riley to come up to the platform with her assistant. Gru War questions why they are calling them and comments that it seems suspicious. Taffy, excited, calls Miss Riley to go ahead. As they walk, people wonder if this child is really a mid-level mage. Some question if the rumors about the Second Awakening are true, while others say it's hard to call it a lie when the master of the tower acknowledged it. Ian Arantes comments that this child will be a mage remembered in history and says they are very impressed with the potential Riley has shown. He declares that he has decided to designate her as the candidate for the ritual of today's ceremony. People ask what the master of the tower just said and if they are really making this child the candidate for the ritual. The comments grow louder as no one understands. Only 1 day has passed since her trial, so why was someone so young chosen? Olivia, annoyed, orders everyone to be silent and says it's the master of the tower's decision. Ian calls Riley and Taffy and asks if they swear to keep the ritual of today's ceremony a complete secret. They both respond affirmatively. Olivia says that all preparations are complete. Ian announces that the ceremony can begin. Taffy gets excited, while Riley notices his enthusiasm and asks what this ceremony involves to make him so eager. Gru comments that they'll find out soon. Olivia snaps her fingers. At that moment, Taffy explodes. Riley, shocked, falls silent while Gru covers his face. Suddenly, a flower begins to emerge from Taffy's body. Ian asks if she feels that life force and comments that it's a ripe fruit made exclusively for her. Ian Arantes picks the fruit and orders Riley to consume it, saying that she will enjoy immortality alongside their magic tower. He says that together they will rule this continent and open a new magical horizon. That day, in the end, Riley was unable to swallow the fruit. The next day, an assistant introduces himself as Zion and comments that starting today, he will be her new assistant. Riley asks if it's another assistant. Zion confirms. Gru thinks that these people from the Arantes magic tower didn't even wait a day after the ritual ceremony to send her a new assistant. Zion is a name she saw in the assistant records a few days ago, a boy who was sold as a gladiator slave at 15 and barely survived against all odds. Riley comments that if she becomes the candidate for the ritual again, she imagines that another new assistant will likely arrive for her in the same way, and questions if Zion is not angry, knowing that his life is being used as a tool by the Arantes magic tower, and that the tower members see his sacrifice as something entirely normal. Zion becomes thoughtful, sighs deeply, and says that he heard there were mages in the past who rejected the ritual of immortality, but he tells Riley that not one of them stayed true to their beliefs until the end, and thus the fear of death grows each day. In the end, most mages regret it. Why did I refuse the ritual? I should have accepted the immortality ritual earlier. Now that she is in the Arantes magic tower, she must accept the ritual as something natural and inevitable. He says he doesn't feel resentment because if it weren't for the Arantes magic tower, he would already be dead anyway. And if his insignificant life becomes a tool to open a new era, it's an honor. Sometime later, Riley, feeling down, remembers that before Zion left, he gave her some whiskey chocolates and said they make someone feel much better when they're feeling low. Riley calls Grewar and comments that her name is Riley, that she is not a tool or number 2, just Riley, and asks if it's a nice name. Gru responds that yes. She says that he has no idea how happy she was when she received her name for the first time. After escaping from the Thieves' Guild with number 1, they entered a small orphanage and it was there that she received her first name, Riley. She comments that number 1 was also very happy. He received a name too, not as beautiful as hers, but still a good name. Gru asks if it's Michael, and if the place where she stayed and to which she owes her life is called the Vylork Orphanage. Riley, surprised, asks how he knows that. Gru War responds that it's because this is the fourth time he's heard her say it. Gru remembers that Zion said the alcohol content was strong and that she was only supposed to eat 5, and comments that the little assistant had to mess everything up, so that's why she should have eaten them in moderation. Riley, annoyed, says she ate in moderation, as it's only her fourth or maybe fifth one, but Gru, irritated, says that she's already eaten more than 30 of them. She responds that it's not possible and tells him to look in the bag as there are still more chocolates. Confused, she asks where they went while Gru just sighs deeply.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.